Welcome to the third annual Passion, Purpose, Peace Virtual Summit. I am the founder, Her Excellency Dr. Theresa Moseley. I'm a United Nations Peace Ambassador. That's why they call me Her Excellency Dr. Theresa Moseley. I'm a United States Army veteran. I'm a retired educator after 27 years of service, and I am the owner of TAM, Creating Ambassadors of Peace. My life changed when I was a high school principal and lost two students to violence. And since then, I've made a commitment to speaking on peace all around the world to make this world a more peaceful place. I started this project 3 years ago, and it will continue on forever. I want to make sure that people understand that there's options in life, that you are born with a divine assignment, that you have a gift inside of you that's in your soul. It's the light that shines within you. And when you use that gift to live in your purpose, you will be successful, fulfilled, prosperous, and inner peace. You're going to have 3 days of coaches and educators and teachers and business owners talking about passion, purpose, and peace. They're also going to be talking about peace within. You need to have peace within your home, peace within the school, the community, the workplace, and the world. This year, our theme is peace within, and we have a book that's being launched as we speak called Peace Within. It's available on Amazon. It's also available on my website, creatingambassadorsofpeace.com. This is a powerful resource book for people that want to know what particular strategies can I do to make sure that I have peace in all of these different communities. Get ready. I know you will be full. You know, Coach Valvano said before he passed away of cancer, there are 3 things that you need to do every day. You need to laugh every day, you need to cry every day, and you need to think every day. Today, you will laugh, you will cry, and you will think. But at the end of the 3 days, I know that you will know that you have a divine assignment and a purpose to fulfill. Peace and blessing. I am Her Excellency, Dr. Theresa Moseley. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reverend Dr. Roger Dixon, Sr. My presentation today is pertaining to my platform. My platform is prison ministry. And what I do in prison ministry is help men ages 20 to 40 to find success in their lives, their family, their community, and even themselves. I've been in prison ministry for 35 years. That's right, 35 years. I could be called the expert of what I do. I could be called the expert of what the men have done who have came back from the prison system. Again, my name is Reverend Dr. Roger Dixon, Sr. I'm going to share with you in this presentation how that you can be part of this movement, this organization, and how you can bring value. First, I want to start out letting you know that I have an academy that I started back in 2022. And what that academy does, it creates an environment that men can change through leadership training, through educational resources, job referral, family advocacy, and prison reform. But I want to share with you that the men that I serve have made some bad decisions, said some things to people, got them locked up in the first place. The men that I serve is awesome. We call them returning citizens, not inmates, not bad for society or throw away the key or whatever negative terms society have for them. They're citizens, and that's why we call them returning citizens. Again, I serve all men, but my core group is ages 20 to 40. Again, my Success Academy provides information for them to change, and everything rise and fall on leadership. I explain the leadership situation in their lives, if they're employed, how to apply that leadership to their job, how to apply it to their family, community, their children, even themselves. You're going to be able to respect you as a person. And not only that, prison ministry gave me the opportunity to be that father figure to the men. Because most of the men that I serve, fathers was never around, absentee fathers. They had no mindset of their fathers as far as being in the home. And so that's why they're locked up in the first place. Mothers trying to do as best they can, but they need a father figure in their lives. And let me share with you my Monday night group in Dauphin County Prison. I'm here in the city of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I go to Dauphin County Prison, which is the county prison, once or twice a week. I have a group that I minister to, and I'm also a block chaplain. I go on the block and talk to the men. But after COVID, I can't go back to the capacity I did before. Now I has to be a block chaplain, or I have to do a thing called table talk. And what table talk is, I take my information to the men, such as Success Academy. It's an online course, but I'm able to take it to the men that's incarcerated to meet with them as a group session. I have a group of 10 to 12 men, and I share with them about the academy. And I'll share a little bit more to you pertaining to the academy. But there's phase 1 and phase 2 of the academy. In phase 1, it's about what I just mentioned to you before. Phase 1 is helping the returning citizens find success through leadership, educational reforms, family advocacy, prison reform, and most of all, is helping the men be the best version of themselves that they can be. In phase 2 of the academy is that if you in maybe different states of the United States or even around the world, I do have the online course, and the website is www.citizensuccessacademy.com. And my online course is 4 weeks. And those 4 weeks consist of leadership. And those 4 weeks consist of helping the men find their level of success. In those 4 weeks, there's 4 factors that they must finish after the 4-week course. And those 4 factors are goals, set goals, optimism, focus, and perseverance. And they complete that, they can fulfill my mentorship quote is, be your own success champion. Be your own success champions. And I want to share with you as well. That's why I'm talking today with this presentation. I'm going to reach out to whoever listening by way of internet, in person, that you can be part of this movement. You can be part of this ministry. My email address is rdixon532-000 and my cell number is 717-592-8694, and my website is www.rogrdixon. Be a part of this ministry. As I summarize a little bit what I do, I help men reach their level of success in their family, community, and also with their children, they're married, with their wives. But I want to share this with you as well. People always ask me, Reverend Dixon, why you do what you do? Because this is my passion. This is my passion. This is what I do. And I'd like to have you to join me. And I will show you at the end of my presentation how you can be a part of this movement. People always ask me, Reverend Dixon, why you do what you do? Why you help the men? Because they end up back in the prison. I said, no, I have a great success rate. Over 85%, close to 90%, the men that I serve, they don't go back in because I do a thing called follow-up. So when they get out, I follow up with them, see if they maintaining what we said when they was incarcerated, what they'll do, and what goals and challenges they say it was up against, and how they're going to change their lives and don't go back into prison. Because the recidivism rate is up in certain areas. So I have a good success rate. But I want to share with you with this, that you can be a part of this movement, no matter what platform you have, no matter what businesses or ministry that you have, you can be a part of this movement. But I want to finish up as far as with the academy, those 4-week sessions. Module 1, Module 2, Module 3, and Module 4. It's only 15 minutes of me talking about leadership, like Module 1, for instance, talking about what is a leader? And how does leadership apply to my life? I share with the men. At the end of the 15 minutes, there's 5 questions they must answer. There's a worksheet they have to answer. If you're online, there's guidelines. And on Monday, we have the Zoom link that I send them. Because let's say Tuesday to Friday, they go over the assignments that I assigned them. And on Monday, we have a Zoom link from the team, class, and the questions, and the things they understood or didn't understand. So in 15 minutes, we talk about whatever the topic is. And Module 1 is leadership. What is a leader? What is a trustworthy leader? How you lead by example? What is a dysfunctional leader? Things of that nature on Module 1. There's other 3 modules as well, pertain to the exact same thing in leadership. Because everything rises and falls on leadership. But I want you guys out there to be a part of this movement, be part of this overall ministry. But the main thing I would like for you to do is bring value. We can help each other grow. We can help each other grow. Been in ministry, prison for 35 years. To make a difference. To let the men know that somebody care. Somebody care. And then saying all that with somebody care. People always ask me, you have any success stories? I'm going to share with you a success story. This young man was named Richard. I call him Brother Richard. Brother Richard was a little skeptical by being part of my group. He's referred by other individuals that came to my group, brought Brother Richard with me into the group. He was a little skeptical at first, but we meet every Monday. And the second Monday he came, asking questions. What he learned the first Monday, the following week. He said, Reverend Dixon, I like what you're doing, but this is what I'm going to do. When I get out, I want to be a part of your ministry. When I get out, I want to help men that's come out of jails and prisons. Just like I'm coming out of jails and prison here in Harrisburg. I said, okay. So I remember one night, I got a phone call. It was him. Shocked me. I said, Reverend Dixon, I'm out. I said, you out? He said, yeah, let me out. I said, what happened? He said, just let me out. I said, that's a blessing. I said, well, he said, but I need a ride. So, okay. So I went to pick him up. And when I picked him up, he said, look here, I don't have no place to stay. Don't have a job. I said, Brother Richard, look here, this is what we're going to do. I said, I remember years ago, I used to work at the Y, downtown Harrisburg. Let's go to the Y, see if they have the room for you. He said, okay. So we went to the local Y in Harrisburg. As we approached the Y, walked inside, and a young man was there behind the desk. I said, young man, do you have any rooms left or any room that this young man here can rent? Um, whatever your process is. He said, well, let me check my schedule. So he checked the schedule. He said, yeah, we got one left. I said, he'll take it. And Richard said, hey, Reverend Jackson, I don't have no money. I don't have no money, man. I can't pay you. I said, don't worry about it. God got it. God got it. They said, oh, okay. And the young man said, well, we have a tendency when you got to rent the room for a week. I said, I'll pay for it. And so that's how Brother Richard got started. And it's a blessing that God put forth that room be available for Brother Richard that night. That's an awesome God. That's supernatural blessings. That's what made me upset. And this is what made me happy. And my mind was, I said, oh man, that's super. So Brother Richard was there that Monday and Tuesday. So I went to the local mission in Harrisburg and asked them, explained to them about Brother Richard. And they said, well, bring him here and see what we can do. I had to fill the application out here. So if everything's okay with him, we'll take him in. It's okay, great. So I called Brother Richard up and went down to the Y to let them know what was happening. I brought him back up to the mission. And then he said, hey, I know some people in the mission. I said, you been here before? He said, yeah, I've been here before. I said, well, you didn't tell me that. He said, absolutely. So when the director came out, I said, hey, Richard, how you doing? And so I didn't know Richard was well known at the mission. A lot of people knew Brother Richard. And the long story short is this. If they give people an opportunity, they can change. So what has happened was Brother Richard filled the application out. They knew him anyway. So in about a day or so, they called me up to bring Brother Richard back to the mission. And not only back to the mission, he was able to create a stay at the mission. And he left the Y and went to the mission for the remainder of his blessing, which is, I didn't know Brother Richard was a cook. And the mission hired him as a cook, not so much making the money, but he hired him to be a volunteer. And after a year, Brother Richard, being at the Y, they hired him as a full-time chef. That's what may get me excited. Full-time chef. He was there for 1 year, went through all the programs that the mission had. He told me, he said, Brother Dixon, I am going to finish all the programs here at the mission. So when I'm finished, I'm going to get my own apartment. I'm going to get my own car. I'm going to be a part of your ministry. So Brother Richard fulfilled everything he said he was going to do. He got a nice apartment, a nice car, and he had a full-time job at the mission. So all I'm saying, brothers and sisters, if you give a person an opportunity, they can change. Be part of this movement. Be part of the opportunity that you can bring value to this prison ministry that God chose for me. It's bigger than me. It's worldwide. Phase 1 is local. Phase 2, online courses. Online courses. It could be in the United States, be around the world. What I'm looking to do in the next 5 years is put it on social media platforms and other communication systems in America so it can be exposed worldwide. And the only way I'm going to do that is someone listening today, in person, online, or whatever the case may be, to help me, to help the men to have a better life in this prison ministry. That we all can make a difference. And my contact information, again, is my website is www.rogerdixon, and my cell number is 717-592-8694. And my email address is rdixon532-000@yahoo.com. This is my passion. I need you. They need you. We can team up together and make it work. We can team up together and make a difference in those men's lives. What you say? What about it? Be part of the team. Be part of the difference that you can make, that we can make together. Peace and blessing to you all. Thanks for listening to this program, my presentation. Look me up. I'm on all social media platforms. I gave you my contact information. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter under Reverend Dr. Roger Dixon Sr. This is my passion. This is what I do. Come on board. Peace and blessings. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful souls. What a joy and an honor it is to join you for the Passion, Purpose, Peace Virtual Summit, a sacred space and place created to help you to rise above the noise of overwork, overwhelm, and overdoing, and to finally live the full, abundant life that you were designed for. I'm Dr. Rhonda M. Wood. I'm a global mental health speaker, author, and advocate. I'm also a former corporate executive, and I am the host on a global television network called The Dr. Rhonda Show. I'm so excited to be with you today. Now, I'm here with you, not as someone who has figured it all out, and especially not overnight. I'm here as someone who has spent years chasing titles, chasing promotions, and chasing external validations, all while silently losing myself. So you see, for years, I worked in corporate America, and from the outside, everything looked picture perfect. I had the job. I had the accolades. I even had the respect. But what I didn't have was peace. What I couldn't feel was joy. And what I had lost was me. I had showed up for the world, but I wasn't showing up for my own soul. So it took a near breakdown. And if you don't know what that is, it's a quiet, invisible unraveling, if you will. It took that for me to finally do the deep work to find my way back to me and to find my voice, my real voice. See, I had to unlock my calling. I had to rediscover my clarity, and I had to reclaim my calm. So today, folks, I'm sharing the exact roadmap that I followed, because I don't want you to have to just survive this season. I want you to soar through this season. So here's my 3-part roadmap that I'm sharing with you. Now, part 1 is what I like to call the unlocking your calling. So that's where we go from performance to purpose. That's right, folks. So in corporate America, I became a master at performing. I'm sure many of you can relate. You know, you show up every day, head held high, huge smile on your face, right? I did what was expected. I delivered with excellence, and I kept everyone else afloat. But deep inside, folks, I knew this can't be all that there is. I was performing for promotions while my passion just sat deeply buried inside of me. So every single Monday felt very heavy. And every one of my successes, my accomplishments, my wins, they started to feel emptier, until one day I had to ask myself, I had to whisper the words in a prayer. I said, God, show me what I was really made for. Why am I here? Why was I created? What am I designed for? That was the beginning of my shift. Your calling isn't about climbing, it's about aligning. See, you don't find your purpose through overworking, you find it through listening, leaning in and listening. So I want you to lean in and ask yourself, what moves my heart? Then I want you to ask yourself, what breaks my heart? And lastly, I want you to ask yourself, what would I still do if no one paid me or praised me? See, your calling isn't about your career title. It's a divine assignment. And when you align with that assignment, let me tell you, your passion is activated and unleashed. So to sum things up for my first strategy, your purpose, it should not drain you, but it should be the thing that drives you. So strategy number 1 is about unlocking your calling and going from performance to purpose. Now, strategy number 2, let's go a little bit deeper. Strategy 2 is about unlocking your clarity, going from chaos to the vision. So there was a time when I was busy all the time, fulfilled none of the time. See, my calendar was packed. My inbox was overflowing. So life was full and busy, but I was overcommitted, I was overstimulated, and I was undernourished emotionally. Does that sound familiar to anybody? See, I thought that doing more meant that I was doing something right. I was keeping busy. But busyness is not clarity. It's just noise. And so my clarity came when I stepped away from the noise, when I reconnected to the things that matter the most. So what does that mean? It means I stopped saying yes out of guilt. How many of us can relate to that? And it meant that I started saying no out of purpose. So I had to ask myself, well, what are the things that drain me? Then I had to ask myself, what are the things that fuel me? And lastly, I had to ask myself, who am I outside of what I do? Because the career, the job, the titles, and the promotions, that's not where my identity lies. So when I got clear on what my lane was, my lane of brilliance, when I got clear on my voice, and when I got clear on my vision, that's when things really shifted for me. And so to sum things up, I'd like to share that clarity gives you the courage to live intentionally, not reactively, intentionally. And friend, let me tell you something. When you have clarity, you don't chase every opportunity. You don't chase accolades. You choose the ones that align with your peace and your purpose. Now, let's go even deeper. All right. We talked about the calling. We talked about the clarity. Now, let's go a little bit deeper with my strategy number 3. That's unlocking your calm. Now, you might say, what? Unlocking your, yes, unlocking your calm, because it's important to go from burnout to peace. Now, let me be real with you for a moment. I almost worked myself into the ground, grinding, choosing grind over grace. See, I was exhausted. I was anxious. I was emotionally disconnected. And the crazy part is no one even knew, because I was very functional. I was smiling and I was leading. But on the inside, folks, I was overwhelmed, overcommitted, and undersupported. And so my healing had to begin when I stopped treating rest like it was a reward. How many of us can relate to that? Oh, I'll rest when I'm done. or some people say I'll rest when I'm dead. I had to start treating it like it was a responsibility. The calm was important. So what I did was I created space for my joy. I started therapy and I set boundaries, not just with other people, but also with myself. I created mornings that nurtured my spirit and not just fulfilled my schedule. So most importantly, I had to stop apologizing for needing the peace and the calm in my life. So if I could sum things up, my calm was not a luxury. It was my God-given right and responsibility. And in addition to that, my peace was not passive, but it was necessary and very powerful in my life. So when I finally unlocked my calm, I found myself again through the calling, through the clarity, and through the calm. I could breathe, I could dream, and I could live. So, folks, let me leave you with this truth. You were not created to simply perform. You weren't created to simply please. And you definitely weren't created to feel like you had to prove anything to anyone. You were born to be. You were born to breathe. You were born to build, whether it's a legacy, your dreams, your future, and you were born to blossom and flourish. So I want to make sure that you are aware you can have passion without pressure. You can live in your purpose without sacrificing your peace, and you can lead from fire and flow. You can chase dreams without burning out. You deserve to live a life that's not just successful, but that is soulful. So I invite you today to do what I did. Unlock your calling by listening to yourself from within. Unlock your clarity by choosing the things that align with you. And unlock your calm by protecting your peace. Because when you do, you won't just have a life that you feel like you have to manage. You will have a life that you finally love. And you'll be able to leave a legacy of love and leadership that you'll be able to leave and share when you are no longer here walking this earth. You want to be able to leave a legacy and be able to share about your wins, your successes, your story, your life. See, your legacy, leaving your legacy through your calling, through your clarity, and through your calm isn't about just the accomplishments, and it certainly isn't about just the assets. It's about the way you live your life. So if my message resonated with you, I'd love to invite you to connect with me. I'd love to walk this journey with you. I want to invite you to visit drrhondanwood.com. Visit me there. You can also follow me on all social media platforms. I'm talking Instagram, I'm talking Facebook, I'm talking YouTube, LinkedIn, and the like. My handle is also Dr. Rhonda M. Wood. Let's partner together. Let's collaborate. Let's work together. Let's help other people rise and restore, walk boldly in their purpose with peace through their calling, through their clarity, and through their calm. Thank you so much for joining me today at the Passion Purpose Peace Virtual Summit. Now, this isn't just any summit. This is your moment to shine, your moment to rise, to live a life that your soul, your beautiful inner soul has been waiting for. And if you'd like to talk about leaving that legacy, I'd like to invite you to be a guest on my show where you can share your story your wins, your successes, how you were able to overcome and find your calling, your clarity, and your calm. Thank you so much, and I'll see you again soon on the journey. Bye for now.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are watching this wonderful master class. Listen, I'm Dr. Pastor Anthony D. Shannon, coming to be your encouraging coach. Listen, I come to be a cheerleader of your success. I come to be a catalyst to get you off the couch or whatever you need to do, because I want you to be a leader. I believe, like the late Dr. Miles Monroe says, everyone has leadership inside of them, and there's a leader somewhere waiting to come out. I want to talk today because I have the opportunity to be a part of this summit, this great, wonderful summit, Leaders Live Generously Summit. Because of the Leaders Live Generously Academy, listen, this master class will be in the vault. It'll be able to encourage you for many, many years to come. I want to talk to you today about the power of leadership and why it's needed. The power of leadership and why it's needed. COVID-19 was a pandemic. Frontline healthcare workers took charge to protect lives all over the world, often risking their own lives. Leadership arose from unlikely places as nurses, doctors, and community leaders coordinated efforts to save lives and provide hope. My acronym for HOPE is helping others pursue expectations. What is leadership? There's all kind of definitions for leadership. John Maxwell says leadership is only influence. While leadership is not about titles, but about influence, vision, and the ability to inspire others to move forward to their common goal. In Proverbs 29:18, I love to quote this. He says, "Where there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keepeth the law, happy is he." The Passion version of the same verse says, "Where there's no prophetic vision." So therefore, you need a prophetic gift in your life. You need someone who would prophesy to you, someone who's going to tell you you're going to be a great singer. Barbara Streisand, her mother, said you're going to be an awesome singer, and she began to pursue it. That's what we call the prophetic, okay? Prophetic vision. Now, if you're going to understand why leadership is needed, then here it is. My objective of this lesson today is for you to explore the power of leadership, why it is essential in today's world, and how we can rise as leaders. Do you not know that we have the understanding? Why do we have the understanding in our modern day? The understanding is this: there is power in leadership. My modern day example is the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. His role during the civil rights movement. That's right. Martin Luther King Jr.'s leadership was grounded in his unwavering faith and belief in nonviolence. It was inspired by both the teachings of Jesus and the strategies of Mahatma Gandhi. He understood that true leadership required moral courage and a commitment to justice. That's right. He just couldn't sit back and watch this injustice take place. And he understood this. Not only did he understand this, even in the face of adversity, he wanted to do something about it, because through his speeches, like the iconic "I Have a Dream" address, Dr. King painted a vision of equality and unity that resonated deeply with people across racial and social lines. His leadership during the Montgomery bus boycott showcased his ability to organize and galvanize communities for a sustained cause, ultimately leading to the Supreme Court's ruling that segregation on public buses was unconstitutional. Additionally, his leadership in organizing the March on Washington brought national attention to civil rights issues, culminating in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. You know, Dr. King's resilient, faith-based leadership demonstrated that transformative change is possible. And when leaders are anchored in purpose, guided by vision, and willing to sacrifice for the greater good, then that's the power of leadership. Here's one of the key points I want to give you. Key point number 1. Leadership has the power to influence minds and change perspectives. Number 2, true leadership uplifts others and it builds unity. Matthew 20:26 says, whoever wants to become great among you must become the servant, must become the learner, must become the student, right? I want you to think about a leader that you could think about who has influenced your life and what quality or qualities made that person impactful to you. I can think of several myself of growing up, and different people have helped me. Man, they've made such an impact in my life that made me wanted to do something, made me wanted to be better, do better. And guess what? I want you to ask that question for yourself. Because whatever they did to you, I want you to pass it forward and become that to somebody else. Section 2, why leadership is needed. Yeah, you know, it's needed in today's time, as we can see. If Dr. Martin Luther King wouldn't have stepped up, what would have happened to the civil rights movement? Would we even had any of those things? Or maybe we still would have segregation on the buses. Well, let me give you this. And here's the deal. Kodak, you know Kodak, we used to have the little cameras, you know, you take a picture and then you take them down and get them, you know, developed, right? Well, Kodak, once a giant in the photography industry, they failed to adapt to the digital revolution despite having the technology in their possession in as early as 1972. The leadership hesitated to innovate. They feared it would cannibalize their film business. This lack of vision led to their downfall in the face of agile competitors. Similarly, Blockbuster, the same, dominated the video rental market, but they ignored the potential of online streaming and eventually on demand. So they rejected the opportunity to buy Netflix at the time for $50 million. Netflix was ready to sell. They were just sending out CDs, but they had the vision for the future. Their leadership's inability to foresee the shift in consumer behavior resulted in their demise. They're no longer here. Okay, these examples to me underline the importance of visionary leadership in navigating change and driving innovation. This is why leadership is important. But not only leadership, you got to have the right leadership. I like to say that I'm a leader leading from the future, right? I'm always on the cutting edge, always moving ahead, leading out so that I don't have to be behind. Because either you're leading out or eventually you're going to be leading from behind or not leading at all. And so you got to have not only leadership, but you need effective leadership. Jacinda Ardern, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, and her empathetic yet decisive response during crisis in the Christchurch shooting and COVID-19. Her leadership is needed, and your leadership is needed. So, number one, why do you need leadership? Leadership brings order to chaos. You have chaos, you need a leader, right? Things are going haywire, you need somebody to take charge. Number two, leadership inspires faith and hope in challenging times, right? During the 1929, that was a mess. But guess what? Leadership rose to give hope to people. We'll give you food. People was lined up to get food, get cheese, get this, get a little money here or there, right? It inspired faith. It inspired hope. Number 3, leadership fulfilled God's purpose on the earth. The reason we have leadership, that's a God idea. God is the one created leadership. He's the one created you to be a leader, whatever leader you are. If you become a father or a mother, you're automatically in leadership. And not only that, 1 Corinthians 14:40 said, let all things be done decently and in order. So in order to have, listen, can you just imagine this world without order? Can you imagine no street lights? No stop signs? Oh my goodness. You ever had a traffic light go out and they got the 4-way stops and everybody for a moment they're courteous, and you next thing you know you got a few people that ain't letting you go by. You're like, wait a minute, I just got to go. That's what we would have. Nothing but chaos. I promise you that. So leadership is needed. And why leadership? Because of all those things I just mentioned. All right. Now I want to give you the traits of a great leader. Right? If you are a leader, if you're not a leader, I want you to know there's a leader inside of you waiting to come out. Because in order to be a good leader, you must become a good follower. And if you're not a good follower, then you're really doing nothing. You're not making any noise. Okay? So here's the traits of a great leader. I want to use Nehemiah from the scriptures as my backdrop. Nehemiah's leadership in rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. The first thing he had was vision. So traits of a good leader is vision. Even we saw that without a vision, people perish. Nehemiah saw what others could not see. He saw that the wall could be rebuilt. The second thing he needed, or you need as a leader, is courage. He faced opposition with boldness. Dr. Martin Luther King faced opposition. Helen Keller faced opposition. All right? So vision, courage, and then teamwork. Being able to galvanize others to walk with you. Teamwork, he rallied people to work together. Then, so we got vision, we got courage, we got teamwork, and then guess what? He didn't quit. He has resilience. Despite ridicule and attacks, he stayed focused. Not only that, Nehemiah 2:17 says, come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace. They replied, let us start rebuilding. So they began the good work. He said, no matter what people say, we're going to get this done. You need to have that kind of mindset. No matter what people saying, even if people do not believe in what you believe in, do you believe it yourself? You've got to believe in yourself, your dream, before anybody else would believe in it. And you got to make sure that you don't quit, cave in, no matter what the obstacle is. That brings you resilience. Listen, let's give you a modern day example. Elon Musk's leadership. Wow. You know, with SpaceX and Tesla. Man, he dared to come against Ford, Chrysler, GM. What? He dared to come against Honda and all of the Chinese corporations and said, y'all ain't doing it right. I got something for you. His ability to push boundaries and inspire his team to achieve what seemed impossible is a testament to his visionary leadership. Not to mention, soon people will be taking space rides just for the joy of it. Wow. What traits from Nehemiah and Elon Musk can we incorporate into our daily leadership? Think about it. And now he's appointed by the president-elect to be an innovator. Wow. Here's the traits you need. I'll highlight them for you. Vision, courage, integrity, servanthood, effective communication, resilience, and of course, faith. You're going to need it, right? Those are the traits you need for good leadership. So the next one is how then to step into leadership today. What can I do? You say I'm a leader. You say that there's a leader inside of me waiting to come out. Well, I told you everyone born is born for a purpose. So you have to find your purpose so you can begin to live your life. In living your life, you then can leave a legacy. How do you do that? I'll tell you. Align your passion. That's right. What are you passionate about? What are some things you said, man, I can do that all day, all night, even if I don't get a dime. I'm passionate about that. And then, is it lined up with God's purpose? Because he's the one who created you. He says, I know the thoughts that I have towards you, thoughts of good and not evil, to bring you to an expected end. Jeremiah 29:11. Find your purpose, because you have one. You just haven't found it yet. But once you find it, then you'll start living your life. I promise you that. Number 2, start developing yourself. Work on yourself. Stop working on other people. Man, I wish I could fix him. I wish I could fix her. I don't know why she ain't hearing this. No, fix yourself. Work on yourself. Commit to learning and growing. Commit to developing so that you could be a person, as I guess Proverbs 27 says, iron sharpens iron. Why don't you become iron so that you can sharpen somebody else? Discover your purpose, and then, of course, develop yourself. I think if you start developing yourself, then you can demand the money you need, right? A lot of people want more money, but they haven't developed themselves in order to demand the money that they're asking for. If you start developing yourself, developing your skills, working on yourself, I promise you the money will show up. Amen? It will show up. The third thing you need, if you're going to step into leadership, is lead where you are. Lead where you are. Leadership doesn't require a platform. Rosa Parks didn't have one. She didn't even have a title. But she began to lead. It begins with serving those around you. Just start serving. Who's ever great among you, let them become the servant. Many people don't want to serve. They want all to bow to them. Well, if you become a servant leader, then guess what? You'll get elevated. You'll get promoted. And the level of your authority will come to the level of your submission. I believe that with everything in me. The fourth thing you need is you need to know how to build relationships. You can't talk about, I can't stand people, don't want people. All I want to do is be in a corner, shut the door. No, you got to learn how to build relationships. Great leaders prioritize connection over control. I want to be able to know people, connect with people, influence people. Different people know me. And then build the relationship, because that gives you influence. Are you listening to me? Then the fifth thing you're going to need is to rely on God's strength. God will give you strength to overcome. He will give you wisdom. You know, Paul even said these words, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. You know, you need strength for the journey because things get rocky. Sometimes the boat get to waving. The winds get brisk. And you're going to need some strength. All right? Because we do get tired. Right? So I want to encourage you to identify one area in your life where you can lead. If you're not leading right now, if you're not serving right now, look around and see a need and see where you can begin to serve, because as you begin to serve in that area, you're going to be leading that area. There's nobody in the children, working with children. Then you go do it, right? One of our leaders, they started working as a volunteer, if you will, subbing. And the next thing you know, they had their own room. And they wasn't even a teacher. People thought they was a teacher because they just started serving and working. And then later they said, wait a minute, I think I better go get my certification and get everything to be a teacher, all right? Because you just start serving and you become the leader, all right? So I want to encourage you to do that. Start leading at home. Remember I said, serve. If whoever's great among you, let them start with serving. So start serving at home. Serve at work. Serve at church. Serve in your business. What about your community? Go work with some elderly, right? Whatever it is that you need to do I want you to begin to do it because it's only going to help you become better in your leadership. Somebody say, become better in my leadership. I don't hear you. I want to become what? Better in my leadership. That's right. I want you to become better in your leadership. Because when you talk about moving forward, then you know what you're going to need? You're going to need commitment. I tell people all the time that if you can commit without wavering, because a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. Matter of fact, I don't think no person wants a person who's indecisive. What do you want to eat? I don't know. Where do you want to go? I don't know. What kind of clothes you want? I don't know. It's hard to work with a person like that, right? Because you're trying to shoot out everything and they don't know what they want and they're indecisive. And because they're indecisive, you can't help them. Well, listen, leadership is about influencing. And you want to be able to influence people in order to move to the next level. And not only that, what are you going to do? You're going to sit there? Are you going to be average? Or are you going to be below average? No. There's a need for you. There's a need for leaders. You know what Jesus said when he walked the earth? The harvest is plentiful, but it's the laborers, it's the leaders that are few. That's amazing that he would say that the harvest is plentiful, yet we need some leaders. Amen. We need some good leaders in this place today, and I want you to be one of the next leaders that's going to help walking out as the power of leadership. I want you to know this, that you can be a leader who's going to change, innovate, lead, and then do it with generosity. I want you to not only lead, but I want you to do it with generosity. I want you to be able to do the stuff that you're supposed to do to help other people overcome. Because when you are an influencer, you can help people and push people to a whole new level. I call it a life without crumbs, but a life full of the overflow. Do you know that I think it says, the thief comes to steal, kill, destroy, but I've come that you might have life to the full till it overflow. I believe that you can overcome, you can have expansion, and you can grow. I want you to start thinking about where you are and think about what you need to expand and think about where you need to grow. Not only in the natural, but also in the spiritual. I need you to find yourself stepping into areas that you once thought were beyond your reach. Your leadership can do that. Do not doubt your capacity. Do not. All right? I don't want you to doubt it. I want you to begin to move, to walk upward, and I want you to walk onward. You know what someone said? Start where you are, use what you got, and do what you can. Arthur Ashe said that. Because if you got that, then you can move into leadership. You can move into what I call love and compassion. Because if you're going to be a leader, you're going to need to walk in love. You're going to need to love people. I mean, all kinds of people. And you're going to need to have compassion. Compassion is an action word. Okay? You can't have compassion and sitting down in a corner. No, compassion moves you to action. It's the love for the people that will cause you to have compassion for people. The Good Samaritan, he had love for his employee. And he went to get some help for him. Who do you have compassion for? See, I want you to understand that in today's time and in today's leadership, the leadership is going to help you, push you, and catapult you into what I call thrive, flourish, and increase. Your leadership can only develop as you develop. The people under you, I think John Maxwell calls it the law of the lid. He says that if you go to a 7, then people under you can only go to a 6 or a 5 at the most. You got to keep growing and going. You've got to get to 20, 30, 40 so people under you can grow and expand. The more that you grow, the more you expand, the more that you develop, the better it's going to be for you. And I want you to know that you can be that person that you want to be. You can be that person you desire to be. You can be the person that I need you to understand that you are. So I want you to say these 5 things. The first thing I want you to say is this: I choose to have a positive day and be positive on this day as a leader. Don't be a negative leader. Be a positive leader. I don't know what anyone else has to say, but I can tell you this, that Donald Trump won the president election race. He's the president-elect, and he just didn't win by a few margins. He won by a long shot. Now, I don't know how he pulled that off, but I can tell you this, that somebody must have been believing, and somebody must have been confessing, or somebody paid a lot of people, okay? One of the 3, all right? But I want you to say that you're going to be that leader, that you choose to have a positive day and be positive all day in your leadership, all right? Then I want you to say this, number 2, I choose to be grateful for what I have and everyone in my life. I want you to begin to be thankful for whomever's in your life. You got a husband, start thanking him. Your wife, start thanking her. You got friends, start thanking them, right? Because you could have nobody. You know how many people are lonely and alone? They have nobody in their life. Well, I don't want that to be you. So, number 3, I want you to say, I am capable of accomplishing great things, and I am the one to get it done. That's right. You're the leader that's been called to get it done. They don't have to call Steve. They don't have to call the Orchid Man. They calling you. All right? And you're the one that's going to get it done. Don't doubt yourself. Don't you dare say, I don't know. I don't know why they calling me. I know why they calling you. You're the one. You're the leader that's going to get it done. All right? Start looking at yourself different. Start saying these things about yourself so that you will go and accomplish it. So number 1, I want you to say, I choose to have a positive day and be positive in my leadership. Number 2, you're going to say, I choose to be grateful for what I have and everyone in my life. Number 3, I am capable of accomplishing great things, and I am the one to get it done. Number 4, you're going to say this: I give myself permission to dream bigger and to become healthy and wise in my leadership. Did you hear that? Wow. You got to give yourself permission as a leader. Yes, you do. Because people will talk, people will say things. I heard Joel Osteen say, I never preached a message. My father was trying to get me to step up into the leadership, but I never did. I was behind the cameras, he said, for 10, 15, 17 years, whatever it was. And one day his father passed away. And what's amazing is the week his father asked him to preach for the next Sunday is when he passed away. He steps up for the first time. You know what he said? Everybody was saying, you don't sound like your father. I wonder if you're going to tune up. I wonder if you're going to preach from this way or that way. And he said that out of all the noise, he had to give himself permission to be himself and trust that the leader that God was calling him to be was the leader he needed to be. Do you know that they've done way more and expanded farther than what the father wanted? It was his father's dream, but it all came to pass when he gave himself permission. Now I'm telling you to say these words. I give myself permission to be the leader I'm supposed to be, to dream bigger, to become healthy and wise in my leadership. Then I want you to say this: I embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Whoo, did you hear that? That's some good leadership. These are affirmations, confirmations you're going to say to yourself in your leadership. That's right. I embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Listen, success is not avoiding challenges. It's about solving the challenges like a puzzle. Because every challenge, I believe, is a puzzle. And you put the puzzles together, that's leadership. Because leaders solve problems. And the more problems you solve, the greater leader you're going to be. Right? The more people call on you. I'll never forget the Lakers when they wanted to win. Guess who they called on? Phil Jackson. He had already won some championships with Chicago. So what did they do? They called on Phil Jackson, and he brought them some championships. Because once you know how to win, once you know how to overcome, once you know how to take a step back to get ready for a comeback, it don't matter what nobody say. It doesn't matter what nobody do. You're ready to now win. You're ready to step up, step in your leadership, and cause yourself to have permission to win. The last thing I want you to say to yourself is, I take action toward my goals every day. I'm not waiting around for somebody to push me, help me. I encourage myself. I believe in myself. I believe that I can do all things through Christ that lives on the inside of me. Greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. If the God of the universe can believe in me, I better believe in me. I better push me. I better, come on now, pat my own self on the back, not out of arrogance, but to keep my confidence. I've got to keep pushing. I've got to keep believing. I've got to keep overcoming when everybody else doubts me, when everything else comes against me, when the winds are rising and the wind, I'm hearing it strong and the voices are strong. You'll never do that. Somebody said that it couldn't be done, but he with a chuckle replied, I wouldn't say so until I tried. So he buckled right in with the face of a grin. If he was fearful, he hid it. Next thing you know, he began to do the thing that he feared, and he began to tackle the thing that couldn't be done. And next thing you know, he did it. I want you to understand, to change where you are, you must become better. You must become that leader you're desiring. You must become that person you want to attract. See, what you have right now in your life is what you've attracted. That's right. You attracted it right now. So if you want to attract something else, then you've got to become a better person. You've got to become a different person. If you don't have much, then you haven't become much. I want you to take this opportunity to become a better leader. I want you to begin to read 5 minutes a day. Read some stuff. Say, I'm just going to start reading. I'm just going to start drawing. I'm just going to start writing. I'm just going to start, keeping a journal. That journal might come into a book. It might even become a movie. Just about your life. If people get on Facebook, if people get on Instagram, if people get on social media just to look at other people's lives, what you think will happen if you just start writing your life? Woo! I'm trying to help you. You understand? Because don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Did you hear me? Oh, I need you to get that. I need you to quote that. I need you to tweet that. Don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems. Wish for more skills. Learn to work harder on yourself and you'll live forever. If you only work hard for someone else, it's coming to an end. Work on yourself. I want you to understand that you can reach me. That's right. AnthonyDShannonConsultingGroup.com. You can also reach me at LeadersLiveGenerouslyAcademy.com. And, of course, I'm always doing ministry at the Victory Church, INT.org. Hit me up on all the social media handles, Anthony D. Shannon. That's right, Anthony D. Shannon. You got to put the D in there, all right? D stands for determination. I'm always determined to win, and I'm always determined to inspire you and help you to overcome so you too can win. All I know is what I know, and I want you to know that the power of leadership is needed, and why it's needed, because there's always a harvest waiting for a leader. I need you to walk in vision. I need you to walk in purpose and be the leader God's calling you to be. I'll see you next time, wherever I see you, but it will be at the top. I'm Dr. Pastor Anthony Shannon, signing off, saying deuces, double victory come in your life. Thrive. You got it.
Hey, everybody. It is your girl, Dr. Letitia Nicole Beatty, and I am so excited to be here with you. And I'm going to be talking about today living a life of abundance on purpose. And so I want you to get your mind right. I want you to get your mind right so you can truly understand what living a life of abundance on purpose is about, okay? Because today, what we're going to do, we're going to explore how to live an abundant life on purpose. And not just on purpose, but with a purpose. Can we all say that? On purpose and with a purpose, okay? So go ahead, get your pens, get your papers, get your tablets, because I'm about to take you to church and to school, okay? All right. So what is intentional abundance? I'm glad you asked. What is intentional abundance? Now, I want you to understand that it's more than wealth. It's more than emotionalism. It's more than spiritual. It's more than rational. It's more than creative. Okay? It's a mindset plus discipline. That's right. Mindset plus discipline. I know we don't like that D word, right? You can listen to mindset all day long, but when we talk about discipline, it becomes a problem. So again, it's mindset plus discipline, and it's abundance on purpose, which equal to living with deliberate generosity, gratitude, and aspirations. I want to say that one more time for the people way in the back. Is deliberately being generous. That's what I said. It's gratitude and aspirations. All right. So also, it all depends on what you believe right now. And we have to have anchoring beliefs. What I say, anchoring, that means when you can visualize an anchor, it's huge. It's huge. It weigh a lot, and so does your belief. It has to be huge and weigh a lot, right? So repeat after me. Say, I am worthy of abundance. I am worthy of abundance. Also repeat after me. Life supports my highest good. Say it again. Life supports my highest good. And number 3, I am a co-creator with God. Come on here, somebody. Come on. I am a co-creator with God. Amen. Proverbs 23:7. Write this down. Proverbs 23:7 says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Okay, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So today, right now, now 30, now o'clock, right? We anchored your belief that you are worthy of abundance, that your life, that your life is in support of your highest good, and that you are a co-creator with God. Because as a man thinketh in his heart about himself, about his finances, about his, come on here. So as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. That's Proverbs 23:7. So listen, you got to practice this daily. Write this down. Practices of daily abundance. Practices of daily abundance. Okay, you got to practice this daily. Now, what does that mean? That means that you need to be practicing gratitude journaling. Okay, if you're not journaling right now, if you don't have a journal that you're writing it down and making it plain, you don't have a journal, Get you a journal. You have to practice daily abundance. By number one, what? By journaling gratitude. What does that mean? Glad you asked. It means practicing what you're thankful for. What are you thankful for? It also means that you have to speak affirmations. You have to speak affirmations. I love to say, I am rich. I am blessed. I'm walking in the fullness of God. I am debt free. I am healthy. I am wealthy and I am wise. And the days are barely making it are over when now in Jesus' name. Yes, I use the word Jesus. That's what, listen, I am the co-creator with him. And so I'm going to speak affirmations over my life because those are my anchoring beliefs about me, right? What are your anchoring beliefs about yourself? And then you have to do visualization exercise. What does that mean? Visualizing where you want to be right now. Maybe you're not there yet. You have to see it spiritually before you see it naturally. Okay, so you have to visualize where you want to be and see it in the spirit so you can produce it and manifest it in the natural. That's the visualization exercising. And then you have to practice generosity. Okay, practice generosity. Okay, now what I mean by that, now write this down, Luke 6:38. Luke 6:38. Now, what that means, give and it shall be given unto you. I'm going to stop right there. You can read the rest, but give and it shall be given unto you. And that's how you practice generosity. Okay. So number one, you have to gratitude journaling. You have to journal. Then you have to speak affirmations. Then you have to visualize yourself where you want to be in the spirit so you can see it in the natural. And then you have to practice gratitude. Practice gratitude and generosity, right? Okay. Then you have to clear those limiting beliefs. What does that mean, Elder? What does that mean, Dr. Letitia Nicole? It means that you have to identify the inner critic in yourself, and you have to replace that with the truth, because sometimes those critics tell you lies. And you have to ask, God, what does he really say about you? How does he see you? And you have to see yourself the way God sees you. Ask him, God, what do you say and see about me that I don't see? Romans 12:2 say, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Okay? All right? All right. Then you have to rewire through experience. What does that mean? Rewire through experience. You have to create new abundant experiences. You have to create new abundant experiences. You have to celebrate your wins. That's right. You need to celebrate your wins, and you have to build your inner evidence bank. Right. That's how you build it, by celebrating your small wins. Come on, y'all. It doesn't matter what it is. You win every day. Why? Because you chose not to give up. That's worth celebrating. Okay. All right. Now, write this down. Abundant habits to build. Abundant habits to build. You have to intentionally focus. You have to intentionally focus. You have to continuously learn. Always be learning. ABC. Always be learning. Okay. Continuously learning. And then you have to nurture your relationships. Okay. And you have to develop healthy routines. Where did I get all this from? From Proverbs 12:5. The plans of a diligent lead to profit. The plans of the diligent lead to what? Profit. You got that right. Proverbs 12:5. Now listen to this. This next one is going to blow your mind, okay? I need you to listen. I need you to understand there are going to be some setbacks, right? And them setbacks is a setup for your come up. Can you say that? Setbacks are a setup for my come up, okay? All right? You're never losing. You're always learning. So let me teach you how to overcome setbacks, okay? Setbacks does not equal failure. You learn, you adjust, and you keep it moving. Okay? You learn, you adjust, and you keep it moving. And you have to be kind to yourself. You have to be kind to yourself. Love yourself. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love doesn't envy. Love doesn't boast. Love doesn't keep a record of wrong. Stop keeping a record of wrong. Listen, love yourself. Be patient with yourself. Be kind to yourself. Proverbs 24:16 says, though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again. Come on here, somebody. Though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again. Okay. I know you hear me. I know you hear me. So you also need your abundance plan. Write that down. My abundance plan. Okay, go on and write that down. Number 1, you have to choose one life area to grow in. Just one at a time, okay? And number 2, you have to commit to one daily abundant practice a day. 1, okay? And then number 3, you have to declare one action step for the week. I'm going to say that again for the people all the way in the back that didn't get it. Your abundance plan, because this is your abundance plan. You have to choose one. Just one life area to grow in, okay? And then you have to commit to one daily abundant practice, just one. And then you have to declare one action step for the week. And when you do that, celebrate your wins. Celebrate you, okay? Celebrate. And you have to sustain the momentum. What does that mean by sustaining momentum? You have to track your progress. You have to stay connected. And you have to celebrate your small wins. There you go again. And you have to refocus as needed. Refocus as needed. So I'm going to do some overviews before I keep going, because I want you to understand why it's important for you to be intentional. He's intentional, never failing, right? God is intentional, and all things are working for your good when you are intentional, okay? And so living a life of abundance on purpose and with a purpose is about more than just wealth. Remember? More than just emotionalism, more than just spiritual, more than just relational, more than just creational, right? It is mindset and it is discipline. Okay? It's deliberately living a generous life, a life of gratitude, a life of aspiration. And remember, you got to have those anchoring beliefs. Those anchoring beliefs. What are those beliefs, Letitia? I'm glad you asked. I am worthy of abundance. I am worthy of abundance. My life supports my highest good. My life supports my highest good. And I am the co-creator. Yes, why am I repeating? Because faith comes by hearing and hearing the word of God. So I am the co-creator with God. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:11. And so, yes, you have to practice daily abundance. You have to gratitude journal. Yes. What am I thankful for? You have to journal that every day. You have to speak affirmations. I am rich. I'm blessed. I'm walking in the fullness of God. I'm debt free. I'm healthy. I'm wealthy, and I'm wise. And the days of barely making it are what? Are over when? Now 30, now o'clock. Put a smart goal to it, right? And then you have to visualize yourself where you want to be when? Now 30, now o'clock, right? So you can see it and you can manifest it later, right? Visualization exercises. And then you have to practice generosity. Luke 6:36 says, give and it shall be given unto you. I can go good measure, pressed down, shaken together. Come on here, somebody. Give and it shall be given unto you. And then you have to what? Clear those limiting beliefs about who? The who is you. The whosoever, that's you, right? Clear those limiting beliefs about yourself. And you have to identify what the inner critic is saying about you. What is the inner critic telling you you can't do? You can do all things through Christ Jesus that gives you strength. What is that inner critic saying to you about you that you can't do when I'm telling you that's a lie? And you have to replace the lies with the truth. Oh, that's good to me. And you have to ask yourself, what does God say about me? What does God say about me? Romans 12:2 say, be ye transformed by the renewing of your what? Of your mind, right? So again, you're clearing those limiting beliefs about yourself because you want to manifest what's good, what's perfect, what's pleasing about you, what God has said about you, those good things. And you have to rewire through experience. You have to create new abundance and new experiences, and you have to celebrate your wins, and you have to build where your inner evidence bank. How do you do that? By celebrating your wins, by thinking of those things that are pure and noble and praiseworthy. Come on here, somebody. Faith come by hearing, and hearing the word of who? God. That's right. And you have to practice those abundant habits to build you. Intentional focus, continuous learning, nurturing your friendships and your relationships, right? And healthy routines. The plans of the diligent lead to profit. Proverbs 21:5. You have to put that into motion. And you have to overcome those setbacks. Remember, a setback is just a setup for your come up. Come on, get somebody. A setback is a setup for your come up. You got to stop looking at setback as a failure, and you have to learn how to learn, adjust, and keep on moving. Yep, keep on moving. And you have to be kind to yourself. You have to love yourself. You have to forgive yourself. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love doesn't keep a record of wrong. Listen. Love, and be kind to yourself. And Proverbs 24:16 says again, though the righteous fall, when? How many times? Seven times. They what? They get back up again. They rise again. And you have to have real life stories, y'all. Real life stories. Proverbs 12:11 says, we overcome by the blood of the Lamb and by the words of our what? Testimony, right? And you have to shift from scarcity to abundance. You got to know the turning points. You have to understand that you have life lessons, and life can be transformed just like that. Hallelujah. I just got excited. And then don't forget your abundance plan. Your what? Your abundance plan. You have to choose one life area to grow in. You have to commit to one daily abundant practice. You have to declare one action step for the week. Okay? And don't forget to track your progress so you can sustain your momentum. Right? Don't faint. Keep going. Track your progress. Stay connected. Celebrate your small wins and refocus as needed. Okay? So my final thoughts. You have to understand that abundance is a choice. It's being intentional. Okay? And it starts from where? It starts from within. It flows outward into impact, but it starts inside of you. John 10:10 says, I came that they may have life and have it what? More abundantly. You got to know that that means you too. That word is for you too. It's not for everybody else except you. It's for you. I came that you may have life and life more abundantly, the Lord said, and you are the co-creator, so you can manifest this, right? And if you need any help, any help, I have resources. I have books that are on Amazon. I have books on LetitiaNicole.com and Speak Life to TO in the letter U.com. You get the Speak Life devotionals, the Speak Life coaching, the Speak Life planners. Just go and see. But before we leave this place, but never the presence of God, I want you to repeat after me, okay? Make this declaration. Make this declaration. Make this declaration over yourself. Because why? Proverbs 21:18 says that we have the power of death and life in our tongue, and those that love us shall eat the fruit. So we're going to make this declaration to ourselves. Repeat it. Say, I choose to live a life of abundance, on purpose, by purpose, and for purpose. Oh my God, we got to do that again. Come on, somebody. I need you to declare that I choose. Say it out loud so you can hear yourself. Why do we repeat? Because faith comes by hearing, and hearing what? The word of God. So I choose to live a life of abundance, on purpose, by purpose, and for a purpose. Okay? I want to thank you for joining me. Hallelujah. I want to thank you for joining me as we learn how to live a life of abundance on purpose together. Again, my name is Elder Dr. Letitia Nicole Beatty, and I speak life so that we all may have life more abundantly. God bless you, and thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Chris Hampton, also known as Champ I Am, and it's an honor to be able to share with you today on the topic of purpose is a marathon, not a sprint. Now, just to give you a little bit about me and my journey, I am the founder of the Champ I Am organization. It's a leadership and development organization that is helping people to be able to find their purpose. I help them dig deep as leaders. I help leaders to dig deep. What I mean by that is help them to discover that they have a purpose, embrace their purpose. And then when we embrace the purpose, we equip you to go after your purpose and then pursue it, so dig deep in your purpose. And when Champ I Am started in 2016, it started as motivational speaking, and it evolved into becoming a resource to my community as a community leader. And then just all of a sudden, COVID broke out and gave me more opportunities to spread my wings and spread my influence globally. And it didn't happen overnight. I remember a lot of speakers that started with me that are not here today because they thought that, it was instant wealth. It was thought that they were going to be at the top of the pyramid per se, and it was going to be overnight. But one of the things that I learned was, again, that it's not a sprint when you're going after your purpose. It's what you're aiming for, because soon as you look like you are obtaining your purpose, your vision expands and there's more to the story. So again, I like to look at it as a race, but let's not look at this as a short-term race. A sprint is when you put all your energy in one race and it's in a short distance, and you give it your all for that 100-yard dash or that 100, I don't know if it's a meter or the short distance run, but you're doing it in short bursts. It means all of your energy is focused on the short distance. When you're done, you collapse to the ground and you don't have any energy to go and run another race, right? because you put everything in there for a short period of time. Where a marathon, you just don't wake up in the morning and do either. You don't wake up in the morning and do a sprint either. You're out of shape, but it's a different condition. And I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is knowing what race you're running is going to dictate to you how you're going to prepare and how you're going to practice for what you're going to step into. So when you have it in your mind that purpose is not just a short-term race, but it's preparation for a journey, then how you prepare and how you practice is going to be different, right? It's going to be different. You're not just trying to get over the short-term microwave, quick business, get rich quick off of, it's not going to build that way most of the times. So when we're saying that you're walking in your purpose and you know now you're preparing for your journey, purpose is going to help you aim and align in a certain direction. So the first thing that purpose is going to do for you is purpose is in the preparation. It's going to help you to know how to prepare. When you know what you're aiming for, let's backtrack. Let's talk about what purpose is. Purpose is not just some, I kind of like say it like this because sometimes I think we over spiritualize and make purpose more deeper than it really is. We think that the heavens are going to open up and the angels are going to scream and say, ah, you are called. No, purpose is not that deep. Purpose is more about, what are you aiming for? What are you setting your vision for? So in order for you to have purpose, you have to have sight. You have to have vision, the ability to see what's ahead of you and prepare for it, right? It's what you are aiming at, right? So when you understand that, then you realize that purpose, it helps you once you get an idea of what you are looking at. Now I know how to prepare. So when I started the speaking journey, I didn't know what I was doing when I started my speaking journey. So I started my preparation by going where speakers spoke. Now, at that time, it was Toastmasters. I cut my teeth in Toastmasters, and I just went where speakers spoke. And what I was doing during that Toastmaster time was I was preparing myself by refining my message. I was preparing myself by presenting myself as a speaker. When I came to Toastmasters, I didn't say, my name is Chris Hampton and I want to be a motivational speaker. I said, I am Chris Hampton and I am a motivational speaker. And what I was doing with Toastmasters is I was using the resource that as an opportunity to prepare me, as an opportunity to chisel some areas that were rough off of me. It gave me the opportunity to speak to a variety of audience, because up until that time, I mainly did a lot of church speaking. So I never had an opportunity to speak in places outside of the job where there was multiple minds, multiple ways of thinking, multiple philosophies in one room. And what was great about that Toastmaster journey in the preparing me to speak, it was preparing me to speak, even though I was speaking in front of 20 people, it was preparing me to speak before the world. So when I knew my purpose, I had to go where my purpose was going to be fed. And that's for somebody right now, is you have an idea, you have an inkling, you have an understanding of what direction you want to go to. And you're like, well, what do I do next? Well, you go to where your purpose can be fed. And when your purpose can be fed, you will find yourself growing in the process, right? So when you understand that purpose is in the preparation, then when you know what you are called to do, then you know what you're not supposed to be doing. The athletes are, and when they're in their conditioning period, they're not out on the street, they're not watching movies, they're training their body, they're training their mind. What areas do you need to be trained in? What areas do you need to an increase, an upgrade in? Because your purpose is telling you that you should be going this way, but because you are not going where your purpose is fed, you are purpose starved, and you're looking at your life and you're depressed. I see a lot of people that I come across and they're like, I'm depressed. And a lot of times they're depressed because they feel that in their life has no purpose. They feel that they have no contribution. And a lot of times it goes to one, not being in purpose places with people that are building with the same way you're building, going in the same direction. You're looking and seeing that your purpose is saying that you need to change your environment, but you're embracing the environment that you're in. And when it came to me, 2016, I was working three jobs. I was a security guard at night. I was an insurance broker during the daytime, and I was a full-time caregiver. It wasn't my purpose. They were resources that could fund my purpose, but I was misusing my resources because I wasn't using my resources for purpose. I was just using my resources for everyday living. To the point that I got so stressed out that I thought I had a heart attack. Coming home from my job and coming home from that night job, switching in, going into the emergency room. And what happened was that emergency room doctor came to me and said, "Looked like you had a heart attack." And I screamed and I said, "No," to myself. I wasn't making a scene, but I said, I have not done what I was supposed to do yet. Purpose positioned me to have a wake-up call in that emergency room to realize that my purpose is not going to magically happen. I must condition myself. I must prepare. And that's when I went to Toastmasters. The next thing that purpose will do is purpose is also going to help you in this marathon. It's in the relationships. I am here today in front of you because of the relationships I have made. And I have been to the point where I am now consistently aware of the relationships that I am in. From my marriage, it's a purpose relationship. It is the purpose relationship, right? To my spiritual walk and the church that I go to aligns with my purpose that I'm called to, right? Where I serve in the community, all those relationships are purposeful relationships that are positioning me to move forward. Let me ask you this. Are you in places right now where the relationships do not reflect your purpose? That's a very important question that you have to ask yourself. Because in this marathon in life, the wrong people will slow you down and overtax you and drain you of the energy that you need to run this purpose race. It is very important that you are more considerate of the relationships that you have around you. Are the people that I have around, do the people that I have around me, do they feed me or do they drain me? Purpose relationships push you further and further and further towards your goal. To the point that I have mentors in my life right now in the speaking industry that whenever they're in my life, my platform goes to another level. Why? Because I'm strategically finding that the relationships that I have are there to take me to my future faster. And I am also looking at the relationships to make sure that my relationships are symbiotic and not parasitic. And you have to ask yourself, am I a symbiotic relationship? Meaning that it is a relationship that gives as well as receives. Are you always the first person to take, but don't look for ways that you can give to the platform? One of my mentors has a leadership platform, and I'm so excited to be around them when I'm around them, but I'm always looking for ways to serve that platform. Though I have great speaking skills, I don't have to speak all the time when I'm at that platform. I am okay with putting the stage together. I am okay in working in the background where I'm in building that man's platform and helping to grow his platform. Why? Because two reasons. You're sowing you're sowing as a form of preparation. You're giving as a form of preparation, right? The other part of that is that you how you serve someone else's vision will dictate how someone will help serve you. And I serve that vision with no strings attached. I serve that vision knowing that as I give into him and help his visions grows, right? That the influence that he has, he's opened doors for me. He's elevated me in the eyes of my peers. Why? Because I didn't have anything but to see how can I help grow you. That's a purposeful relationship. Now, if I'm always looking for a discount, if I'm always looking for the best thing that how it meets my needs, but I don't look at how I can serve and make their life better, that's a parasitic relationship. And I want you to reverse that. How many people that you have that around you that are parasites that are taking from you and they're never even giving to you? How many mental relationships do you have that seems like you're giving into them, but you're not getting anything back in return? That is a parasitic relationship that is pausing you on your journey of purpose. So we said purpose is in the preparation. Purpose is in the relationship. Purpose is also in the timing, right? So what's about purpose and you're going in there, yes, you have the vision is bigger than life, but you have to also understand the timing and the season that you are in. And what I mean by that is that you don't put yourself in places where you're not qualified yet, and you're putting yourself in situations where you're financially not able to handle it yet, but because you want to be in there so bad, you miss the timing. I remember when I first started speaking, and one of my great friends out here, his name is Shay Brown, had a great platform. When I first became a speaker in 2016, it seemed like he was all over the place. And I wanted to be there. And I remember they were doing this platform at this time, and they were going to video me up, and they were going to have a whole entire package, and it cost $5,000. Now, as a new speaker coming in, I was like, $5,000. I realized that I was not the ideal niche client. But 5 or 6 years down the line, as I continued to build my brand, as I continued to build the Champ I Am brand, and now it became known, what happened was I came back around and I was able to use those services. And I'm like, wow, look at God. What was the lesson that I learned from that? I could have been the speaker that looked at that and said, I'm supposed to speak. I'm purposed to speak. I don't have the money, and everybody's asking me for money, and I could stop speaking. I could have stopped speaking for free. I could have stopped my journey. And believe it or not, some people stopped their journey because they looked at their journey and realized that they didn't have resources. But you know what? Resources come in times and seasons. And as you start to mature and build your platform, what happens is the resources come to you. And what happens is you understand the resources that you have can be allocated towards your purpose. Right now, how much money are you spending and just throwing away because you don't spend money with purpose in mind? You spend money with the situation rather than purpose. That was for somebody because it was for me. And when I realized that, what happened? My job became a resource. The promotions that I got on my job elevated me for more resources that I interviewed with my purpose in mind, right? Because I understood time and season. I knew that I couldn't just walk off my job. Everybody was trying to convince me to walk off my job. And I'm like, no, don't let people convince you to walk off your job if that's not your purpose. Your job might be the very resource that is given to you to fund your vision and your purpose. So we said purpose is in the preparation, purpose is in the relationship, purpose is in the timing and the season, but purpose is also in the impact. Over the past 9 years of Champ I Am being in business, it wasn't always the money thing that hit first. The money's coming, but it wasn't always the money that hit first. It was the impact. As I would continue to speak to the world, I started to see the influence start making the impact. And as the final leg of the race in this marathon that I'm still running, it is the impact. It is the lives that you are changing that is making you valuable. If you keep looking at you building your platform, if you're a speaker, if you keep on looking at your business and you're just chasing the dollar, Dollars can sometimes dry up in certain seasons, but impact will open new doors. And what I began to see is as I became more purpose minded in my relationships, my timing, and my preparation, my eyes were open for opportunities. And all opportunities are not financial, but many opportunities that are not financial may open doors for you to become financially able to do that. And one of those areas was when I volunteered in my community of Camden, New Jersey, to start an open mic for young people in Camden, New Jersey. Now, I was not one of the founders, but I kept it going. And I'm the main person keeping it going with a team of young leaders to this day. That's been about 9 years now. To this day, we're still into effect, and we're impacting the world, and we're impacting young artists. New artists are coming up with music. Every time we come to this open mic, they're finding and discovering their purpose, right? That opened doors for me to become a commissioner for the arts. That opened doors for me to be able to create an anti-bullying ambassador program for the city of Camden that they use to train young ambassadors to fight against bullying, right? Those gave me opportunities. And by doing all that, that opened up an opportunity that didn't pay me at that time, but was part of the reason why I was invited to speak on the panel at the Yale University's Black Student Union Coalition panel that they have. They have a Black Solidarity Conference every year, and we were part of that panel, right? It was those things that opened that door to Yale University, which then opened doors to a college that I'm now teaching leadership at and to young leaders that we're doing to this day. All those things led up to that paid college opportunity. It was preparation, it was relationships, it was timing, and it was the impact. Listen, the best things in life are going to take time. What you want to do is build your business, build your platform in such a way that it holds your weight, that you understand that your platform that is being built is not going to be an overnight platform, but it's going to be a lasting impact. It's impact that opens doors for resources and money and for you to fulfill your goals and purpose. So again, purpose is a marathon and not a sprint. I'm Chris Hampton, Champ I Am, and I hope this was helpful for you. Continue to dig deep, discover, embrace, equip yourself, and pursue your purpose. Have a blessed day.
Three kinds of people: those that make things happen, those that watch things happen, and those who wondered what happened. I am a person that makes positive things happen, and I know that you are too. This is your time and this is your turn. This is the decade for the doers to take a chance, take charge, and take control of your life, because you can always better your best. Mastering your message. I have another positive, powerful, and purposeful message for you today. Mastering your message. Pick up your mic. We need to hear your voice. You know, studies indicate that public speaking is the number one fear in America. Number 7 is death. Most people are willing to die than to give a positive, powerful, and purposeful message. Have you ever felt you have butterfly in your stomach? Well, we're going to share some points that are going to help you to cause those butterfly to fly in formation. Your palms feel real wet. You stand up, but your thoughts sat down. So we want to encourage you, number 1, stand up to be seen. Speak up to be heard, and sit down in order to be appreciated. Because this mastering your message, pick up your mic. We need to hear your voice. And so this message is designed specially for you. I used to be in corporate America for over 30 years with Xerox and Eastman Kodak, freeing people, employees, vice president, and from all over the world. And I was in the room sometimes, and some of you in the C-section, C-suite, and you spoke out, they act like they didn't even hear you. Someone else spoke out afterward. It's, oh, Johnny, oh, Bill, that's a good idea. So that have stopped you, that have stumped you. But this is your time. This is the time to bud, to blow, to blossom into a bright and beautiful future. Because we need to hear your voice. Your mic. We need to hear about your hurts, your habits, and your hang-ups, and your healing power. That's a barrier that you break down and build bridges through your stories. And so we want to encourage you to pick up your mic. It's not the time to be silent anymore. You have a message that's so powerful that you will give people hope, that they'll be able to stand on the promises and not sink on the promises. You want to be, and you want to do, and you want to have. You will share some pointers that's going to help you. Number one, you have to have a vision, a larger vision of yourself. If it's going to be, it's up to me. And if you're going to get through, it's up to you. You are the magic. So vision. So if you want to be more, you have to first stay more. Here's a vision picture. You know, isn't there a reason why you notice when you're driving your vehicle, there's a windshield in front of you so you can see further? So don't look at the view mirror. Don't focus on where you have been. Focus on where you're going. Because your future, bonus from Jonah, your future is so bright, you're going to need some sunglasses. So get a larger vision of yourself. Then the voice. We need to hear your voice. Speak up. The clarion call. You have the hope. Hope is an anchor. It's time to live your dream. It's time to write that book. It's time for you to open up that restaurant. It's time for you to record that poem. I don't know what it is for you, but I do know you are pregnant with possibility. Don't beat your dream, and beat it now. What time is it? 9 o'clock. Your voice is important. It's not an option. It's time now if you stop going along just to get along. The only time you should reach down to another person lower than you is to reach down to give them a helping hand. And then the third Z is your value. When your value is clear, your decision is easy. Oh, that's a bonus from Jonas. I said, when your value is clear, your decision is easy. Your value is your foundation, is your belief. And the foundation stands sturdy and solid. So we need to hear your voice. We need to see your value and see your vision and your value. So that's critical. Now, again, this is 2025. Maybe from January to July, and the 7th month is completion. Well, this is the 8th month, and the 8th month is a new beginning. You pregnant with possibility. Don't abort your dream. It's your dream. So I want to emphasize that to you. See, because this is a new beginning. This is a new you. And it starts right now. What time is it? 9 o'clock. But you have to be able to sound your trumpet. Charge with that voice. A clarion charge. And so here are some things I want to share with you that's critical. Not only you want to have the vision, not only you want to have the voice, not only you want to have the value, then what's drives you, turns you on. What is your passion? What is your purpose? Mhm. This is your season. This is your time, and this is your turn. There's nearly 8 billion people on the planet, and there'll never be another one just like you. No one else can duplicate your fingerprint, your handwriting, or your child. You are biologically unique. You are created in the image and the likeness of Almighty God. Mhm, mhm. So this is your time. This is your turn. So here's some C's I want to share with you. Number one, you have to be crystal clear on your message. What are your specialty? I specialize in public speaking and effective communication. Training people from around the world in corporate America. Over 69 different countries around the world. They used to laugh at me because I had a heavy accent. Mm-hmm. The principle was always dangling, and my subject and verb didn't agree. I worked hard on myself. I went to school. I took public speaking. I did DTM in Toastmaster. So they'll things to work harder on me, on my message. And that's what I'm saying. What I'm sharing you is trial, tested, and proven. And I'm sharing it with you. So you got to be crystal clear in your message. You have to say that jack of many trades, a master of none. That's the right call. It's jack of many trades and master of one. What is that one thing? What is that one thing that you are specializing? I don't know what is it. Maybe it's for you. It's a business. Maybe it's for you. It's corporate America. Maybe it's for you. I don't know. But we want to rob the grave of all of your talents. Come on, because somebody, we want you to use it right now. What time is it? Now o'clock. Want to do a new thing in you. The 8th month is a new beginning. Stop going along just to get along. So be crystal clear in your message and present it with confidence. With confidence, clarity. I know you heard that doubt and fear knocked on your door. Faith opened it up and there was nobody there. And you know, sometimes we got a conscious mind. And we have a subconscious mind. In your subconscious mind, people are telling you what you can't be, what you can't do, what you can't have. You can't be an author. You can't write your own book. You can't be an entrepreneur. That is dead. I know you can't do it because I kill it. I can do all things. I can do all things, which is critical. So we're going to continue to hold on, to fight. Don't you give up. Fight for your dreams. Fight for your goals. Fight for your aspirations. The time is always right to fight. Don't you give up. Don't you give in, and don't you give out. Because it's always too early to quit. Because a quitter never wins, and a winner never quits. And so, and then when you got to then the last thing I want to share with you, I'm so fired up. If you're not fired up yet, your wood is wet. The last thing is connection. You know, scientists have proven that we make 100% of our decision on emotions. And then we justify with logic. So you want your message to touch the person's heart. Then after that, but touch the people's heart, what they can be, what they can do, and what they can have. Then you want to touch their head. Check up from the neck up. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Don't let the world squeeze you into its mold. So you want to make sure you're connecting with people. Heart to heart, head to head. They'll know that you care. Because people don't care well, how much you know until they know how much you care. You know what I've also learned? People say people do business with those they know, like, and trust. But they listen to the people that they like. They only do business with the people that you can trust, that they can trust. And they trust you. Are you clear with your message? Are you not going over the place? People talk about a stream of a number of different ways of income, but you got to start with that one. I started with public speaking, and now I'm doing masterclass. Now I'm writing books, and now I'm doing conferences and seminars. But you got to start. Come on, you can't break. You can't do anything but don't start. Let me tell you something. All masters, bonus from Jonas. All masters was once a disaster. But you got to get started. If you want to be great, you got to get started. Bonus from Jonas. You also, when you're talking about community, always be short and sweet. Make your words short and sweet, because you never know which one you're going to have to eat. And when you cheat yourself in your preparation, it will show up in your presentation. Oh, I think that's another bonus from Jonas. I'm so fired up because I'm telling you, I want you to live your dreams and live your goals. To plant that seed and allow it to germinate and to bloom and to blossom into a bright and beautiful future. So this is your time. So mastering your message. Bill Mike, you need to hear your voice. And with the word being able to articulate, it's going to help you in your influence, make a greater impact and income from the bedroom, to the bedroom. You need communication. You need communication. Clear, so you can be able to talk to your husband, talk to your wife, get that raise, get that promotion, get that loan. Oh, come on, somebody. Be able to talk to your children on a level that they'll be able to listen to you. Words, being cheerfully asking to encourage them. This is all about. Did I do a quick view? Number one, larger vision of yourself. If you want to be more, you have to see more. Number one, we need to hear your voice. There's nobody else's voice in the world more powerful to your voice. What are you saying to yourself? Are you saying what you can't do and what you can't be and what you can't? Hey, let it go so you can grow. Is that affecting you when your value is the foundation that clears you to stand? Come on. And not only we are talking about horizontal, you got to first go vertical. You can go deep. Then you can go with your foundation. And then the 3 C's that I share. Number one, excuse me, still clear. Your message have to be crystal clear, heart to heart, from head to head, and then to the hand. Because the only time you should look down on another human being if you're looking down to lift that person up. And then present it with confidence. Just don't give your message, give yourself. Then the last one, again, is connection. A lot of people are talking, but they're not connected. So you want to talk to them so they can take it. We're not looking for change. We're looking for transformation. Move away from change to transformation. Because change is temporary, but transformation is permanent. I don't care how many legs the caterpillar has. I don't care how fast it can run. He can never fly until the caterpillar must die in order for the butterfly to fly. You need to fly high in 2025. You need to thrive in 2025. And then again, when you do these things, when you crystal clear with your message, and when you're making connection, communicate with connection, and then you are doing it with confidence, then you too will be able to master your message. Your mic We need to hear your voice. This has been Dr. Jonas Gatson, DTM, known as Mr. Enthusiastic. We just want to leave how you can get in contact with me. You can pick me up on LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram, or you can email me at jonaswiththebonus@outlook.com. That's jonaswiththebonus@outlook.com. And because of my great friend, Dr. Moseley, I'm going to give you my private number that you can call me, 585-703-9547. That's 585-703-9547. This has been Dr. Jonas with the bonus. Again, if you cheat yourself in your preparation, it will show up in your presentation. Always make your word short and sweet, because you never know which one you'll have to eat. And my motto is, since greatness is possible, excellent is not enough. Go for greatness. 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 Go for greatness.
Hi, I am Brigadier General Twanda E. Young, CEO and founder of LT3 Leadership Solutions, where we focus on making better leaders for society through emotional intelligence. Today I'm going to talk to you about a topic that many leaders really just don't want to talk about. And what is that topic? Conflict. I'm going to share with you the basis of conflict, the 5 stages of conflict, and give you some insights in how to deal with conflict. We sometimes tend to think that every conflict can be resolved. Well, here's a secret. It can't be. Not every conflict can be resolved. That's a fallacy. But every conflict can be managed. And when we talk about today, we're going to talk about some of those management tools for you to use when dealing with conflict. It's all about knowing yourself. How do you deal with conflict? It normally tends to come from our different life experiences and our knowledge of seeing things happen in front of us. Things we've picked up from our parents, we've picked up from other leaders that we've seen. I remember when I first came into the military, thinking that I was just the bomb diggity, if you will, if that's still even a word. And I was literally standing at the base of a rappel tower, the one that's depicted on the slide. And at the base of that rappel tower, I was speaking to a senior leader who pretty much told me that I had no right to be in the military and that he was going to ruin my career. Well, I didn't give him any basis. He had the authority over me, so why was it so important for him to ruin my career? I realized out of that experience that my emotions were overtaking me, and that in dealing with that conflict with him at that time, standing at the base of that rappel tower, I was ill-equipped. So I put in the work to figure out, how do I deal with conflict? Because I realized this wasn't going to be the first, nor was it going to be the last time that I met someone in my career that just had limiting beliefs that they wanted to place on me. So as you think about how you deal with conflict, go back to a particular situation, a scenario that you've dealt with, and walk through that process on how you dealt with that conflict. I figured out I had to learn strategy from my particular situation, and I learned how to make sure that the emotions that I was exuding were professional. Because at that time, I was about to be unprofessional and say some things I had no right to say or should have said in that particular situation. So conflict comes from learning from life experiences and the knowledge we've gained along the way. Now, there are different types of conflict that it shows up. It can show up in our emotions, it impacts our peace, and it impacts our environment. Conflict resides in all of those areas. Think about where you are today. Where do you see conflict raising its head? What are opportunities that you can use conflict to your advantage? Because not all conflict is destructive. Conflict can be constructive. Conflict in the workplace. Studies show that 40% of our workplace conflicts is through competing for goals, competing for resources. It can also be communication issues. That's 68%. And then we look at unrealistic expectations that are placed on us in the workplace is 33%. And the remaining percent is 70% is personality conflicts. Think for a moment. When is the last time you saw or was involved in a conflict at the workplace? Was it over competing goals and resources? Was it a communication issue? Was it setting unrealistic expectations? Or was it a personality conflict? Those four particular categories is where most place. But as you see on the slide, conflict is in our personal life and conflict is in our professional life. This particular gentleman that you see on the slide, he's getting it at home and he's getting it at work. So conflict is everywhere. It's how we use it. It's how we address it that determines whether it's going to be resolved or whether we have to figure out how to best manage it to our favor. A lot of conflict happens with lack of communication and understanding each other. You know, happiness, if I asked you to define happiness, it may mean one thing to you, but it means something to someone else. If I ask you to define love, it may mean something different to you than it means to me. And how we share in our communication, our tone, our tonality impacts how we can either resolve or manage that conflict. So in that conflict, I told you to hold fast in your mind. Think about how the conversation went. What was the tone of the conversation? What were the words that were being used in that conversation? And how were they being used that may have caused a misunderstanding? My husband and I do this thing called channel checking. And it is to lessen conflict in our communication. So as a woman, for me, I can think of 4 or 5 things at one time. And if that's you, give me a thumbs up. Yes, my mind can be thinking about what I'm going to be doing at home, a speaking engagement that I have, a training session I'm getting ready to do, an executive coaching session I'm getting ready to do. All of that can be going on in my mind while I'm having a conversation with him. And I used to just change in midstream on the topic of what I was discussing, which really irritated him because he couldn't keep up. So channel checking is where I now say, and he says it and our kids even use it, where I will say, Hey, babe, I'm on the finance channel. Hey, babe, I'm on you need to take me out to dinner tonight channel. That allows for us to be able to communicate and to follow each other's conversation without being agitated or annoyed. The same thing can apply at work. Coming up to you expecting you to do a whole lot of things, and you got 3 or 4 managers around you talking to you and at one time, wanting your time and attention. And you can stop them and say, hey, what channel are you on? Answer the question, what channel are you on? And what that allows for you in your brain is to decompartmentalize the conversations that you're having so that you remain more focused. I want to challenge you to think of conflict in a different perspective. That conflict can be used for innovative thought and for critical thinking. It can enhance critical thinking skills. Got a project that you and your team are working on, or a vision that you've just laid out for the team? Get them around the table. Allow for some good, constructive conflict to happen of exchange of ideas to be able to come away with the best possible solution for you then to make an informed decision on which way to go. When I was in the military, and I served for 33 years and enjoyed my time in the military, but as we dealt with some very sensitive and ambiguous kind of things in the military, there was a need to have more minds on a problem to get a better answer. But I didn't need groupthink. I needed them to honestly express their thoughts and back up what they were saying. So we started in our teams where we would have a safe word. And that safe word for us was Mustang, because that was my call sign. So around that table, when it got a little too heated and there was no progress being made, anyone around that table could say the safe word. And the expectations that we had set for the team was that once you heard those words, it was time for everyone to break for 5 minutes, go to your corners, go to the bathroom, grab coffee, get something else, just relax, go outside, get some vitamin D. But it was a breathing, a cooling off period for us. And then we would all come back and we would continue the discussion. So creating a safe word and then allowing your team to come up with what that safe word is so that you have buy-in and inclusion. So when I talk about conflict, I'm really talking in simplistic terms, because conflict at its core is just, I have a need and can it be met? I have a need and can it be met is the basis of conflict. Think about it for a moment. That conflict I told you to hold on to that you've seen or been involved in, what was the outcome you were looking for out of that particular situation? That was your need. I'll give you another example. You are in your job. You were told that if you kept doing well, that you would get promoted. However, when it came time for promotions, you didn't get the promotion, Joe did. And you're wondering why. So the conflict is that you were not given what it was you were promised. And it was given to someone else. So when you speak to your boss and share your thoughts, your need is twofold. I want to know why I didn't get the bonus and when am I going to get my bonus? And the boss proceeds to tell you, well, Tia, I'm sorry you were not able to get the bonus this time because the company is in the red. We thought that we were going to be in the black to be able to give you an increase, a bonus increase, but at this juncture, we're not. Not that it's off the table, but I cannot give it to you at this time. What you just did, that manager did with you, was to manage the conflict. They explained why. Not that it was going to make you feel good, not that you might not have even agreed, but at least you understood the premise behind why your need could not be met. So when you're in conflict, share with the other individual, here's why I can't meet your need. And you can see in that it will change the trajectory and the tone and the atmosphere of that interaction with the person you're having the conflict with. Remember, conflict is, I have a need, and can it be met? Conflict shows up in many ways. As I said, that it's I have a need and can it be met? It's also when there's a serious difference between two individuals about your beliefs, your ideas, or your interests. Simple conflict can be with you and your girlfriend. You want to go to this store, they want to go to that store. Well, to manage that conflict, you both compromise so that it's a win-win you're looking for to meet your needs. There is an instrument that I want you to do when you get an opportunity after you listen to this particular session today. It's called the Thomas Kilmann instrument. It's only 15 questions. And you answer those questions, you will find out what is your number one go-to conflict management style. And then what is your next? And it will give you just a quick synopsis on each so that you can begin to practice those particular types of conflict management styles. But then here's the cool thing. Once you know them, you're going to start looking at people, listening, looking at TV, looking at the different conflicts going on, and you're going to say, oh, that person's compromising. Oh, that person is competing. Oh, that person is collaborating. Oh, no, that person is accommodating. Oh, that person is avoiding. That's when you know that you have those tools solid in your toolkit to be able to utilize them to the best of your benefit to get your needs met. Emotional intelligence is very key when you're dealing with conflict. Being emotionally aware of you is extremely important. I want you to do this. I want you to write down what are your triggers. What triggers you? What just sends you off the top or makes you happy? As I said, conflict doesn't always have to be destructive. It can be constructive. But I want you to write down at least 3 of the triggers that you have. Here on this slide, you see these are all triggers that I have had, or some of them I still got that I'm working on. But these triggers, feeling devalued, feeling belittled, misunderstood, someone lying, someone ignoring me, someone pushing me down, not wanting to hear my voice. What are the triggers for you? Because if you are self-aware of what those triggers are, then you know how to deal with conflict when you find yourself triggered. You can then go back to those 5 conflict management styles, pull one out of your rucksack, and use that particular conflict management style to address the situation. Did you know there are 5 stages to conflict? Did you know that? 5 stages. There's the latent stage, when you are not aware that a conflict is about to happen. You and your girlfriend getting ready to go out, everything seems lovey-dovey, but there's about a conflict is about to happen. Then there is the perceived stage, where you kind of feel something. She's not as affectionate as she normally is. She doesn't want you to open her car door, and you perceive that something is awry. Then there is the felt stage. You can feel it. You feel the atmosphere is changing. Something is off. She's not looking at you. She's not talking to you. That is the felt stage. Then there's the manifest stage. It's like a volcano. You can see it. She's now, when you say something to her, she's responding very harshly. Her tone and her tonality is just off. And then the aftermath stage is either you sweet talked her, that she's going to let you off the hook, or you have to figure out how to manage pulling one of those 5, either accommodating, either collaborating with her, compromising, whatever it takes in order to get her back to where she was prior to the conflict. 5 stages. The latent stage, the perceived stage, the felt stage, the aftermath, the manifest, and then the aftermath, the 5 stages of conflict. We talked about a lot in a very short amount of time, but putting all these pieces together, what I want you to take away is 1, conflict at its core is I have a need and can it be met? Conflict is also constructive and it can be destructive. And finally, not all conflict can be resolved, but it can be managed with the proper tools. Thank you for joining me today. I want to share with you a little quote by Angela Davis that says, walls turned sideways become bridges. And that's how we manage conflict. If you'd like to have more information, have this conversation continue, join us for a seat at the table that we host every other month, where we have leadership discussions about topics like this, about dealing with conflict and mastering conflict like a Jedi. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to this presentation on Distract, Dispute, and Inspire. My name is Dr. Mark Holland, and the purpose of stories is what we're going to talk about today. Before we talk about our lesson for today, I just want to share with you the larger picture of what this is a part of. I am the founder of the Business Brilliance Summit, the Business Brilliance Academy, the Business Brilliance Conference, and the Building Business Brilliance, say that 15 times, coaching program. And I'm glad that you're a part of it. Now, this particular lesson on storytelling comes from the 3rd level. We have 3 levels of presentation within our program. We have the personal development, which includes things like mindset, health, emotional intelligence, finances, and such. We have business growth for those that want to start a business and need help in those areas. How do you automate your business? How do you grow your business? How do you increase your sales? And then we have the 3rd component, which is leadership, which is communication and networking. Now, this particular lesson about storytelling comes from pillar number 3 on networking. Now, when we talk about the purpose of stories, it's a couple of things that are going on. Stories serve to distract, dispute, and inspire. And we're going to drill down on those 3 elements. And remember this as you develop your story. Everyone has their own unique experiences to share. And what you want to do is really drill down and get the emotional components of stories that you have that you want to share, so that you draw the audience into your story And as you draw them in, they can see themselves in your story. So in effect, it's not all about you, even though it is about you. It's about how what you have experienced can impact and disrupt what others may be experiencing, although it might not be the same thing that you're experiencing, but it's it's an element of that story that will connect with the audience. And when it connects, it allows you to draw them in. No matter where you go, if you're going to talk about storytelling, one of the most important elements is audience perspective. Now, what do we mean by that? We mean if you're going to a real estate agent's office, understand how real estate people think, understand the lingo they use, understand what you have in you that connect us with what's in them. So pretty much three things. Why should the audience care about your story? At the beginning, connect with them. Tell them a little bit about yourself that may connect with something within them, some personal story about not going too deeply, but about how you had a conversation with your wife or your kids or your uncle, something that all of us can relate to. And then there's an essential question that they're asking. As they're looking at you, they're saying, why should I listen to Mark Holland or whatever your name is? Put your name there. Why should they listen to you? So you're trying to establish credibility. So understanding your audience is a key component. And the way you do that is you do a survey before you go to the presentation. You arrive early. Once you get there, you talk to John over in the corner who's been with the company for 30 years. And you ask John, what are some of the hot buttons around here, man? What's going on? What are y'all excited about? What are you not so excited about? And so after you're able to do that, then you go up to your presentation and you integrate that. And isn't John surprised, and doesn't he feel empowered when you say, when you're in the presentation, you say, I got a chance to talk to John. I understand he's been here for some years, and we talked about so-and-so and this, that, and the other. And then you're building rapport with the audience. So why should the audience care about your story? Why should they listen to you? And the way you get that going is you understand who they are, excuse me, before you get there. Now, here are those key points we talked about, the breakdown of the purpose. Distract. Why do I want to distract? So I want to capture the audience's attention. I want to draw them into my story long enough to get them to forget about what they're going through. So if I can get you to forget what you're going through, if I can make you laugh, if I can even make you cry, if I can draw you in to what I'm doing, then I'm distracting you from your current situation. Now, once I distract you, there's another step. I want to dispute your current beliefs about your situation. Let me give you an example of that. I was in a situation where I was feeling pretty powerless, and this was when I was in college, and I called my father, and I said, Dad, I don't know what to do. I'm confused. I understand the work, but I'm not into what I'm doing here in college. I'm very close to, and I listed the whole litany of things, and he said, Mark, what are you going to do about it? So he distracted me. I wasn't expecting that question. I was expecting to be able to just complain, and he listened, then get off the phone. But once he asked me what was I going to do about it, he distracted me. He said, wait a minute, there is something I can do. And he disputed the current thinking that I had at the time was, I'm a victim. I'm 19 years old. I'm here in school. I don't have any power. I don't have any money. But he said, wait a minute, what do you want to do about it? And then to get him off my back, I said, well, Dad, I think I want to go to Hampton University in Virginia. He said, good. I want to pick you up tomorrow at 6 a.m. Be ready. And I said, what do you mean? I've already started school. Long story short, he distracted me from my situation. He disputed what was in my mind a fact, which was not a fact, that I was powerless. And then he inspired me to do something. He said, what do you want to do? And when I gave him something, even though it was something that was really to get him off my back, that's what it was. Even though that was the case, he used that to inspire me. And we went to the school, and long story short, I'd love to talk to you about the whole thing one day. We drove down to Hampton University the next day. I transferred schools. This is where I met my wife. This is why I have my business. This is why I was in ministry for 24 years. When I made that change from that one question, from that What are you going to do about it? It distracted me. He disputed the situation, and then I was inspired to do something different. That's how you want to utilize your stories. Now, many of you know, I'm sorry, you may not know, my mentor is Les Brown, and I work closely with him. And one of the things he talks to me about and talks to many about is how he was in the Georgia Dome and he spoke to 80,000 people. Now, before I get into that, let me give you the backstory. His mentor had to get him out of the bathroom. And this is something that he laughs about today, because when he looked out there and saw those 80,000 faces, he was terrified. And yes, the Les Brown you're thinking about. But I love when he shares that, because when I feel my butterflies, I'm like, wait a minute, my mentor, who's one of the greatest to ever have done it, felt the same thing. Now, that's a larger scale than I've been able to reach thus far. But our job is to do what he did. He came out of that bathroom. And by the way his mentor got him out of the bathroom, he said, do it for your mother. So he distracted Les. And then he disputed Les's current thinking that there was nothing he can do. And he said, do it for your mother, because he knew how much Les loved his mother. And he came out and did a fantastic job. And so when he got in front of these 80,000 people, what was his job? Remember, our purpose in every story that we do: distract, dispute, inspire. One person, 10 people, 50 people, 80,000 people, same purpose: distract, dispute, and inspire. That is our job, because we have to get the audience's mind off of us and on to the reason why we have them there, to pull them into a different reality, distract them from what they're going through, dispute the reasons why they're going through it, and then inspire those people. So that was this is one of the greatest examples in history of that. Now, again, that important element of understanding your audience. Now, we got to realize, just think about that previous slide where Les Brown was in front of 80,000 people. He doesn't know what their problems are. He doesn't know but guess what? The audience may not even know what their problem is. But we still have the opportunity to distract them from whatever's going on in their life right at that moment. Dispute whatever they're thinking. I'm powerless. I'm not smart enough. I can't do it. I'm the wrong color. I'm the wrong weight. I'm the wrong age. Whatever we need to dispute. And then we say, I'm standing here and I had some limitations in my mind that were not real. You may have that same thing. Let me talk to you about how I overcame. Let me talk to you about how when my father got me to go to a school, my whole life changed. Let me talk to you about how when I left a job that was keeping me down and I started my business, let me tell you how now I have a 6-figure per month business. Let me tell you about this. And so you tell the people, as that normal guy, Mark Holland standing up here had had many challenges. Many may have been the same as what you have had, but you can do it. There's power in you. There's greatness in you. You're sowing into them that they can do it. And you know they can, because you did it. You overcame. You saw. You conquered. You can continue to do so. Now, as you teach different principles, I want you to remember that one of the biggest ways that we learn is by repetition. And so guess what I'm getting ready to tell you to do? Distract. These are just our simplified principles. Capture the audience's attention. Put some work into how you're going to open so that you grab their attention. I have this poem I love. It's by Benjamin E. Mays. I use it often, sometimes as an opening, sometimes as a closing, sometimes in the middle, but I have it with me. And I want you to think about somebody opening it like this. I have only but a minute, only 60 seconds in it. I didn't seek it and I didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give an account if I abuse it. It's just a tiny little minute, but all of eternity is in it. Now, when I use that as an opening, it grabs their attention. Anyway, where is he going with that? So I distract them from whatever they're thinking about, the roast in the oven, the argument they had this morning, the kids doing something crazy. I distract them and I grab them. And once I grab them, I have to tell them something that's going to challenge limiting beliefs. And once I challenge those limiting beliefs, they might think that they're not smart enough. I might say something like, when I was in the third grade, and give you a story about how I, fared in the third grade and what was not working for me and what was working for me. Whatever your story is, you want to challenge their limiting beliefs, because now you're the one in front. You're the one on stage, and they can do it too. And then you want to inspire them. You want to give them a charge. Hey, do this. You were made for this. You were born for this. And you give them what they need to move forward. Now, as I said, the Business Brilliance Coaching Program, for those of you who I will have the honor and the pleasure of working with, we'll talk about a powerful story, how it engages the audience. We'll talk about the use of anecdotes and creating connection. Sometimes I use a poem. This poem is called, let me just share it with you. Two natures dwell within my breast. One is foul, the other blessed. The one I love, the other I hate. But the one I feed will dominate. Now, when I share that poem, it connects with people in such a way where they start thinking about how are they utilizing what they're intaking. Are they realizing that they have choice and that some of the things that they're watching or reading are not helping them? Are they going to make a change? So we want to engage them. I'm telling them that, listen, I may have reached this point where I'm able to assist you, but I have choice just like you do. And because of the choices that I'm making, just the power of telling a story, and you have that power within you. And I want you to be proud of it, but I want you to work it, because it's a muscle. Storytelling is a muscle, and you have to be to the point where you're developing that muscle and you respect that muscle. And so I want you to be thankful that you have it, and then be a steward of it. Because when you're a proper steward of something, you treasure it. And you not only treasure it, but you grow it. So that powerful story that is within you, and there are many stories within you, but the wide wisdom is that people tell you that teach this, including my mentor, Les Brown, is get your signature story. What is that one thing that people know you about? And Les's signature story about him being a DJ and being fired and how that kicked off his career, that is his signature story. Now, as you grow, you have other things, but you always stay close to that signature story, because that's what is resonating with people. That's what got them in the seats. That's what got them in front of the TV. And so you use that, but then you use principles to help them to develop themselves. Why? Distract, dispute, inspire. Now, let's just talk about a few examples of distract, dispute, and inspire. Well, let's just drill down a little bit. Inspiring stories, when you're distracting, you grab attention. And I believe it was Eleanor Roosevelt. She said something that always sticks with me. She said, I don't know the secret of success, but I do know the secret of failure, and that's trying to please everybody. And so when I hear that, I think about, what are some of the things that I'm doing that I'm not doing as well as I could because I'm trying to please somebody else? That's what it does for me. It may do something totally different for you, but the point is to distract your audience, to distract them and let them know there's something different. Dispute what's in their mind, share personal challenges and beliefs. One of the things that we go through in under pillar one, I told you there was 3 pillars in our coaching program: the personal development, the business growth, and the leadership phases. So under that personal part, we go into core values and talking about SMART goals And we get to share there how you pull out these things and then inspire. We want to motivate. I don't know what is going to motivate you, but I know what has done things for me. So I can tell you about them and I can weave them into my story. And as I weave these things into my story, oh boy, things are going to be transformative. That's one of the things that I do. I was a pastor for 24 years. And when I left pastoring, because I wanted to support my wife and what she was doing, what happened there was that I became a transformative speaker. So when I talk to people all over the world, it is my goal to transform them by doing these three basic things: distract, dispute, and inspire. And just as I'm doing that, you can do it. And I hope that I'm able to help you in my coaching program to do just that. Now, what we want to talk about now is tweaking your story. Here's the deal. Basically, every time I tell my story, even parts that I may have said over and over again, it becomes greater. It becomes wonderful. For example, the part of the story where I tell when I was leaving Baltimore and I was the baby and my mother and I dropped tears. This is connected to the story at the beginning that I told you about me leaving and going to Hampton University. You know what happened? I ended up calling my mother when I was 3/4 of the way to Hampton. And when I called her, I heard, "If you believe in love, let's get it on." So my mother had gotten into her older music and she had gotten comfortable. Her son was gone. So she was just fine. And that resonates with people. What is it within your story that's going to resonate with people? Because we're all connected and we all have different views. And some people are going to hear it from me, but there are many people that are waiting to hear it from you. So adjust your narrative to hit key points after you've done your study on the people and what they're doing within their firms or as individuals or as teams. You get to adjust your narrative, and then it's important to repeat, review, and reinforce what you say. In everything we do, we must measure. And so the metrics for this presentation are exactly what we started with. Distract. What captures attention? How am I going to distract this audience? Dispute. What beliefs are challenged? Are they limiting beliefs? Are the beliefs that I'm too old, I'm too young, I'm too skinny, I'm too fat, I'm too this, I'm too that? What are you challenging? You've done your study and you're finding that out. And then inspire. What's going to motivate you into action? You can do better. There's greatness in you. Find the keys and bring them home. And in conclusion for this segment, and there's so many more segments that I hope you've enjoyed this one on distracting, disputing, and inspiring, but there's so many more I want to share with you, so many anecdotes. And I had the opportunity to go down to my mentor, Les Brown's home and interview him. And I just wanted to close with just a piece of what we talked about, because we talked for a couple of hours. And this is just a piece of that. And throughout the courses that I have are pieces of that interview that were impactful. So remember, as you do your story, distract, dispute, inspire. You can do this. You could be one of the best at it ever if you continue to practice. I want you to be encouraged because there certainly is greatness within you. Look at this film coming up, and we'll talk soon.
One of the things that I think is very important, that when we think about the fact that we live in a culture where most people don't believe in themselves. Just imagine 12 years of so-called education, which is indoctrination. There are no classes on how to build self-esteem, how to find a sense of purpose and meaning in life, how to overcome the challenges of life. No classes on how to increase your sense of worthiness. I remember as a kid, I would hear constantly, "Lord, I'm not worthy." And so what people do and how they show up in life is a reflection of what they feel that they deserve. So when the work that I'm doing and that you're doing and the speakers that we work with is distract people from the conversation they've picked up between the ages of 0 and 7 in the book called Learned Optimism by a gentleman who wrote this 26-year most exhaustive study on self-esteem. And he's from University of Minnesota. And he said, the things that we learn, the conversations that we hear, the experiences that we have in the environment where we are, we pick up habits and behaviors and attitudes and our visions of ourselves that will follow us for the rest of our lives unless there is an interruption.
Hi, it was a Wednesday evening I can remember because I listened to the radio earlier that day and I heard the radio announcer say, it's hump day. So we know hump day, that's Wednesday. That's what we call Wednesday. But on this day, I would get an email from a friend of mine, and not an email, text message, as I was sitting on my couch. You know how your phone light up when a text message come in a little, the light goes off, and I saw because the silencer was on the phone. So I began to read the text message, and when I read the text message, I saw that she was inviting me to a class that she was going to be taking that she thought would be beneficial for me. And she said, because she knows that I worked in the community a lot and this was a community health purpose, and she thought that it would enhance what I was currently doing. And she shared with me, she said, because I know you have a passion for just helping people, you're always helping someone. And then she said, and every time I see you stepping like you have purpose in mind. And when she said all that, she did not know that I would be a part of Her Excellency Dr. Theresa Moseley book project. She didn't know anything about any of that. But when she said those words, it just made me see that at this space, at this time, God had prepared for me to be in the right place. And so I'm thankful to him first, and then thankful to Her Excellency Dr. Theresa second for just affording me this opportunity to be a part of this collaborative work with peace, the collaborative work where we're dealing with our passion, our purpose, and peace. Understanding she's the peace ambassador, so she's been doing this for a while. So she knows exactly what she's doing. But today, I shared that story because when I started going to this particular class, I started learning some things I already knew, but there were many things that were watered, many things that were enhanced, many things that helped me to understand that wellness has more dimensions than just what people see in the physical realm. And so in doing so, I said, well, we're trying to build a better world by utilizing community health workers. And I said, well, how can we build a healthier world, one action or one act at a time? And we can do that, again, by understanding the dimensions. And today I want you to come along with me. We're going to pretend that we're having tea. And we're going to pretend that you have a cup, I have a cup. And we're going to sip on the cup to understand the dimensions of wellness so that we collectively and individually, through our own self-care, can have a better world, one action or act at a time. Let's understand some of the dimensions of wellness apart from just the physical. there's also we have the social. This collaborative book is an example of social wellness, meaning that you put yourself in positions to be at various events. You do things in such a way that you're getting involved in what's going on in your community, and you're looking at what are your communication skills. All of those things are involved in your social wellness. And then you have the occupational wellness. What's that career? Where do you work? What's your business? Those are just for just a few. And then the environment, looking at around you. How do you deal with your environment wellness? Do you have aromas going through your house? Do you have plants in your home? Do you look at what's going on out on the streets? Are you throwing trash into the trash receptacles, or are you tossing it on the ground? Those are things that are indicators of our environmental wellness. And how do we make it better, one action at a time? If it were environmental, put that trash, that can, into the trash receptacle instead of tossing it to the ground. Well, what about emotional? Because we know we are emotional beings. And sometimes what we need to do is understand that our emotions can be all over the place. Sometimes we can be overwhelmed. But there's a scripture, and I like using scripture, and that scripture tells us that cast all your cares on him because he cares for you. So when the emotions come and arise, understand that you can cast the cares of this world on him and allow him to carry you. But as we sip on this cup and understand what we're going to be talking about really quickly today, what we're going to be talking about is the fact that we're going to look at the spiritual realm. What's our spiritual realm? What's our spiritual boldness? Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. That's in the spiritual realm. Understanding that they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. That's in the spiritual realm. Abide in him and allow him to abide in you. That's in the spiritual realm. And then we take it to the intellectual. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Making sure that you are dealing with whatever mental things that might come your way. Put yourself in a position where you are doing things to stimulate you. Some people utilize puzzles. Some people utilize just the gathering in of new information so that they can use that information. So as you're sitting on your cup, sip on it spiritually, sip on the intellectual, and then the physical. And notice I put the physical last. Even though we are in these physical bodies, we want to make sure that our spirits are right. We want to make sure that we're in tune, that we can look upward and be thankful and grateful from within, and look upward and be thankful and grateful. We want to be sure that our intellect, having the mind of Christ, being transformed by the renewing of our mind, and then the physical. That's what we know that we are to eat properly, eat the fruits, the vegetables, rest, taking air, taking sun, get our vitamin D. All of those things are a part of the physical. But if we want to make the world healthier, one action or one act at a time, sip on the cup of wellness, understanding that allowing yourself to meditate on his word day and night, spiritual, intellectual, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The mind is area, getting that proper, and then the physical. What are we eating? What are we drinking? How are we resting? Are we getting the 6 to 8 hours of sleep at night? I'm working on that. I'm letting you know I'm working on it. That's one that I'm really working on, doing the things that I do and how I deal with the family. So I just wanted to come by real quick and let you know that as we build a world, a compassionate world, a peaceful world, a purposeful world, let's do this one action at a time. Whatever good deed you can do for another with compassion, love, caring. You know that saying, am I my brother's keeper or my sister's keeper? And I would say when it comes to our wellness and health, yes, we are. Share the information. When you learn about a thing, share it with someone else so that you're not living on an island isolated by yourself, but you are bringing your brothers and your sisters along with you. I am Dr. Arlene Span. You can find me at beginningwithcompassion.com because I believe that everything should start with love. Everything should start with compassion. And as we are walking in our purpose, looking at what drives you, that passion, I know that with the book collaborations and things that each of those authors have written, you're going to find peace. Dr. Arlene Span saying, sip on the cup of wellness, spiritually, intellectually, and physically.
Hello, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am the founder and owner of Tap In Magazine, a global publication, where we help entrepreneurs amplify their voices, their stories, to make sure that they're seen, heard, noticed, and celebrated. With over 700 online distribution channels, we emphasize entrepreneurs' authority, credibility, and visibility, and help them to expand their network on a broader scale. We also help entrepreneurs get featured in television shows, podcasts, and on speaker platforms. I'm known as the networking ninja, where I help entrepreneurs, whether you are a seasoned networker or just getting started in networking, to go from value into a room to leaving with opportunities. I'm so super excited to be a part of the Passion Purpose Peace Summit. This is an amazing summit to where you will be hearing from entrepreneurs all around the world. My passion is the power of networking and how it can elevate your business and take it to the next level. I'm going to be sharing with you 3 strategies. One is how to initiate a conversation. 2, when is the best time to network? And 3, the follow-up. That's the big one. How do we close the deal? As a network marketer with over 20 plus years of experience, when I very first started out, I would get nervous about how do I walk into a room or how do I approach a prospect and let them know about my products and services and what I had to offer. I knew it had to initiate with the conversation. But how do we begin the conversation? Let me share with you. To initiate a conversation, you want to be your authentic self. You don't want to add no fluff or anything into it. We're not pitching when we first meet someone. We're only introducing ourselves. Now, whether you're in a professional environment or just on a casual setting, you want to determine how do you want to really initiate that conversation. You might just want to initiate it and say, hello, how are you? My name is Dr. Tandra Price, and end with a firm handshake. Or if you're in a casual setting, hi, how are you? My name is Tandra Price. And then end with a hug. We have to think about just being our authentic self. We're not adding a lot into it and we're not pitching. 2, we want to be able to ask open-ended questions. We want to make sure that the conversation keeps going. So we want to make sure that we're always continuously asking open-ended questions. 3, we want to do a compliment. You always can initiate a conversation with a compliment. People love it when you talk about them. I love it when I get talked about because I wear a lot of nice jewelry. But if you can always start with an initial compliment, a genuine compliment, it will get people talking. Again, I'm always shoe shopping. I'll go into the store and I may see someone with some amazing shoes on and I'll be like, oh my goodness, are those some of your shopping shoes or those your vacation shoes? I'm always trying to keep the conversation going about them, not about me, but you want to make sure that it's always about them. The 4th thing you want to do is ask people's opinion. Now, this one could be a tricky one. You might have to stop them sometime, but you always want to ask people about their opinion. People love to talk and give their advice about different things. The 5th thing is we want to have a humor joke. I always, no matter where I go, I always keep a pocket joke. I keep that pocket joke for the simple reason that I want to break the ice when I get into a room. If I'm feeling a little uncomfortable or something, I will start with the bust out a humor joke, just so people can know that, hey, it's okay to talk and laugh together and that I'm approachable at the same time. And lastly, most leastly, you want to make sure that you are paying attention to your observation, your surrounding. It is the best way to initiate a conversation. Just think, if you're at a football game, a basketball game, you could talk about things that's going on in the room. Even if you're at a networking event, you can say, hey, is this your first time being here or have you been here before? You always want to take advantage of those special moments that you are in your environment that you can strike up a conversation. A lot of times we miss that point because we're always thinking about, what should I say? I don't know what to say. But just think about fun things that are around you that you can start talking about to kind of end the deal. Now, a lot of times we talk about, we always feeling like we have to have a certain place to network or, we can't just network just any old place. Yes, you can. See, networking is done 24/7, and we need to be making sure that we're implementing networking into our daily routine. From the time you wake up to the time you go to bed, you are networking. But you don't have to network at certain places. Now, if you happen to be at a professional spot or location, great. But if you're not, you can do simply networking at the grocery store, the gas station, Target, Walmart, anywhere you're going, you're thinking about networking. But let's put it to a different way. If you're at a professional setting, say like at a chamber event, alumni event, say if you're volunteering, which is one of my very favorite places to network because now we're all on common ground. It's nothing better than if you're networking with someone where you're on the same common grounds and we're volunteering, whether it's for a walk or for, say, cancer. You are all on the same common ground. So now you have good conversation. You got good chemistry that you can sit there and start talking with each other about. Another favorite one of mine is career fairs. You can always go to a career fair. It is the best place to network. One, you have a ton of companies there that you can be networking with and finding out exactly what they're looking for or how they could be a part of your business too. You're actually looking at people that are looking for employment. So there are people there that may be tech people, editorial, any type of in career fair that you're at, you can always take advantage of the room. You want to be able to work the room, go into the room, working it and not letting it work you. So think about different ways or different conversations that you can have, but they are the best places. My last and most important one is charity events, because there people are raising money. I am an entrepreneur and I have a product and service that I would love for someone to purchase. And if I know that people are already spending money or raising money for a certain cause, then I'm going to be connecting with those people. So think about that. Always make sure that you're exercising all the places that you're at to network. Even when you wake up in the morning, you send your email messages out, you're doing video chats, you're doing videos, all of those are networking. They're not a certain place. They're not a professional place. They're on your own common ground. So think about networking is 24/7. You're always networking, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, you're networking. And you want to make sure that you have a goal. I hear a lot of times that, you know what, networking just doesn't work for me. There are so many benefits when you network. And if you do it effectively and efficiently and correctly, you're wanting to be able to position yourself to where no matter where you go, that you can walk into a room and leave with a contact or an opportunity. There's so many benefits in networking. One of the benefits is it is increasing your visibility, your credibility. The more you're out there, the more that they know or that you're prospects know that you're not just that one-top shop. You are out there and you're actively working. You are exercising your passion and your purpose of what you're doing. Too, you get to meet all kind of collaborators. There are so many people that are looking to collaborate and build business. We know as entrepreneurs, we can't do this thing by ourselves. So we need those collaborators to make sure that we're on track, that we're moving and going toward our goal. You get access to resources. There are tons and tons of resources out there. Grant money, different type of buildings. Different type of programs that you can use for your particular type of event. Think about all the resources. Industry trends. You're going to know so much about what's going on in the industry. Brand awareness. No matter all the times you see your brand, Tapped In Magazine, you're going to see us in coffee shops. You're going to see us at conferences, workshops. You're going to see our brand. And here's the good thing about the benefit is that you get access to decision makers. Have there been times when you ever thought about, oh my goodness, I would love to meet the person who can help make the decision to get my business into their business? Think about that. The more that you're out there, the more that you are being exposed. One thing I do know is that if you're not visibly in front of your prospects, making it easier for them to be able to connect with you, the harder it is going to be for you to grow your business. We have to have clients. We have to have customers in order to grow our business. But we got to make sure that we know what type of networker we are. This is a good thing when you think about owning the room, walking in with value, and you leaving out with opportunities. You are already adding value the minute that you walk into the room. You're an entrepreneur, you have a business, you've been in business for so long, you've already helped tons of clients. This is the value that you bring. Now let's work the room. As a communicator or a networker, when I go into a room, I am what they call a social butterfly. I'm that type of person that can walk into a room, and no matter who's inside that room, I'm going to make sure that I'm networking with them. I'm not going to go just on the perimeter of the room. I'm going to go inside of the room, and I'm going to make a connection with those. I'm going to shake out my hand or say, hello, how are you? Even if I have to do a hug, I'm making sure that I am that social butterfly. And I may even have somebody who's next to me and introduce them to someone. So you have to think about the impact that you can make when you walk into the room. And the only way that you can make that impact is knowing what type of communicator you are and the strengths of your communicator that you are. Think about the impact, your strengths that you can leverage, because see, it goes way beyond just walking into the room. Once you now into the room and you know exactly the impact you can make, then that's when the opportunities come. You can think about people who are just digital communicators. They're only going to talk to you in the digital space. What about the buffet eaters? These are the people that just come to the buffet, but they know a whole lot of people who are in the room. You definitely want to connect with them. Are you that person just coming for social hour, just for cocktails and hors d'oeuvres? Think about what type of networker you are. Research what type of networker that you are. Now, let's talk about closing the deal, sealing the deal. This is the follow-up part. This is the big one, which is the follow-up. We want to make sure that anytime that you go into an event, no matter where you are, not even just an event, but even if you're not at an event, even if you're at a casual outing, make sure that you follow up within 24 to 48 hours. It's crucial. It's important that to make sure, because life be lifing. And after that 24 to 48 hours, you will be forgotten about. So make sure that you follow up. But when you get ready to go in, set a goal of how many people that you want to meet, who you're there to connect with. Make sure that you're setting the goals in order to get the best follow-up out of your stuff, okay? Make sure that you're doing research. Find out who's hosting the event, what the attendees are, who the speakers are, how long they've been there. And I want you to also to prepare your introduction, not your pitch, your introduction. I need for you to make yourself memorable. You need to make yourself memorable. So when the event is over, you would have made an impact. People know who you are. The people who you connect with know who you are. I want you to practice your networking skills. It is so important in the follow-up process that you're practicing your networking skills, because you got to remember what that person said, right? Listening is the most important networking skill. You got to know what they said in order to be able to follow up with them. You want to make sure that all your information, your presence is updated. You don't want to be able to give someone at an event your link and your link is not working. They don't have access to it. You have a malfunction. Look at all your stuff before you actually go to the event. make sure that you're connecting with at least 5 people when you go to the event. Okay. And make sure that you're connecting into their Facebook group. That's a part of that whole follow-up. Now that you got the follow-up, you know exactly when you're going to set that schedule, which is 24 to 48 hours. You're going to connect with them on all social media platforms. You're going to make sure that they are in your robust CRM system. You're going to start sharing relevant information with them, because one of the most important things is we have to stay engaged. And you're going to set a calendar reminder, because even though that you meet with them that first time, don't mean that you stop meeting with them. It is a process. We can share that information with you in our new ebook that's called Talk That Talk. It breaks down all the scripts, all the setting your calendar reminder, your follow-up plan, but it gives you more in detail of how you can follow up and seal the deal. Remember, you're walking into the room with value, but you have to leave with opportunity. And when you're leaving with those opportunities, you want to make sure that you at least connect with at least 5 to 6 people. I say no more than 5 people. See, the best thing about it, when we think about networking, it is making sure that you are genuinely interested in the person that is in front of you that you're prospecting with. You want to make sure that they know exactly what it is that you have to offer. And remember, when we do networking effectively and efficiently, and we do it right, it yields a lot of results to come. But we want to think carefully about the message that we're putting out. We want to make sure that it's clear and concise, that they know exactly what we have to offer. And we have to tell them how to get our offer and what it looks like without our offer. So when you think about the power of networking, it comes in so many different facets, so many different ways where you could be able to elevate your business and take it to the next level. You want to be able to show that you walking into the room, own the room, and the room not owning you. I am so excited to be a part of the Passion Purpose Peace Summit. Thank you for letting me share my passion with you on how the power of networking can help you elevate your business. To connect with me, go to TapIn, that's TAPIN, magazine.org. You can go there. You can find out how to be featured on our front cover, how we can feature your story on our front cover. And more importantly, you can grab our ebook. Our new ebook that's out is called Talk That Talk, where we're showing you strategies, tips, and scripts on how you can walk into the room with value and leave with opportunity. Enjoy your time here at the Passion Purpose Peace Summit. Again, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am the founder and owner of Tap In Magazine.
When the heart is at peace, the home is a refuge for healing. That's my opening quote in my chapter of the book, Peace Within, the home, the school, the community, the world. My chapter, Peace Within, a survivor's path to harmonious home and life. My name is Kamaria Richmond, and I'm a stroke survivor, storyteller, media professional, and best-selling author. And those are not just words on a page, but it's a lesson my life demanded I learned, and I'll share with you why. In 2005, I was living life at the speed of ambition. I thrived in the luxury retail space. One rollout, one flight, one meeting, I was all ago. I spent time with family and friends in a thriving church community, but my body was sending me little whispers. And I heard the whispers, but I kept moving anyway. And all throughout that year, I had one health challenge after the other. By late summer, I decided I'd work for a smaller retailer and see if I could shift the energy and get everything right. Well, 3 months in, because my work ethic never changed, I had to stop working altogether, still moving at the speed of ambition. I decided I'll take some time, get healthy, and in 2005, get back on track. But during that time, I suffered a stroke. and I had to learn the basics of life all over again. And doctor's appointments and therapy appointments became my new normal. Healing became my job. And what saved me, besides the grace of God, my mother as my patient advocate, my family and friends and church community, was I had already started laying the foundation for peace in my life back in the 90s. I was already doing yoga and meditation and sound frequencies to help get me throughout the day. And that's what I'd like for you to take away from my talk. Yes, the storm will come, but it's how we weather the storm that makes the difference. And if you set a blueprint or a foundation for your life, you will be able to get through it. And throughout the years, I've used many tools to help keep me on this peaceful journey. And peace isn't devoid of, no drama, no challenges. It just means that when the challenges come, you're able to weather the storm. But I want to share with you 4 principles, easy ones, that I've used. And I'll refer to my notes. 1, make sure your space is void of clutter, because clutter in your space can mean clutter in the mind. 2, choose peaceful energies. Use soothing colors, natural lights, and scents that calm you. For me, I have to have a daily dose of lavender every day, whether it's in a candle or something I put on my skin. It's a must-have. 3, protect your time and your boundaries. And that means trying to make your space and your life as drama-free as possible. And I know as busy working professionals and entrepreneurs and folks with families and loved ones, that the day gets a little hectic. But I'd like for you to consider this. You have the power to say who and what will be in your space. You have the power to say who and what brings value and joy. 4, create daily rituals. That may be a morning gratitude meditation, evening reflections, or just taking a moment to sit in the stillness and the silence after work. And taking this time for yourself is not selfish. We know that if we don't take care of ourselves, we can't take care of that big project at work or what's going on with the parents or with the kids or anything else in our life. So take the time to do that for yourself. 5, lead with resilience. Your home can become the training ground that you need to be able to handle life's challenges and storms when they do come. Now, remember that peace is not devoid of all of that. It just helps us to stay steady. And we want to stay steady. The other thing that's really helped me is that in 2011, my sorority sister started my podcast, The Stroke Diva Fabulous Show. And it's produced by my company, KRM, Kamaria Richmond Media. And what I've learned in doing this podcast is that by sharing our stories, we help empower one another. There isn't a show that hasn't happened or that hasn't gone by and I haven't said to myself, oh my God, that's another aha moment. I'm going to use that tip to add to my spiritual toolkit or to add to one of my daily routines. So sharing our stories is so important. I love sharing my story, and I hope that you consider to share yours too, because as we share our stories, we are building the framework for peace with peace throughout this world. Now, what I'd like for you to do is to just take a moment and get still, get quiet, maybe even have a notepad. Write down or think about, what does peace mean for you? What does it mean to have peace in your home, in your school, in your world, or in our general world? What does it mean? What tools can you use to help keep you grounded and filled with joy? Because it really is that peace that brings me joy. That's something I really like to focus on. So think about that. Take a minute and reflect on the things that bring you joy and how that adds peace to your world. And so thank you for listening to my story. I love sharing my story. I went from doing all the things to having to learn how to do all the things. But with the grace of God and family and friends and a church community and affiliations that I have in my life, I have been able to thrive. And I pray the same thing happens for you. Thank you. If you'd like to connect, please send me an email at kamariatrichmond@gmail.com. I'm wishing you peace on your journey. Many blessings. Namaste.
Hello, leaders and community builders. I'm Her Excellency Malaysia Harrell, a veteran, a board-certified psychotherapist, WOMA United Nations Peace Ambassador, spiritual transformation coach, award-winning entrepreneur, and best-selling author. But most importantly, I'm a woman who knows what it feels like to survive what was meant to break you. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Those were the words that echoed in my soul as I watched the second plane crash into the Twin Towers on September 11th, 2001. In that moment, something ignited in me, a fire to serve, to protect, and to live for something greater than myself. And I did. I was commissioned as an officer in the United States Air Force. I served with excellence and I led with honor. But what no one knew was this: while I was saving others, I was silently losing myself. Here's what I know now. You cannot heal what you continue to hide. I want to say that again. You cannot heal what you continue to hide. The truth is, the mask may help you survive, but it will never allow you to thrive. Raise your hand if you've ever worn a mask just to make it through the day. Yeah, me too. I've seen it in my own life, and now I guide others through the same sacred process, from heartbreak to healing, from confusion to clarity, and from striving to soul-aligned living. And I'm here to remind you that your story is not just one of your own healing. It's meant to be a light for someone else. Your past doesn't define you, but it can refine you. And if you're willing to look beneath the surface of your pain, you'll find purpose waiting on the other side. So yes, I help people stop performing and start transforming, to finally trust that your healing is not just possible, it's powerful. And your story, it was never a setback. It's the foundation of their calling. Now, fast forward to 2020, following a traumatic deployment. When I returned home, I was in debilitating pain for weeks that I just could not explain. That led me to being admitted into Walter Reed Medical Center. I recall the white sheets, the smell of the alcohol for sterilization, and the many needles being stuck throughout my entire body. I knew I was knocking at death's door. I was ignored, overlooked, and unheard. They even sent in a psychiatrist to assess me, and I begged them not to send me home. Eventually, they took a sample from my hip. The results came back. Sepsis, a full-blown infection in my left hip. It's a bacteria in your blood that starts shutting down your organs. It's highly fatal, and many people don't survive. After 2 months of being in that hospital, I nearly died. Lying there, broken, breathless. None of my titles mattered. And God whispered, "This is not your punishment, it's your preparation." That was the moment that changed everything. I realized at that moment I wasn't being crushed. I was being called, not broken down, but broken open. And the only way to hear God's voice was to surrender and take off the mask. But I didn't die because God had a different plan. I was being crushed, yes, but not buried. I was being called to serve a higher purpose. Over the next 5 years, I would endure more than I could ever imagine. 9 surgeries, oral chemo, weight gain up to 254 pounds, hair loss, and a complete unraveling of the woman I once knew. And yet I stand before you today by the grace of God, whole, not because of the absence of pain, but because of the presence of purpose. So today, I want to share with you 4 truths that shaped my healing, and I believe they will unlock yours. Number 1, the mask may help you survive, but it will never allow you to thrive, as I previously said. I mastered the art of wearing masks long before I ever mastered the art of loving myself. You see, as a young girl, that survival required silence. That strength meant not crying, not cracking, not crumbling. So I overachieved. I performed. I earned all the accolades, the promotions, because I thought if I looked successful enough on the outside, maybe I could outrun the ache on the inside. But the soul cannot breathe behind the mask. I'll never forget the day that I walked into a room and the applause around me and felt absolutely nothing. No pride, no joy, just emptiness masked as excellence. It wasn't until I let the mask fall, tear-stained, trembling, terrified, that finally began to breathe again. And slowly, I began to remember who I was before the world told me who to be. So I ask you, who are you without the pressure to perform, without the armor? Because your worth has never been in your favor. It's in your being, and it's safe now to be seen. Number 2, commit to the art of surrender. You see, I used to think that surrender was failure. It was weakness. That if I let go, everything would fall apart. But I was wrong. Surrender is a sacred strategy. It's not giving up. It's handing it up. It's realigning with what already belongs to you. There came a point where I couldn't hustle my way out of exhaustion. I couldn't plan my way into peace. So I paused in the stillness. And for the first time, I heard God say to me, beyond all of the noise, you don't have to chase what I've already assigned to you. Begin your day with 2 sacred minutes of silence, no phone, just presence. My alignment mantra: I align, I don't chase. And I encourage you to do some mirror work, speaking into the little person, reminding yourself that you are now safe. Oprah once said, you don't become what you want, you become what you believe. So I ask you, what do you believe when no one's applauding? What do you believe in the stillness and the silence? That belief will shape everything. Number 3, your pain wasn't just allowed, it was assigned. I used to beg God to take the pain away. The childhood trauma, the military burnout, the hospital bed where I almost lost my life. Each chapter felt so unfair, unbearable. But now I know pain wasn't my punishment, it was my preparation. That revelation birthed God Has My 6, my memoir of trauma, survival, and resurrection. And let me be honest, I didn't write that book to tell a good story. I wrote it because I needed every person to know that your pain has not disqualified you, it has qualified you. The same pain that tried to bury you holds the oil that anoints you. Your suffering has sacred weight. It carved out your capacity to lead, to love, and to rise. Don't waste it. And number 4, your purpose is not found, it's remembered. You for purpose, like it was something hidden in a corner office or on a speaking stage. But purpose isn't out there. It's not in your brand or a title or your salary. Purpose is within you. It's buried under the rubble of roles you were never meant to carry. It's beneath the armor you had to wear to survive. And here's the truth. The version of you that was built for survival cannot carry the weight of your divine assignment. That version was necessary back then, but now it's time to become. Purpose is in the stillness, in the surrender, in the moments when you ask, who am I really? That's when the remembering begins. You are not becoming someone new. You're remembering who you've always been before the world made you forget. I created Blissful Life Consulting for people like you, for the ones who has the titles, all the accolades, all the material possessions, but not the peace. For the one who is praised publicly, but crumbling privately. For the person who is ready to heal, not just function. You don't need to do this alone. This is your invitation to stop performing and to start becoming. One of my clients came to me after years of building a thriving graphic design business. She had just secured multiple contracts, multi-million dollars. And she was recognized for her work, highly regarded. And on the outside, she looked like the picture of success. But behind the scenes, she was exhausted. She was unfulfilled. and questioning whether she was truly living in alignment with her purpose. Through our work together, she gave herself permission to pause, to explore what was beneath the pressures and productivity. And that pause, it transformed everything. She didn't just pivot her business, she redefined success on her own terms. And that's what we do at Blissful Life Consulting. We don't just build resumes, we restore identities. We don't just coach through the next milestone, we guide you back to your soul. So here's my prayer for you today. May you stop apologizing for your brilliance. May you lay down what's breaking you in order to rise into what's calling you. Over the past 5 years, as a result of sepsis, I walked through that fire. And on my own healing journey, I'm here for you today to show you that you can walk in your purpose. And you're not called to merely exist, but to evolve. The call on your life will not always come with a spotlight. It may come wrapped in pain and silence and confusion and transition. It may come after loss. It may come after burnout. It may come after you break down, but it will come. And when it does, baby, you won't need permission from anyone. You won't need to be perfect. You'll only need to be willing to become aware of who you really are underneath all of those masks, willing to awaken to what you've been suppressing all these years in order to just make it through. And most importantly, willing to answer the call, not for applause, not for performance, but because your healing, your wholeness, and your alignment will unlock someone else's freedom. So the question is not if you're called. The question is, will you answer that call? Because the truth is, you already know. You've always known. And now it's time to trust that knowing. It's time to walk in it, speak from it, and lead through it. Because your calling is not somewhere far away from you, waiting for you to arrive. It's been waiting for you to come home. Let's heal the pain. Let's heal that pain in sight. Let's rewrite the narrative. Let's choose peace and purpose. Because peace is not passive, it's powerful. I'm Malaysia Harrell, your psychotherapist, spiritual transformation coach, and your reminder that healing is necessary and wholeness is your birthright. Thank you.
Now, do you realize that life will throw us unexpected curveballs that we never see coming our way? What do? How do you react? How do you respond when that adversity hits you? Now, I've gone through my share of issues, challenges, trauma, and I know I'm not alone. But what I've learned through the pain, through my purpose, and through the power of resilience is that your setbacks don't define you unless you allow it to. And today I want to share with you guys 3 powerful keys that will help you go from tragedy to transformation. I believe that they'll help you rediscover your passion, your purpose, and your peace as well. My name is Tyran Jackson. I am an author, I am a speaker, I am a certified life coach, and I help those going through trauma, tragedy, and transition make the transformation to be triumphant in life again.
Now I'm going to share with you my story, my journey on how I had to realize that what we go through does not necessarily have to define us, and how we can shift and we can use and we can leverage what we go through in order to be able to find that peace, reclaim our power, and truly understand our purpose in life. I want to take you guys back, 2018. In 2018, my wife Malika and I, we were celebrating a momentous time in our lives. We were getting ready to celebrate 15 years of marriage, and we decided to celebrate that we were going to do things a little bit different. That we were going to go on a trip, go on a vacation, and spend 5 days in the Bahamas, in paradise, and get away from the work responsibilities, get away from the family responsibilities, get away from everything that was taking time away from us in our lives, and focus on spending time together. Now, leading up to this time, we had a lot going on related to work. Malika had just gotten promoted at a director level within her job. I was traveling all over the place. And so we really needed this time to reconnect. So we dropped our son Cameron off with his aunt and uncle a day before we're going to get off and take on this trip. And we go to the Bahamas and we get there. All-inclusive resort. We're spending 5 days in paradise, and the first 2 days are great. Time at the beach, fruity drinks, time at the pool. And we're excited about this time together because it is allowing us to be able to spend that time bonding and having the conversations that we should, talking about what we're going to do the next 15 years and the next 15 years after that. On the third day of the trip, we decided that we're going to leave our resort and we were going to go on an excursion. Malika wanted to tour the island, and they had an attraction where you could actually go swimming with the pigs. And this was something that she really wanted to do. So we picked that day as the day that we were going to take this trip. So we get up that morning, go to the edge of our resort, get picked up by a bus, and take it to the marina, where we're going to get to decide, get to spend the day together and spend it out there on the ocean. We get to the marina and we have a decision to make. We can either do an 8-hour excursion and spend the whole day out at sea, or we can do the 4-hour half-day excursion and get back to the resort in time to do some other things. We talked about it, and I said, well, I'd rather go back and go golfing this afternoon, so how about we do the half-day excursion? And Malika was fine with it. She said she would go to the spa and have her a good time as well. So we board our boat, and at 9 a.m. we take off. And as we're taking off, I got my arm around Malika, and I'm thinking to myself, this is the most important, enjoyable time of our trip. We're going to have a great adventure, and I'm with the woman that I love and the woman who I plan to be with for the rest of my life. The weather's great. The smell of the sea, just so intense and so inviting. And I'm thinking that this is going to be an amazing day, a day we'll never forget. And lo and behold, it was a day we never forget for reasons that I wish I could go back and change. At 9:08, unbeknownst to us, there was a fuel leak emanating from the fuel tank right below where Malika and I were sitting. Something caused a spark, and the boat exploded. Yes, you heard me right. The boat exploded. Next thing I knew, I found myself waking up face down on the surface of this burning boat. My right leg on fire, literally from the flames. It's burning. My left foot is severed. I could see my ankle bone, blood rushing out. I ended up having a broken right foot, 3rd-degree burns on my right leg, fractured pelvis, fractured vertebrae, bruised ribs, broken collarbone. And I was in and out of consciousness 5 times. Malika was injured. She was thrown off of the boat into the ocean, her and one other passenger. And as I was starting to come to, I realized that I had to move or else I was going to lose my life. Now, passengers from that second boat that I mentioned that was on the full day tour, they were still close to us and they were yelling, "Get off the boat, get off the boat." And as I'm trying to come to, I'm trying to push myself up, but I crumble. I try to push myself up again and I crumble again. And the only thing I could do was reach my right hand out and put my fingertips in the ridges on the surface of that boat just to drag myself a couple feet away from the flames. As I get to the edge of the boat, I pass out. Now, by the grace of God, some of the passengers on the second boat swim over and pull me off before the second fuel tank explodes. But as they get me to that boat, I'm asking, what about my wife? Now, there happened to be a third boat that picked up my wife and one other passenger and got them to shore and got them to a clinic. And eventually they got me on the truck headed to that clinic. And as I get to that clinic, I'm thinking to myself, dear God, I hope my wife is okay. I hope Malika is good. I hope she's getting through this. They put me on a stretcher. They wheeled me into the clinic. As they wheeled me in, I hear Malika, her moans, her suffering, her agony, and I can't do anything about it. There's one doctor at this facility, and when he finally gets over to me, I ask him, how's my wife? And they tell me that they're going to have to send me and this other passenger to the good hospital, and that she will come later that afternoon. So they wrap my foot up, put me on an ambulance, get me to the airport, fly me to Nassau to the good hospital. I go into emergency surgery. I wake up in ICU several hours later. I'm waking up expecting and thinking that Malika should be there by then. As I wake up, 2 doctors come in the room, and as I ask them, where is my wife? How is my wife? The 2 doctors look at each other in confusion. They leave the room, they come back in, and then they tell me, Mr. Jackson, we hate to inform you, but your wife didn't make it. Now here I am, heartbroken, because I just had the news that after 15 years of marriage together, that my wife, she died at that clinic, and they didn't want to tell me that before they put me on the airplane to go to this hospital. What was supposed to be that celebratory time was no more. It now became tragic. As I cried myself to sleep that night, I was hoping that this was all a nightmare. I wake up the next morning, I realized that I got to do something I know I don't want to do, but I have to do. I had to call our 12-year-old son and tell him over the phone, son, your mom's never coming home again. I have to hear him on the other end in pain, disbelief, in shock, as I am as well, that this is our reality. Later that day, they tried to reattach what was left of my foot in surgery. And what happened was my foot was infected, and the infection started going through my body, and my organs started shutting down. So in a matter of about 3 hours, I saw my vital signs go from green to yellow to red. And I thought to myself, God, you've taken my wife, I've broken my son's heart, and now you're about to take my life as well. I was in the truest state of despair, and I thought that the next time I closed my eyes was going to be the last time I closed my eyes. Now, there were a lot of things happening in the background that I wasn't fully aware of, but one of the things that was happening was to try to get me out of this hospital in the Bahamas and get me to a place that could actually treat me. I wake up by the grace of God that next morning and find myself getting confiscated from this hospital and taken to a level 1 trauma center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where they could treat my injuries. They get me there, they put me in emergency surgery, and I wake up and I find that my left leg below the knee is missing. They had to stop the infection that was going through my body, and that was the only way that they could do it. Over the course of the next 5 days, I go through 9 different surgeries starting to put me back together. But then as I get through one day where I go through 5 surgeries, God speaks clearly to me, and he tells me a couple of different things. He tells me that, Tyran, I had to come to grips with the fact that it was Malika's time to come home. And the sooner I accepted that, the better off I would be. He told me, Tyran, if I wanted to, I could have taken your life 3 different times, but I'm keeping you here for a reason. He told me, Tyran, the normal that you know is not the new normal that you'll have, that your path is going to be different. I was an engineer for 20 years leading up to this moment. He said I was not going to go back to being an engineer, but there was going to be something different for me. And he told me this, to be resilient, that the obstacles that you've overcome just to still be alive are nothing compared to the obstacles you will have to face moving forward in life. And so when we talk about this, and I want to give you these 3 tips, 3 keys to help you go from tragedy to transformation, be able to be stronger, to find that passion, find that purpose, and create that peace. The first of which is what he told me that day, is that he told me this. What is resilience? Resilience is not about regaining what was lost, but reshaping what still remains. And it's what you do with what still remains is going to determine the narrative of your life story. So see, what we have to do is we have to learn how to shift the lens and understand that our setback is a setup for our future success. Now, in that moment, I'm broken physically, spiritually, emotionally, mentally. And, I'm dealing with these setbacks and I don't know what the future holds. For anybody out there, we're going to go through some level of trauma. It might be death of a close loved one. It might be losing your job. It might be betrayal by somebody you trusted. It might be a medical diagnosis. Most of us stay stuck looking back at what you lost. But let's not look at it that way. When you have a resilient mindset, when you are operating in a space of resiliency, you're not asking, why me, but what now? And what is this trying to teach me? We go through our adversity, but what can you do to shift that adversity into something that's going to make you greater? I had to find in the midst of that, with what God told me, that I was going to have to choose to be resilient. And that was going to be the thing that was going to create a new journey for me. As I said, you have to shift the lens. When you change your lens, when everything is cloudy, then sometimes vision becomes clear. and you can actually see the direction that you want to go in. Now, I didn't know all the answers at that point in time, but that was the moment where my mentality and my mindset started to shift in order to be able to do things with the resilient mindset, with the outlook, and understand that adversity was going to be a part of it and me trying to heal and recover. But making that mental change while I'm still broken in the hospital was the first step in the transformation of who Tyran Jackson became. And so first point, I want you to reframe, understand that the challenges that you're going through, that you've dealt with, that you've overcome are just a stepping stone in your future success. So that's key number one. You want to shift the lens. Now, as I was going through that time, I was in the hospital for 3 weeks before they actually let me go. And when they let me go to live with my sister because they said that I couldn't go to a rehab facility. At that time, my right foot was in a cast. My left shoulder was in a sling. My left foot was missing. All I had was my right arm. They said you needed 2 functional limbs to be able to be helped by anybody at a rehab facility. So I had to go and heal and start this process of being restored before I'd be able to put some weight on my right foot, before I'd be able to use crutches with my left arm. And a lot of times when we go into this place of isolation, we get into a state of mind where we're dealing with the storm, we're dealing with what's going on, but we don't want to face it. I'll tell you this, you have to own your pain to activate the power within. And what I mean by this is, look, we all want peace, but what are we willing to do in order to get there? Many times we find ourselves either ignoring our reality or isolating our pain, or maybe even trying to find ways of being numb. I had to deal with the grief. I had to deal with the fact that emotionally I was broken, dealing with depression, survivor's remorse, PTSD, anxiety. I didn't know what life was going to look like. They've taken my left leg. My grief was making me feel as if I didn't need to keep living. I had to understand that I was a man who had everything together, and then now all of a sudden everything's been broken apart. But it wasn't until I actually started addressing those matters, actually dealing with it. I realized that therapy was going to be something needed because I had never dealt with anything like this before. I was going crazy. Somebody who was typically structured, typically able to manage his emotions was not able to do that. And I want to challenge you, if you're going through some level of disruption or dysfunction in your life, or where challenges are really getting the best of you, what are you doing to address that pain? Are you finding the right help? If you're looking to grow professionally, are you looking for the right people who are going to help you? Sometimes the power that you're looking for is under the very thing you've been avoiding. So ask yourself, what are you avoiding or ignoring in your life that's preventing you from reaching your place of power, finding your purpose, and reaching that success? So own the pain to activate the power that you're looking for. And then my third tip is, God told me this when I was in that hospital bed. He told me I could either feel sorry for myself, look for pity, and struggle to survive, or I can make a conscious decision to choose to be resilient and overcome the obstacles that were in my path and learn to thrive. Now, I will say this, that was the moment, that was the time, that conscious choice, the decision to choose to be resilient and apply it daily with everything that I went through. What does it mean to be resilient? To overcome life's obstacles. How do you cope with, come to terms with, and not only use those obstacles to fuel you, use that adversity to cause you to grow, but ultimately become better versions of who you are as a result of it. Look, resilience is not just a mindset, but it's a muscle. It's something that we can develop. And the challenges that we face are what we do when we're going to the weight room to get stronger with it. We don't have to feel strong to act resilient, but every day that you wake up, you have to decide, you have to ask yourself, how am I going to show up? Who will I speak life into? Will I speak life into myself? Will I move forward? Am I allowing myself to heal? These are the things that we have to incorporate in our lives when we face that pain, that adversity. Look, we're all going to go through our challenges. That is given. We're going to have our struggles, but it's not the adversity. It's our reaction to that adversity that's going to dictate the narrative of your life story. Peace isn't the absence of that adversity. It's the presence of intention. So what are you going to be intentional about? What are you going to be all in? What are you going to be obsessed about to make sure that you overcome whatever comes in your way? Choosing that resilience is something that is critical for you to make sure that you do if you want to be able to create the peace that you need and grow comfortable with where your purpose is and what you want for yourself. So my 3 points, just to cover this again, I want you to make sure that you shift the lens and understand that your setback is setting you up for success. Understand that you have to own the pain. You have to activate your power, and it's going to come through addressing that pain. And then lastly, that conscious decision to choose resilience every day. Make sure that you are waking up with intention and that you are knowing what you need to do in order to make this powerful. So with that, as we go through this place of trying to understand, what your pain is and how to be able to leverage that in order to drive your purpose, I want to leave this with you guys. I don't know what your story is. I don't know what you lost. I don't know what might have almost broken you. But I do know this. If you're watching this, you're still here. And that means your story isn't over. That means your purpose still has breath. And that means that peace is truly possible. Don't let your pain be wasted. Don't bury your lesson under the loss, and understand that you don't have to wait until life is perfect to start living again. Sometimes the most powerful version of you is the one that rose after the fall, after the breakdown, the one who turned the pain into power, the one who was creating the breakthrough, the one who just decided that I didn't just survive it, but now I'm about to use it to thrive. If you take these points and apply them in your life, this will give you the insight and the start to be able to choose to live a resilient lifestyle and understand that you are here for a reason and how you can transform those setbacks into success. My name is Theresa Jackson. I'm a man who's gone through a tremendous transformation to become triumphant again. God has taken me down different paths, and my journey, it required intention. It required finding the right place to be able to be restored and making that a part of my life. It required having the right motivation and the right attitude and understanding that there is a clear process that we must follow in order to achieve our dreams, regardless of what we go through. For those who want to learn more about it, you can find my platform, Reborn Resilient, because I was reborn the day that accident occurred. And if it wasn't for resiliency, I wouldn't be here. There's resiliency within all of us. What are we going to do to pull that out? If you want to follow me, check out rebornresilient.com or find me at Theresa Jackson Official. And I hope that this inspires you, that it shows you that no matter what we've overcome, what we've dealt with, that we can overcome. Be blessed, be great, find your peace, your purpose, and your passion.
What is grinding through your calling actually costing you in your health, your relationships, and even your joy? Hi, I'm Dr. Rhonda Simmons, your executive leadership consultant, and this is Grace Over Grind, how to lead from overflow, not obligation. So let me share my story with you and how I got to this point today. I recently retired as a school principal, not because I couldn't do the job or that I'm actually at retirement age, but it's because the job was becoming so overwhelming until it was affecting my health. It was hurting me more than it was helping. I found myself working so hard and putting in so many hours until I was literally grinding myself into exhaustion and sickness, physically sick, to the point where the day that I resigned, I drove the hour-long commute from work to home. And the further I got away from my campus, the better I felt, literally. By the time I got home, felt great. You can't tell me that there isn't something to be said about the grind and how much it costs you. And so this reminds me of a scripture that really transforms how I think, and I think it'll help you too. In Isaiah 30:15 from the King James Version of the Bible, it says, "For thus saith the Lord God, the Holy One of Israel, in returning and rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength, and ye would not." Wow, what a way to end that powerful verse. So the cost of the grind is indeed expensive. It costs you an overcommitment that leads to exhaustion. It costs you in what I call approval addiction, where you want everyone's approval so much until you say yes to everything despite the expense to you. And if you're like me, you know the word expense means far more than money. It's costing you to keep grinding at the pace that you've been. And it leaves you with no capacity for your real assignment, what you've been called to do, and the people you've been called to serve. You find yourself producing results just fine, but privately you're running on fumes. There's no fire within you anymore, just the thought of it, the memory of fire. It's just fumes. And then you find your voice is silenced or diminished because you have so many obligations. These are just some of the costs of the grind. This is what it's costing you in order to maintain the pace that you've been going at. Now, you may think, what does this graphic have to do with the presentation, the 3 faces of malnutrition? Well, let me explain. First of all, I did not create this graphic. As you can see, the organizations who did are printed at the bottom of the graphic. And yes, this graphic has to do with malnutrition. But can we think metaphorically for a moment? In this graphic, you see these 3 different types or faces of malnutrition: stunting, wasting, and overweight. And yes, this graphic has to do with children under the age of 5. And I certainly wouldn't insult your intelligence by referring to you as children. But here's what I want you to see. When it comes to burnout, you find yourself in one of these phases. First, with stunting, for example, with malnutrition, the children are too short for their age. They're not growing. They could be 5 years old. They look like they're 2 because they are not getting the nutrition that they need in order to grow. And when you are burnt out, you're not growing anymore. You're just rinse and repeat. You're rinsing and repeating every day. That's what the grind is. I know what that's like. When I was assistant principal for 6 years, let me tell you, I stopped learning after about year 2 because it was so repetitive and I wasn't growing. And so I was in that state of stunting. Or you may find yourself in the wasting stage where you're too thin for your height. It's almost like a rubber band where you stretch it and you stretch it, and the more you stretch it, the thinner the rubber band goes. That's not a sign of a great thing for a rubber band. That's the sign that that rubber band is going to break sooner rather than later. And some of you have been stretched so thin by all the obligations that you are trying to meet until you have no more fire left in you. You have no more strength. You're stretched out of proportion. You're too thin, metaphorically, and you're wasting away. It's not that you're not talented. It's not that you can't do your job. These are not the factors I'm talking about. I'm talking about being burnt out and being to that point where you have nothing left to give. Or maybe you're in the overweight stage. Now, for most of us, I don't have to define being overweight. But here's what this means metaphorically. When you are overweight, Do you know that in some cultures, being overweight is a sign of prosperity and success? Go figure. But here's the thing. People assume that you're all right because you make your success look easy. You make it look good. And so they keep piling on. Reminds me of that scripture that says, to whom much is given, much is required. The obligations keep piling on because you can handle it. You did so well with that project. You did so wonderful with that other project. And now here we are. And you're overweight and you can't continue to move with all of the extra obligations and baggage that you're carrying. You weren't designed to carry the excess weight. And so you're thinking, I can see myself in all three of these scenarios, and maybe you can, but it's time to do something about it. And here's why change is necessary. This picture of the staircase is so profound to me because it reminds me of a time when I was suffering with arthritis and I was having a really bad flare-up. And it was affecting how I walked. It was affecting everything. All of my movements were so painful and labored. And I remember the day when all of a sudden something just hit my body and the pain released. And it was so sudden until I stopped walking to my car and I looked down as if to say, what just happened? You know, I didn't know what happened. And when I say the pain was gone, it was completely gone. It was great. I was able to move freely. I had great mobility. It was fantastic. Fast forward 2 or 3 days from that time, and I was upstairs in my office needing to go downstairs. And when I got to the top of the steps, I started going down the steps like a toddler would, you know, one step, two step, two step. And I did that for like 3 or 4 steps before the thought occurred to me, why are you walking like that when you're not in a flare up anymore? You feel fine. All of a sudden, I straightened up my back and I went down those steps like it was not a problem. You know what that taught me? It taught me that the reason I walked down the steps initially like a toddler was because I was accustomed to the pain. I was accustomed to the grind. This is what I was used to, and it had become my normal. So change is necessary because without it, you're going to continue the cycles of burnout and overexertion and exhaustion. You're going to totally miss your vision. But with change, you have freedom, you have alignment, you have overflow, and you have grace. So let me tell you about grace and my proven grace framework. I'm just going to give you an overview of it. GRACE is an acronym that stands for Grounded in God's Rhythm, where your systems or your rhythms sustain you. Then you release what God did not assign to you. You stop carrying false burdens. You were not created to be everyone's savior. Sit with that for a minute. Then you need to align with your purpose, not the pressure. You make decisions that fit into your destiny, not demands. Then you need to cultivate that quiet confidence and lead with authority, not apology. And finally, expect grace to carry you. You're not doing this alone. You're not having to navigate your leadership all by yourself. There's grace and you have help. And so where do we go from here? What's the next step? Now that you understand exactly where you are and you can relate to the grind that I've been describing, and you realize that there is help out there, I want to remind you that there is a cost of staying stuck. You can stay exactly where you are, keep doing what you're doing, and nothing changes. I don't have to explain that to you. You do nothing different, nothing changes. But this will delay the vision that God has entrusted to you. This will keep you from becoming what God has predestined you to become. you're going to miss opportunities. You're going to miss the chances that you have to go to the next level and to build the legacy in your leadership that you really want to build. So there's a cost of staying stuck. And between me and you, I don't think you want to pay that cost. But you do have three choices. You can do nothing. You could do it yourself. You can make those changes all by yourself. That would be great. But if you had the strength and the inner motivation to do that, we wouldn't be here today. Or you could do it with me. The benefits of saying yes is that you begin to lead from overflow, not from overcompensating, not out of obligation. You lead from peace and not pressure. You get structure and clarity, and you get sisterhood. Now, I say sisterhood because I serve C-suite women and women in other areas of leadership who are trying to find that balance between their marriage, their callings, and their careers without burnout. And so there is a benefit, many benefits to you in saying yes. And so here's what I want you to do right now. Snap a picture of this QR code and grab your free Grace Over Grind reflection guide today. It will help you. It will help you to remember what I've discussed and to take action. Now is the time to take action. It's time to do something. It's time to change the narrative. And so here's how you contact me. You can email me at admin@coachronda.org because there is an overflow waiting for you. And I'm here for it to walk you through the journey. I'll see you next time.
I am Dr. Angela Crutchfield, and I'm excited to share with you the Peace Wholeness model. The Peace Wholeness lifestyle will give you the opportunity to be more thoughtful about every single choice that you make in life. But a lot of thought needs to be put into it, into your own personal plan. And the plan has to be about you, and it has to come from you. Now, as a part of this, you must self-assess. You want to think about what is it that I need to do differently? And what is driving me to operate differently? The answer to that question should be me, myself, because I want to do better. I want to be better. I want to be in a better state. So let's get started by taking a closer look at peace, P-E-S-S-C-E. So let's begin with breaking down the word peace and what peace stands for, P-E-S-S-C-E. And how do you get it? We always talk about it. How do we get it? The first letter of the 6 focus areas make up the word peace. So we have physical, emotional, spiritual, social, career, and economic wholeness. The Peace Wholeness model includes those 6 descriptors. And these are the common areas for us as human beings. We all have physical, we all have emotional, we all have spiritual, social, career, and economic aspects of our lives. If you need discipline in any of these areas, the Peace Wholeness model will help you with that. So let's review the baseline for each one of these areas. So we're going to start with physical. Physical wholeness demonstrates a healthy lifestyle through dedicated planning, preparation, and intentional actions. It's in your hands to make change in the space of physical. You want to be thoughtful about your health and your well-being and what impacts your body internally and externally. And when you really think about it, the physical wholeness is a tangible external reflection of you being solid in every aspect of your life. And demonstrating physical wholeness, it not only puts your peace wholeness on display, but it also actually really feels good. It's about your own personal well-being. And the things that I'm describing are within your control. There may be other aspects of physical health where you need to bring in other people to help you. And focusing in on this live stream means that you are working on these things. And these things are within your control. Making self-controlled decisions in this category will show up in your life from a physical perspective when you get it right. All of these things should be a part of thoughtfulness for being whole in the space of physical. Our second category is thinking about our emotional wholeness. Emotional wholeness can be really a challenging area for so many people. Oftentimes, we look in the mirror and that's all we see. If we want to be whole, we want to be able to look behind that mirror so that we can be thoughtful about where our opportunity lies for change. And addressing these challenges, it won't be easy, and it will require some heavy lifting on your part. This is another category where you're going to need to reach out to get some external support. You might need to get a psychologist. You might need to get a therapist. You may need a counselor. It is okay. Many people are uncomfortable with this category because it includes mental health. We all have mental health. We may not all have mental health challenges, but if you have mental health challenges, you want to seek professional support. In certain life streams, you need additional support, and this is an example of that. You may need to get some support from a trained clinician. There's stigma associated with it. So we want to move past that. Do not allow what other people will put upon you to keep you from getting the help that you need. It is okay to get that support. Now, at the center of the peace wholeness model is spiritual. We have physical, emotional, spiritual, social, career, and economic wholeness. Now, I am not trying to put any specific spiritual belief on anyone. I have my own belief. I just want to challenge you to be thoughtful about where you have opportunity to improve and become acquainted with some sort of spiritual reality for yourself, because that will make a difference. Your faith and your belief system will drive your needed spiritual breakthrough, which will help give you that full peace wholeness that you're looking for. Now, if you say, Dr. Angela, I don't have a belief system, that's okay, because the right spiritual place will show up for you when you put forth the right effort. What you experience might be a spiritual awakening that enlightens your journey. It may give you an opportunity to find your path for spiritual wholeness. So the next area of focus for the peace wholeness model is social. You've got physical, emotional, spiritual, and social. And the social aspect of who we are, a lot of people don't realize it actually begins with you. You have to be whole in order to be there for others who might be a part of your social circle. And your social circle goes from you to your immediate family, and from your immediate family to your close friends. And that social circle is so very important. Exposure and social identity reflects our interactions with other people. And that interaction, again, has to come from a place of wholeness. If you're not whole as an individual, you cannot be any good for anyone else. It's similar to being on a plane. What do they say? Put on your vest, put on your mask first before you can assist anyone else. Because if you're not whole for yourself, there's no way in the world you can be there for someone else. Don't move forward with addressing interactions with others before you work on yourself. You want to be comfortable with being in your own space. As a part of your wholeness, you have to get to a place of comfort with being just you and being with you and valuing you. And then we can get to that next level of interacting with other people. I think social media has its place. I think social media has value, but you have to put it in its right place in your own personal life. And that is an important part of the work that you will need to do in the social category for wholeness. If you're up all night scrolling, that could be a problem. Social media is an amazing platform that should and could be leveraged for some amazing things. But if you're not leveraging it in the right way, it can definitely be problematic for you in this social media space, in this category for social wholeness. Career. What are your career goals? What is your vision for yourself? What are you looking to do in the future? If you can't answer those questions, not even a career coach will be able to help you, because you will only be seeking a job. And this isn't about finding a job. It's about finding your pathway, and that pathway that will give you opportunity to leverage the talents, the skills, and the core capabilities that you have to impact and influence other people. When you are in a career that's value add for you, you don't even have to get paid to do it. Now, you will get paid to do it because we have to have our livelihood. But when you are doing something based on your passion and your desire to be of value to other people, you don't even need to get paid to do it. You'll do it. You'll do it every day of the week without any problems. So think about where you want to be. And this live stream requires you to know where you want to go in order to take the needed steps to get there. And your focus in this live stream will help you overcome whatever challenges you may even be facing in your career. If we are operating from a place of wholeness, we're going to find ourselves in the right position at the right time, making the right amount of money, doing that which we love to do. And find the roles that you're looking for that establish the path that you want to be on for your career. You don't want to just do a job. That's not fulfilling. That's not value add. Set career goals, establish a plan, and work towards those. Now, the final category or the final live stream is economic. And that's just a substituted word for finances. Finances can be really, really tough. I recently heard a minister, Brian Hockett, who's a pastor in Nashville, Tennessee, say, "Tell money to be quiet." I thought that was the most interesting line, and I took extensive notes on everything he said. He said, money is always talking. It always has something to say, but it may not have the right answer. We put so much weight on finances and money, and that can sometimes be detrimental for our peace wholeness. Do we need income? Yes. Do we need this economic wholeness? Absolutely, we do. And I think if we take the time to really, truly process where we are, we can get to a better place financially. Sometimes the things that we do in the other categories negatively impact this category. Our physical, if we're going out to eat every single day, if we're paying for fast food every single day, every day you order fast food for lunch, and oh, by the way, you used one of the services that delivers, you just spent $30 on something that should have only cost you $12. You may have to think more about this for yourself. Is money talking too much to you? Is money in your ear all the time telling you, you don't have enough of me? You have a whole lot of me. How about you go to the mall? But in your mind, you know, I really don't have enough of you. See how that conversation can go? We shouldn't have those kinds of conversations. If we're whole, we're going to make the self-controlled decisions in this category of economic. Economic wholeness will reflect many benefits to the disciplined and those who are willing to do the work. So be thoughtful about those decisions that you need to make. So this peace wholeness model, PESSCE, it requires a focus on all 6 life streams. You can't just pick out one or the other, because when you pull the lever in one area, it's going to impact in another area. Now let's look at a core definition of wholeness in relation to the peace wholeness model. Wholeness is that feeling and the actual description for yourself of being complete and walking in your own freedom and your personal truth. Wholeness is not being perfect, but being complete. And there's a difference. This model does not speak to perfection. We are all imperfect people. It speaks to you being whole. And wholeness is not something that will happen overnight. It will take work, and it will give you the space in life to always show up as your true, authentic self. Authenticity is a huge part of peace wholeness. And if you are thoughtful about this, you're going to get this aspect right. I didn't fully understand what being my authentic self really even meant until I started my own journey to peace wholeness. And that really began with a spiritual encounter, which is why that spiritual undercurrent is so very important. Having that spiritual encounter for me was with God. And God basically gave me a renewal moment where it triggered this download of all these things that I needed to do differently in my life. And it was a culmination of all of the things I had written in journals, things that I had talked about in different coaching sessions, all of the things that I've been doing for years, all culminated in this peace wholeness model. But this is also where your behavioral choices will be vital. Your spiritual core will basically give you the strength that will ensure that you do right by yourself and right by others as you demonstrate authenticity. That is so vital to peace wholeness. When you have peace wholeness, you will always show up as your true authentic self every single day. You're not going to show up and be someone else. Authenticity is foundational for wholeness. Let me say that again. Authenticity is foundational for your wholeness. Who you are, it has been shaped over the course of your life. So you can't leave out aspects. If aspects were challenging, how can you leverage those challenges to show up in an authentic way? But you cannot be your authentic self without an internal assessment. That extrinsic lens of how other people view you shouldn't be your guiding point. You want to have an internal lens. And this is when you focus on those influences that come from internal, not the external perspectives of other people. Walk in your wholeness. Be true to yourself. And being your authentic self demonstrates peace wholeness. It will show you and others that you are valuable. You value yourself. Others will value you as well. And you will have proven to yourself the goodness of who you are. That's the only person that really matters when you think about it. You don't want to keep repeating and trying to prove yourself over and over again to other people. Prove that to yourself and then walk in that truth. Walk in that authenticity. Now, in order for you to start your journey, you need to understand the 3-step approach for the peace wholeness model. I want to take time to walk you through those 3 steps. So the peace wholeness model is designed to help individuals focus in on a solid path to achieve peace wholeness. Oftentimes there's a lack of wholeness because of poor decision making. And we want to be able to work through that. You will need to scan your life and acknowledge where you have made poor decisions and where opportunity lies for you to make a better choice going forward. We don't want to make poor decisions. And if we make a decision that has a negative impact, we have to own that decision. We have to take responsibility for it and then be prepared to move forward with a different choice next time so that we don't have those negative moments. It is time for you to make different choices to move into a better future state. The peace wholeness model will help you get there. And what you're going to do is start by assessing. You're going to build out a plan, and then you're going to take action. And the peace wholeness model offers you a course of action or a path to achieve that wholeness using these 3 steps. So let's start with assess. This is really taking the time to basically peel back the layers within the 6 life streams to self-identify your current state and be open to taking an assessment and then accepting the narrative that comes up, because that's your narrative, because you're self-assessing. You will need to acknowledge what you learn about yourself and then begin the work. Let me remind you of the life streams: physical, emotional, spiritual, social, career, and economic. All of those life streams must be addressed as a part of your journey, as a part of your action plan. You have to act. You can't come up with a plan and do nothing with it. Why create a plan and put it on the shelf? That's not going to change your life. So make sure that the plan that you put in place is an actionable plan. You have to take that action, and you're going to make sure you're implementing this personal action plan to demonstrate your true commitment to lifestyle wholeness. Commitment will show up because we will see it from a physical perspective. We'll know that you're getting the help that you need from an emotional perspective. Spiritually, you're going to be going somewhere on a Sunday morning or Saturday or Friday, whatever your belief system is, you're going to show up for things. You're going to build that community. You're also going to build that community when it comes to your social circle. And that social circle is going to be whole. It's time for you to be honest about yourself with yourself. It's not about me. It's not about anybody else. It's about you. The peace wholeness model and this full approach is a value add to any aspect of your life if you're willing to do the work. You want to make sure that you are thinking about your inner spiritual strength that will undergird you as you work through the physical, the emotional, the career, the social, the economic. All six go together with that spiritual kind of holding it all up and focusing in on those self-controlled decision-making opportunities. When you get that right, you will truly be able to walk in that place of wholeness. Those are the steps that you're going to have to take to be on this journey to wholeness. And I do hope that this information is helpful for you. If you are in need of a lifestyle coach to take this concept further, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. My contact information is available to you. Reach out and schedule some time. Your first session with me is actually a free session. Why not reach out and we get you going on your journey to peace wholeness? I am Dr. Angela Crutchfield, and thank you so much for taking time out to be a part of this session.
Hello, beautiful souls. My name is Natalie A. Solomon, and I'm honored to be with you today at the Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit. This is more than a presentation for me. It's a sacred offering from my heart to yours. I want to thank Dr. Theresa, my Black Door Society sister, for allowing me to embrace this opportunity and share with you some things that I think you might find interesting and helpful. So as you can see, we're talking about securing peace from within, the oxygen mask effect. So I want to begin with a story. And I want to talk about how I grew up in a Jamaican immigrant household, rooted in love, faith, and discipline. Education was expected, excellence was assumed. It was full of music, faith, laughter, and discipline. My parents were immigrants who believed in God and hard work and good grades for sure. In our home, prayer was our first language. And education, like I said, it wasn't encouraged, it was expected. But in all that structure, we oftentimes, we would talk about rest, but we didn't say fatigue or overworking per se. We really embraced having a livelihood and having the opportunity to work. So I'll say I definitely believed in that, and it grew with me into adulthood, into college, graduate school, into my government, career. And it really kind of embraced and kind of shaped how I saw rest and my pace about what I did things. And it definitely, and good or bad, followed me into developing 90-hour work weeks once I started with the government, which I don't recommend. All of this I was dealing with from 90-hour work weeks while I was quietly battling stage 4 endometriosis, which led to infertility, fibroids, and ultimately a brain tumor, which I subsequently had a brain surgery, as you can see on the screen. Then one day, before all of this, I drove myself to the ER. And while I was in the ER, this is on my way to work, I was having chest pains. I said, I got a call, which was for a job interview. And I took it. And that was kind of earth-shattering for me because I was like, am I doing this because this is what strength looks like? But that moment was the first of many oxygen mask moments for me. It became this chipping away of the first breaking point for what became my breakthrough. So as you can see, some of these moments that changed everything. Outside looking in, I definitely looked like I was the rising star in public health, perfect image maintained. I was kind of slowly suffocating with those work hours. And, the brain surgery was definitely a wake-up call for me. It forced me to stop and reassess face-to-face my mortality, learning how to speak for a little bit. Like I had a bit of aphasia, so I couldn't really articulate what I wanted to say. My brain worked a little bit slower than I anticipated. I had to go, walk on a walker. When I woke up from my 10-hour surgery, I wasn't allowed to stand up, or I wasn't allowed to walk or anything, or even sit straight up because it would have jostled some of the brain fluid in my surrounding my brain, and me walking could have killed me. So a lot of things that I had to think about was, where do I pause now and take care of myself moving forward? I realized, of course, you can't pour from an empty cup, understanding that self-care isn't selfish and it's essential for your health. It's a non-negotiable. And this really led me to the path of truly embracing what would have eventually become my securing your oxygen mask first philosophy. And understanding that peace isn't a reward, it's a responsibility. Rest isn't weak. You are wise for choosing to restore what the world constantly drained. Peace is not passive, it's an act of courage. When we prioritize our own well-being, we become capable of truly showing up for others in our lives. You can't be the glue if you're unraveling, and you can't abandon yourself to care for everyone else. It doesn't work. And it is such a detriment to you as you move through your life. So that caused me to come up with the Breathe, Balance, and Bloom framework, where I really had to stop and think about, how do I embrace this? When you breathe, you return to your breath. You start your day with stillness. You return to your God, to your body. And when you balance, you protect your boundaries. You say no when you mean it. It's a complete sentence. You guard your energy and you choose what aligns with you and what your intentions are. And then when you bloom, you take small, purposeful actions for your purpose. What's going to nourish me today? Celebrate progress, not perfection. This isn't just a framework. It's how I survived and how I continue to lead and embrace my world in my everyday life. So just so you know, that this method just isn't a nice idea. It really is a practical approach to reclaiming your inner peace in a world that often works against it, unfortunately. So where does that leave me? What are some practices that I've come to develop to embrace this Breathe, Balance, Bloom framework? I look at, how do I incorporate these into my daily practices? They're not luxuries, they are necessities. Micro moments of peace that create macro transformation in our lives and relationships. I have my morning stillness where I don't look at my phone unless it's for some affirmation ideas. I'll have some lemon water or herbal tea with some affirmations that I write in my journal. And then if I have time, I'll go outside and kind of inhale and take in what nature has blessed us with if I'm not commuting to work that day, or right before I get on the road. And then usually when I have time on the weekends or at night, I'll incorporate some soft music, candles, and I love fresh flowers wherever I can incorporate them into my space. And really, indulge in gratitude writing in my journal, having a gratitude journal, embracing the time and the space where I create a sacred space for myself. I have taken the time to create a Zen den, if you will, in my basement, where I have a room that essentially is on each wall is a vision board, and it resonates with different parts of my life. One wall is my sorority stuff. Another wall is what the name of my company is, which is Merake Life and Style, and which is the essence of putting yourself into your work through your love, creativity, and soul. And then another wall just of artwork, and I have a drafting table where I paint, and then I have a prayer space in front that I can just kneel, cry, vent, release, what have you. And I know this is something that I had to build up to, because most powerful practices are often the simplest when incorporated consistently. You know, it's these small rituals really create a foundation of calm that helps us navigate life's challenges with much greater resilience. So that led me to looking at how do I have compassionate and develop compassionate boundaries. For years, I stayed silent to keep the peace. I think we've all done that at some point. And I now know silence isn't always serenity, but I've learned to pivot a little bit. Thank you, but I'm not available for that. I need rest. Can we revisit that later? I appreciate you thinking of me, but that doesn't align with my priorities right now. And saying that without guilt. I look to teach about compassionate assertiveness, which is the art of honoring your needs while respecting others. Boundaries aren't walls that separate. They're sacred spaces that allow authentic connection to flourish. Boundaries are love in action for yourself and for others that are so imperative to practice. So that leads us to peace-driven leadership. There's traditional leadership and there's peace-driven leadership. What does that mean? Our traditional style of leadership is always available, always on, 24/7, which is not sustainable. We equate busyness with importance, we prioritize productivity over people, and we see vulnerability as a weakness, which then, of course, treats burnout as a badge of honor. And that is not productive for us. That is not good for our mental health. It's not good for our sustainability. And so then we look to peace-driven leadership, a different way to frame it. It creates peace for people to breathe. It models vulnerability and authenticity. It normalizes mental health conversations, which nowadays are so important to have. And it protects your team's energy, your family's energy, and their time, as well as celebrating rest as an essential to being creative. We really don't need any more leaders who grind until they break. We need leaders who model what wholeness looks like, who demonstrate what peace and productivity they truly can coexist. So what does inner peace feel like? We look at this young lady who's on the beach, closing her eyes, taking in the sun, and really just embracing that moment of pause and serenity. It can feel like a deep breath you didn't know you were holding, a heart unclenched after years of tension, and God's whisper in the stillness saying, "You're safe and seen." Inner peace isn't just an absence of conflict, it's a presence of wholeness. It's a quiet confidence that comes from knowing your worth isn't tied to productivity. It's so important to understand that. And then there's ripple effects of personal peace, individual peace, workplace well-being, family harmony, community resilience. When just one person chooses peace, everything shifts. Your calm becomes contagious. Your boundaries teach others how to respect yourself, as well as others respecting themselves. Your self-compassion gives others permission to be human. And it's so important to understand that these times are, it allows you to create a sacred space for yourself, some sacred time for yourself. The oxygen mask effect means that by securing your own peace first, you become capable of truly supporting others and finding and really embracing their own peace. So what are some obstacles to peace? That not enough time myth that I'm sure we all say and hear and really kind of put as a mantra. It's really understanding peace practices don't require hours. Even 5 minutes can shift your entire day. Everybody has their devices, which you can do. I think Fitbit has like a 5 minute or 10 minute, up to 10 minute pause where it lets you breathe for 2 minutes here and there. And then there's the myth of the guilt complex, the belief that self-care is selfish rather than essential. Excuse me. And then we look at our digital distractions, our constant connectivity, which to our devices, whatever they may be, it really disrupts our ability to be present face to face or just present with your own thoughts. Recognizing these barriers is the first step to dismantling them. Peace isn't something that happens to us. It's something we choose moment by moment. It's important that you embrace these things to create this atmosphere of peace. It's really, really important. So where does that leave us? How can we start your peace practice today? Identify your peace disruptors. What consistently steals your calm? Social media? Saying yes too often? Not having morning time for yourself? Do you have a support system? Thinking about how do we really embrace that? Are you sharing peace intention with at least one person who will honor and support your boundaries? You have to create at least one non-negotiable practice. Choose one small ritual to start, perhaps 5 minutes of morning stillness or even gratitude practice, and writing those things that I mentioned earlier. Practicing self-compassion. When you falter, and you will, speak to yourself with gentleness you'd offer a dear friend. Give yourself grace. It's not about perfection. It's about intention. It's about choosing to breathe before you break. Because when one of us chooses peace, we create a ripple effect that softens our homes, our workplaces, and our communities. So where does that leave us? It's really important to be mindful of how you embrace your day, how you create your own personal spaces for peace, and making sure that you repeat them, that you embrace them, and you own them unapologetically, regardless of who's in your surroundings. So, will you choose to breathe again? How are you going to take that and secure your oxygen mask first? Are you going to reclaim your rhythm and let peace be your guide and it be your legacy? Something to think about. So I want to thank you for joining me on this wellness journey. Your commitment to self-care is so important, and it is the first step towards sustainable success in all aspects of your life. You can see that I have a QR code here. Feel free to scan it and put in the prompt, which is breathe, which is a password, to claim your free self-care starter kit, which is going to talk about how do you claim your peace and how do you create spaces to reclaim your peace. You can also go to my website to get this, which is natalieasolomon.com. And I also have another bonus, which is at Meraki Empowerment Collective, to get your Entrepreneur Self-Care Starter Kit. So all of these things are all originating on my natalieasolomon.com website. So I want you to remember, when you prioritize your well-being, everything else elevates. And make sure you give yourself grace as you're securing your oxygen mask first. Peace begins with presence. It is not about perfection. It is about intention. Will you choose to breathe again, to reclaim your rhythm, to let peace be the legacy you leave? Your peace matters, not just for you, but for everyone whose life you touch. Thank you so much. As I said before, I can be reached at Natalie A. Solomon on Instagram, on LinkedIn, or my email, info@nataliesolomon.com. Thank you so much, and make sure you continue to embrace your peace the best way you know how.
It was a Tuesday evening. The sky outside was heavy and dark, and so was my heart. In my hand, I held a foreclosure letter. My mind whispered, "How did I get here?" Have you ever felt like your finances were spiraling out of control, no matter how hard you tried to manage them? This is exactly how I felt at this time. I had no idea how to get out of this. I felt trapped. I felt like I had no way out. If you ever felt this way or you feel this way, you are in the right place. I'm Saran T. Baker, and I empower women and entrepreneurs to turn financial chaos into calm and peace. What I'm about to share isn't just about money. It's about reclaiming your life. You see, chaos for me stands for can't handle any obstacle sent. It was the unpaid bills piling up, the empty refrigerator, the kids asking for stuff they needed, wanting more food, wanting to do stuff that I just couldn't afford. The credit score dropping rapidly after working so hard to get to a solid 750. The sleepless nights, the aches and the pains in my body, or should I say the ghost aches and pains in my body. And the worst was carrying the silent weight of the shame of having this problem that I knew I couldn't share with anyone else. I know this spiral because I've lived it. But here's the thing. Chaos isn't the end in your finances. It's the beginning. But it's only the beginning when you decide to use it as a bridge and not a place to live. You see, I had reached my breaking point after losing my job 18 months prior, where I was making almost $200K a year, but I hadn't worked in 18 months. This was a huge gut punch. Not just because I wasn't working, but I wasn't earning income. But the bigger blow was having to realize and own the fact that my self-worth had been tied to my paycheck. Then also having to realize that, wait, I only learned how to make money and spend money. I had no idea how to grow money, how to protect money, how to leverage money, and how to make money work for me. I didn't even have any idea how to keep it because I always made money. I always spent it. And then one day during this time, I was listening to a Tony Robbins program. I think it was Get the Edge. And he said something in there that resonated with me, and it still resonates today. Life is always happening for us, not to us. And that statement meant so much because I was able to shift my mindset from thinking things were happening to me to knowing that they were happening for me, and asking myself better questions and saying, what if losing my job was redirecting me to something better? Even in the midst of the chaos I was experiencing, what if there was something better? Today, I know that better became the calm wealth quadrant. The calm wealth quadrant is how I crossed from chaos in my finances to a life of calm in my finances and in my just entire life. The letters in calm stand for corporate income and cash flow control, asset accumulation and abundance, legacy building and leveraged income. And the M is money mastery and multiple streams of income. So by the end of this conversation today, you'll know exactly how to take the first step into calm for your finances. So let's dive into a little bit of what the calm will do for you and what the calm stands for in your financial life. The C stands for corporate income and cash flow. When I stopped budgeting and started creating a spend plan, I felt empowered and not punished. But it wasn't until I started the spend plan that I felt empowered and not punished. Before that, I felt like budgeting was such a chore. I felt like if I did not squeeze every dime out of every dollar, I was not going anywhere. But that wasn't the case. When I did the spend plan, because the spend plan is just what it says it is, how you spend your money, move it in that direction. Why? Because a budget just feels like so painful, but a spend plan will allow you to flow. And how you develop a spend plan is this. Take your last 3 months of bank statements, go log into your online account, go to where your statements are, and download the electronic transaction file. It will come to you as a Excel file or a CSV file. And CSV is just a fancy word for a text Excel file. But this is going to create some awareness, and it's going to be the foundation of your awareness. Once you have this document, you can now begin to develop your spend plan. Why? Because you see exactly how you spend your money the last 3 months. And this allows you to make real-time adjustments and line things up the way you want to do it. To give you an example, I recently redid mine. I do it quarterly for myself. And I went in and I saw that I had spent about $1,200 over the last 3 months in an area I didn't want to spend money in. So it allowed me to pivot and redirect and change my behaviors so I can redirect those funds to the place I really wanted them to go to. The next step in the quadrant is the A. And the A stands for asset accumulation and abundance. And as you can see from the Calm Wealth Quadrant diagram, they all overlap. So the asset accumulation is really about understanding that wealth is not reserved for the wealthy. It's for anyone who wants to start where they are. I began with a cash value life insurance policy and a high yield savings account and grew from there. And you can too. Because the reality is when life hit, as it sometimes does, I was able to use the cash value in my life insurance policy at that time that I needed it most. And that wasn't just luck. That was structure. It was something I had put in place that I had forgot about that created calm in my life and I was able to see the calm in action. Now the L, legacy building and leveraged income. Let's go back to the screen. Is really going to be where you're going to learn more about taking what you have and leveraging life insurance, businesses, and other assets, but learning to do it in a way that you can create a legacy, understanding the multiple ways you can create legacy through an estate plan, through trust, through wills, through the various financial vehicles, through use of annuities, retirement plans, stocks, bonds, all the things that are involved. But it takes some time to get to this step. Now, the M is a little bit different because the M is money mindset mastery and multiple streams of income. And this is going to be something that really just kind of underlies the whole plan because you're going to always be thinking about upgrading your money mindset and thinking about creating multiple streams of income. Now, the reason I challenge you to think of an additional income is because many people think I'm just going to work my job. Well, life is changing and the world is shifting very rapidly. And I want to challenge each of you to think of 3 skills that you can monetize in the next 12 months or even in the next 12 weeks. Because if you can make just an extra $10 a day, that's an extra $300 a month. And now you're talking about extra $3,600 a year just making $10 a day. So what's one thing you can do to make an extra $10 a day? I challenge you to think about that because that's going to be the key to growing and changing your finances. Now let's go back to the slides because I want to take you through the next one, right? We talk a lot. I gave you some basic foundations of the wealth conjure. It goes much, much deeper. You'll have to join me for a live masterclass or join my community to find out more. But again, we're going to control that income through spend plans, budgets, blueprints. We're going to look at the asset accumulation. We are going and the abundance. And we're going to look at the legacy and the leveraged income because we have to move forward in that way. And we're going to build multiple streams of income. Now, the next thing we want to do is I want you to take this little test, cash flow control. Where is your money going? Do you know how to control your expenses? Do you know how to accumulate savings? Do you know how to secure financial independence? One of the things I do with my ladies is we do a 12-week savings challenge. And here you'll find the QR code for you to get in the game and join the 12-week savings challenge. We use a specific bank, and this is the QR code to get your account set up. Once you have your account set up, send me a text at 202-914-5070, and I'll put you right into the savings challenge so that you can start to begin to save money and get out of debt. Now, it's important to set up something separate because money is energy and money likes to be directed. If we do not direct it, it will just dissipate. So it's so important to do that because we got to also have an accumulation strategy and a way to secure our financial independence. Next, I talked to you a little bit about your lifetime income potential. It's so important for us to understand like how our money goes. Oftentimes I talk about my girl Roxy in my presentations because she is the typical African-American woman running a household, making good income, doing the right thing, working in her community, working for her church, serving with her kids, showing up for her family. She's making a decent income, but she doesn't have enough money between paychecks. And that doesn't mean anything's wrong. It's just wrong with her. It just means it's a part of the system, the way costs are going. And so we were able to put together a plan to get her out of debt, to get her retirement savings on track, and to get her mindset in a way that she knows that she can go faster and she can go where she wants to go with her money. The other thing is we got to start learning to understand the difference between a bill and a debt. A bill is just that, something that you're going to pay in the short term. It's not meant to be long term, and you're typically not going to pay interest on it. A debt is going to be long term, and you're going to pay interest on it. But what we end up doing is we take those credit cards, which were meant to be bills and not debt, and we've made them debt. And so instead of paying them off every month, we're continuing to pay interest on them. And then some of us take our things like our utilities and different things, and we say we're earning points. Well, let me just debunk that for you now. Some of the points that they say that we're earning, sometimes we're cutting off our nose to spite our face because we end up paying interest on something we were never meant to pay interest on, like our light bill, because we put it on a credit card and we didn't pay it off immediately. So keep that in mind. Now, I want to challenge you to do a couple things over the next couple of days just to get yourself into place and get you into a place where you can allow yourself to grow mentally, spiritually, and financially. So I'm going to give you 7 steps to start your calm wealth quadrant journey. The first one is review your life insurance policy. And I know that sounds simple, but you may not know how to do it yourself. Feel free to reach out to a professional to assist you. I'm happy to assist. You can reach me at The Real Saran Baker on Instagram or on Facebook, Saran Baker, or on LinkedIn, STB Financial Services. You can find me there. Happy to assist you. Define your retirement goal. I talk to so many people who are getting ready to retire and they have less than $100,000 saved for retirement. And they're making $75,000, $80,000 a year. And I ask them, where you retire? How long you plan on being retired? And they say, oh, forever. I said, but you have less than $100,000 saved and you make 75 now. So it looks like you're going to be retired for a year and 3 months. And so review your retirement goal. It seems lofty and it seems far away, but it's not that far away and it comes faster than you think. Choose at least one of those credit cards that you have and eliminate that debt aggressively. I mean, be aggressive with it. Draft your spend plan. I already told you the steps above to pull the information, and then you're going to just put it in order and decide if that's how you want to continue to spend your money. Calculate your lifetime income potential. I talked about that a little bit earlier, but it's so simple. Take your annual income, multiply by the number of years you think you have left to work, and that's a very basic calculation for your lifetime earning potential. It's important for you to know your earning potential because you should know. If you don't know, I'll tell you two people who do know: the banks and anybody else that wants to loan you money. Don't forget to research that new income stream. And don't forget to join me on social media at The Real Saran Baker on Instagram or on Facebook in my Unblocking Your Path to Wealth community. I'd love to see you there. Now, the other thing is we got to get grateful. We don't talk about this enough. Gratitude isn't a nice to have. It's the fuel for your abundance. We have to learn to be grateful for where we are and what we have and what we do. As Matthew 6:21 says, for where your treasure is, there your heart will also be. When gratitude meets intention, financial calm is inevitable. Set up some daily affirmations for yourself to remind you of who you are. If you're not quite sure how to create affirmations, there's all kinds of resources out there, but I'm going to give you a quick cheat code. I'm going to share a few of mine with you today. The first one is I am capable. Why? Because sometimes we doubt our capabilities and we just don't know what we just don't know that we can do. We forgot about all those wins. So remind yourself every day that I am capable. I am abundant. Why? Because I was born into God's kingdom, and in God's kingdom, there's no lack. So I am abundant. I am lovable. Why? Because I'm lovable. And so are you. So remind yourself every day, lovable. Even in your darkest moment, you are still lovable. And remind yourself, I like to remind myself, I am the magic because I'm the one that's going to be able to get it done and I get to enjoy the benefits of the work that I do. So I challenge you to say these affirmations to yourself daily, in the morning and in the evening before you go to bed, so that you can start to reprogram your subconscious mind for your new wealth mindset. Because guess what? You are enough. The true wealth is who you are. And today is the day for you to own it. So please, with that, be sure to do that for yourself with those affirmations. And before I go, I'm going to share a little picture of those affirmations so you know just how abundant you are. And you can take a screenshot of these affirmations, put them in your phone, make them your screensaver, and make sure that you remind yourself that you are abundant and that you are lovable, you are capable, and you are the magic. If you want to connect with me, you can also use this QR code to connect with me. And you have my cell phone number, 202-914-5070. You can text the word CALM to that number and I will get back to you. You can go to my website at www.saranbaker.com or shoot me an email at info@saranbaker.com. With that, that is all I have for you today. I wish you much love, much peace, much abundance, and much magic in your finances. So peace, love, and light. Let's get your money right. It's your girl, Saran. Bye.
Oh my goodness. I know that you will agree with me that the passion The Purpose and the Peace Summit has been everything that you expected and more. Her Excellency, Dr. Theresa Moseley and her team have done a phenomenal job. I certainly thank her for the opportunity to share with you. Now, listen, if you've been taking note, I don't want you to stop now because I have some nuggets that I want to drop for you. And I know that you will be thoroughly blessed when I am done, or even as I'm going through this. I want you to be blessed all the way through it. Listen, peace is my birthright. Peace is my calling. Peace is my authority. Peace is my divine right. And it is the same for you. You know, I grew up with these examples of people who would just not be at peace. And you know what? My mother was one of them at times. Not all the time, but there were times when I know that she would get stressed. Listen, being a single mother of 7 children, 5 boys, 2 girls. Okay. We can only imagine that there were things that would stress her. And you know what? Not that we were, these rowdy, children or what have you, but just, being a single mother with 7 children. So I grew up with that and I saw the times when she would be at the point where she would even have to go into the hospital at times when her blood pressure became so high. And I again, did not fully understand it. But then I started understanding the look that I would see in her face. And then I would then have to tell her, listen, whatever it is, I don't want you stressing about it. What can we do to help? What can we do to make things better? Because we didn't want her to be away from us to go into the hospital. But one of the things that I declared is that I never wanted that for me. I never wanted it to the point where I would get to myself and get quiet and then end up in the hospital because of stressors. One of the things that the American Heart Association does say that 55% of Black adults in the United States alone have high blood pressure. Oh my goodness. That is not an area where we want to be leading, but according to the science, we are. And one of the things that they say, or several of them, is obesity. Okay. Obesity is one of them, diabetes, and there are other major stressors that will cause this illness. And I knew that I could not have that for me. But of course, we know life goes on. I then get married. There were some stressors in that relationship, not at first, but then they started creeping up. And then I found myself getting to the point where I was having some of those worries and I was having some concerns, and rightfully so for some things that went on in my marriage. But years later and a divorce later, and still being very good friends with my ex-husband, that's a nugget for you. I then knew that any place that I live from here on out, I would declare my peace. I will fight for my peace. I will make sure that no one came in the way of my peace. Because once I understood that it was my divine right and I am called to it, I then said, I don't have to have anything less than that. And I made sure that every home I went into, that I anointed it. Every office that I was in, it didn't matter. Wherever I worked, wherever I went, I declared that place peace. Okay. And I did not allow it, even if it means that certain people could no longer cross my threshold. Yes. It meant that there were certain people that could never cross the threshold of my home. There are people who couldn't cross the threshold of my office. I had to get that bold with it in order to guard my peace. Now, mind you, I'm a woman of prayer. So I was very prayerful about those times and those people that I knew that I had to cut off, because if they were disrupting my peace, then they were not the people to be in my life. And now, come on, we heard the saying that some people come in our lives for a reason and some for a season. And those that were seasonal, I knew then how to let them go. But, I keep mentioning how pieces are right. Psalm 29:11 tells us that God will bless his people. He will grant his people strength and he will bless his people with peace. Okay, let me read that again. The Lord will give strength unto his people, and the Lord will bless his people with strength. That's Psalm 29:11, the King James Version. I wanted that. And let me tell you, ever since then, when people come into my home, they say this place is so peaceful. When my sister would come over and just, sit on my couch and she would just lay there, or she would just go in my room. But one of the things I had to make sure was that I would guard that. And that's something that I want to tell you as well. But listen, 2009, I just want to tell you that life still happens. It doesn't mean that it's absent of life happening. It doesn't mean that things are not going to go on. It still doesn't mean that you're not going to have those mountaintop and those valley lows. It doesn't mean any of that. Life be happening and life will continue to happen. Okay? It will. But you can still have your peace in the midst of that. And for me, 2009 started off like any other year. However, in February, our dear mother had a stroke. Our dear mother had a stroke, and oh, that devastated our family. But let's be clear, my mother came through that stroke. 2 months later, she was at home, or at least on her way home in April. And we thought that was a great time because that was not only her birthday month, it was my birthday month, that of her sisters and other family members. And it was just a perfect time for her, to finally come home with no residual of that stroke on her body. So we were so grateful. But I had to give myself a gift. And I had that yearly appointment. Ladies, you know that yearly appointment, that one that we make every single year. We dread it, but we know that we have to make that appointment. Yes, known as the pap smear. So ladies, make that appointment and keep that appointment. And if you have not made your appointment for this year, make your appointment, keep your appointment. Gentlemen, for the women in your lives, have them make that appointment and keep that appointment. I can't stress that enough. It is very important. I had that appointment and my doctor called me into her office and told me it was abnormal. She sent me to an OBGYN. The OBGYN had me come into her office and say, I do believe that you need to see a gynecologic oncologist. I said, doctor, I know what that is. What do you see? Do you see cancer? What made me say that? I don't know, but I did. She said, you know what? I don't see it because we can't see it at this level. But what I want to do is rule it out. So I did go and have the biopsy. In between me receiving my diagnosis and, that appointment, it was Mother's Day, 2009. I'll never forget it. I know that I woke up that morning and I was just feeling this peace that was just so powerful. It just really consumed me. It was supernatural. It was just amazing. When I went to church and my first lady was ministering, she stopped in the middle of her sermon and said, I have to say this. Do you know God will give you a peace that passes all understanding? I stood up and said, that's me. Now, mind you, I go to a very large church, and in the midst of that church, I said that everyone heard me and I didn't care. Okay. Because I knew that I couldn't understand it. And I was so glad that she acknowledged it. And I wanted her to know, I hear you. It's me. So she said, someone out there is a witness, and I was. Well, it wasn't but a few days later that I received that devastating phone call. Miss Jones, your surgery is scheduled for next Monday. And I said, what surgery? Because no one had told me the results of the biopsy. And I heard these words, oh my gosh, Miss Jones, you have been diagnosed with stage 3 cervical cancer, papillary serous carcinoma of the cervix, high grade. And I said, hold on, isn't there supposed to be a couple of other levels before level 3? Before stage 3? Isn't there stage 1 and stage 2? How am I at stage 3? And I had absolutely no symptoms. Hear me, ladies. Hear me. No symptoms, no irregularities, nothing that would make me think that anything was going on in my body. Well, I then met with the doctor, and then I told him I need another opinion. He said, you can have it, but Miss Jones, don't take too much time. He said, because this one is vicious. In my 30 years, I have seen how this one will spread rapidly. And if it spreads to your internal organs, we won't open you up. He said, it's just it. Once it attaches to your internal organs, it's all over. And then I said, Doc, thank you.
but I'm going to get that second opinion. I received that second opinion a couple of days later. He pretty much said the same thing. Well, I had the appointment a couple of days later, and then a few days after that, received the biopsy report. And he said the same thing, Ms. Jones, you just need to make a decision which doctor is going to do the surgery. I said, oh my goodness. I said, no problem. Thank you for your time. I said, I need more time now. He said, Ms. Jones, you don't have more time. He said, let me tell you why. He said, from your first biopsy to now, it has already spread. I said, thank you for your time. Again, for whatever reason, I still was not shaken off my core totally. Now, was there some form of trepidation and, a tiny bit of fear that came over? It did. But I said, no, I can't let anything take me off this piece. And I said, wow, isn't it just like my God to prepare me to hear the news from those two doctors? They gave me 2 death sentences. Okay. So I knew what I had to do. I had to get to myself, and I really did. I needed to pause for a moment because I needed to know who I could tell. And then I definitely didn't want to tell my mother at that time because I did not want to trip her up and go back into the hospital. I didn't want to be the cause of that. I couldn't tell my son, our only son, because I wanted to make sure he finished his final. So I'm thinking about all these people. Here I received 2 death sentences for a very deadly disease. But here's the thing. I was regaining my peace because I was taking my time to really make sure I thought this through. But what I needed to do was to go into prayer. But another thing I did too. I sat down with my primary care physician. She came back, and then I said, Doctor, I can't allow another woman to go through this. I need to join a organization. She said, have you considered the American Cancer Society? I said, no, I have not. I went and checked them out. I immediately joined, and I signed up to become a community ambassador, and then was trained by them and became one of their spokespersons. So as a community ambassador, my whole goal is to go out and teach about early detection. And it has been absolutely phenomenal. The number of people who are not aware of how you can be diagnosed with a deadly disease such as stage 3 cervical cancer and have no symptoms. But I've had so many testimonies of people who have gone through the same thing. Am I saying everyone will not have symptoms? No, I'm not. But I was one of those people, and there are tons of others who have been a witness of this. So I then went into prayer. And then I told my son's father at that time, because I was divorced by then. By then I was divorced. And then, but here's another thing. I was divorced and a very good friend of my ex-husband because I prayed and asked God to make me a better woman and not a bitter woman. How many of you know that unforgiveness will totally derail your peace? You are sitting up there going crazy about something that you have no control over other than forgiving the person. Now, listen, I'm not saying that it is easy to do that depending on what you've gone through, but I knew that I had to make the decision to forgive and to walk in that. I heard someone say that unforgiveness is like you drinking the poison, but you're expecting the other person to die. It's not going to happen. You drank the poison. You're mad, sad, bad, and disgusting. So I went on a 3-day prayer fast and praise. I did. And on the 3rd day, I heard these words, you shall live and not die, and this will never return again. And on that is what I chose to live. So we knew that our son was going to camp on June 29th. Now, mind you, we are talking mid-May. And I then go back and tell the doctor, I am not having the surgery, doctor, until June 29th. He said, Ms. Jones, you'll never make it. You will never make it. How can you do this to yourself? I said, doctor, I need you to line your faith up with mine. I shall live and not die, and it will never return again. I said, I went to the chief physician, and he said so. He said, you went over my head? I said, I went over all of our heads. I went to my chief physician. He said, I understand. He said, Ms. Jones, I'll see you on June 29th. On June 29th, I had the surgery. All the cancer was removed. And here I am 16 years later, until I make that final call home, until that call is finally done, I am forever free of that ugliness that was inside my body. So people have asked me over and over, Lisa, what were some of the things that you did to make sure that you maintain your peace through all of that? Because mind you, after all of that, okay, life still happens. Life still happens. So let me tell you some of the things that I did. Okay. Then the first thing was for me to do is to make sure that I became a community ambassador so that others will understand their bodies and know that they, with early detection, can beat this. Okay. With early detection, they can beat it. And then you're going to keep those appointments. So I want you to write the word peace down. Peace. Write it down your paper. Okay. I want you to just write it vertically down your paper. And I am going to give you some of those nuggets that help me. And I've already talked about a few of them, because let me tell you, peace is my blueprint to sacredness and wholeness. It really is. It was my sacred blueprint to wholeness. And one of the things that I had to do with that P, I had to pray. I had to pray. I knew that I needed a heaven and earth connection that was going to ground me and keep me at peace. And the reason that I praise, and I have a whole teaching on that, you'll have to get in touch with me to hear it, is because I know that praise changes the atmosphere. So in other words, you are going to have to open up your mouth and you are going to have to speak life. You are going to have to speak those words over your life that you know is on the other side of the ugliness. I had already started living on the other side of my illness. I had already started doing that. But then you notice that I said earlier too, I had to pause, because I had to then go in and see, who am I going to tell at this time? Who am I going to share this with? And how much of this am I going to share? I didn't react. I responded, and I responded responsibly. There are scriptures that go with each one of these, but you'll have to get the book that they've been talking about throughout the summit in order to see those scriptures. Okay. I am going to move through these. And then the E is expect peace. You have to have an expectation of peace. Peace is not passive. You have to expect it, anticipate it, speak it. Okay. It's not a bonus. It is your covenant right with the Father. It truly is. And I want you to walk in that. And then the attributes of peace. Oh my goodness. If I can't tell you, this is probably one of the other most important ones. All of them are important. But do you know that peace is more than calm? Peace is strength under control. Remember, I told you in Psalm 29:11, he will grant his people strength and he will bless his people with peace. So peace is strength under control. It is clarity in the midst of chaos. It is also one of the fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace. Come on. Now we know that, right? Galatians 5:22. But you know what? Another thing too, in the mental state of yourself, what you want to do is make sure that you keep your mind on the things that God says and on those things that are positive. So those things that he said, thou will keep you in perfect peace if your mind is stayed on him. Isaiah 26:3. And one of the other things I said, if you don't have clarity about something, then you do not want to take action on that and do anything that will disrupt your peace. If I don't have clarity, I don't make a decision to do it, because I found that when I do that, my peace is disrupted and things don't work out. I have had the most wonderful opportunities to present itself to me, but I will not allow myself to say yes to it if my inner witness does not give me peace about it. Oh my goodness. I will not do that. And then the C, you are called to peace. You are called to peace by God. You're not created to live in stress. You are not created to live in fear. You are not created to live in anxiety, but you are called to peace. Peace is your portion. Believe me. And that last E in peace is embrace it daily. Peace is a choice. Embrace it when you rise. Embrace it throughout the day. Embrace it wherever you go. Embrace it even at night. It is your lifestyle, and it is not just for a moment. Listen, there are going to be some people in your life for a reason, and there are going to be some people in your life for a season. Know the difference, because that will determine your peace as well. my friend, I want to leave you with this scripture. This is what scripture I will leave you with. Okay. And it's found in 2 Thessalonians 3:16. And it says, now may the Lord of peace himself grant you his peace at all times in every way, that peace and spiritual well-being that comes to those who walk in him, regardless of life circumstances. God bless each and every one of you. If you can hear my alarm going off, because I know that I've come to the end of my road, but listen, I'm leaving you with the power of peace. God bless you.
Dr. Maria Montessori said, preventing conflicts is the work of politics. Establishing peace is the work of education. I am a retired educator after 28 years of service. It was one of the most rewarding experiences in my life. I love working with families, communities, school teachers, the support staff. But unfortunately, my first 2 years as a high school principal, I lost 2 students to violence. And I remember I wanted to meet all of my students, and there was one student I hadn't met, and it was in November, and school started in August. So I found him in the hall one day, and I said, hi, how you doing? He said, fine. He thought he was in trouble because he was taking 2 lunches. So I looked at him and I said, son, what's your passion? And he said, I play football. And I said, are you good? He said, yes, ma'am. And so I said, that same work ethic you put in learning the football plays and strength and conditioning, put that same work ethic in your academics. What do you want to do with football? He says, well, I want to go to college and I want to play in the NFL. I want to buy a home for my mom and take care of our family. And I said, that's a great goal. I said, you can get there, but it takes hard work. And he said, are you good? He said, yes, ma'am. And so he said, do you know football? And I said, I do know football. He said, what's an H-back? I said, he's the man in motion. He fakes out the D. He's on the offense. As you will see, he's a big tight end. He blocks too. He's the man in motion. He's on the move. He goes, oh, my principal raps. But anyway, we talked for about 15 minutes and I told him, okay, it's time for you to go to class. Now get to class, pull up your pants. And he went walking down the hall and one tear rolled down my cheek. And by the time he turned that corner, I was full blown crying and I didn't know what that was about. I do have the gift of intuition. I know my gift is my voice. My passion is serving others. And my purpose is to make this world a more peaceful place. But those tears, I just felt something was not right. 2 weeks later, I was coming off a plane from my cousin's wedding and my phone kept buzzing and buzzing and buzzing. And it was my SRO telling me that this student that I just met 2 weeks ago was murdered. He was shot to death. President Barack Obama said every life must be given a chance to reach its full potential, that every life mattered. His life mattered. He was a great football player. He could have played pro football, but his life was cut short. So I started a campaign for no more violence, one school, one community, one county at a time. And the next year, on my drive home, I see yellow tape at a park, and I said, I wonder what happened over there. And when I looked closely, I couldn't see what was going on, but by the time I got home, another phone call that I had another student that was beaten and stabbed to death in a park. I said, God, what can I do? I need to make sure my kids are safe. And so it came to me that I really need to think about not just having peace in my home, but peace in the community, peace in school, peace in the workplace, and peace in the world, which is another reason why I wrote the book, Peace Within, the Home, the School, the Community, the World. And also we added to the campaign, no more violence, one city, one state, one nation at a time. Then I went to a master's class and my teacher said to me, Theresa, what is it that you really love to do? I said, well, I love to serve others. I was in the military serving others. I was a Girl Scout serving my troop. I was a church choir girl. I was a church usher. I'm an educator. I'm serving the community of my students. And she goes, and what do you want to do with that passion of yours? And then I thought about my two students. And then she said, there's a famous quote by Mark Twain. There's 2 days that are important: the day you were born and the day you find out why. And that day I said, I'm going to live my life as a peacemaker to make this world a more peaceful place. My first book on peace was Creating Ambassadors of Peace, 16 Steps to Become an Ambassador of Peace, where I talk about communicate, don't retaliate. Attack the problem, not the person. Love your community and serve them well. If you're going to protest, protest peacefully. Then I wrote Passion, Purpose, and Peace. Pathway through trials and tribulations. It was an anthology with some wonderful co-authors with some amazing stories of hope and will and purpose. And this last book, Peace Within, the home, the school, the community. In my chapter, I talk about peace within the school. You know, in the classroom, all students really want to learn. But if your class is disruptive, someone is not going to be happy. So one of the things a teacher can do is make sure that you set rules in the beginning of the school year and make sure that the students also help you create those rules. It's so important that they feel valued and their voice is heard. The other thing is, if you ask a question and someone responds, give them some feedback. You have to acknowledge what they said, whether it's right or wrong, provide feedback, and make sure you're not calling on the same students all the time. You know, the kid in the back that has their hand and they're just waving and they're being ignored, they're going to get upset. And when they get upset, they're going to cause chaos in your classroom. The second thing is in the hallway. Make sure that the teachers are at their doors. They're greeting the students as they go by. They're moving students along. Make sure the time between first period and second period and third period and fourth period are reasonable, probably no more than 5 minutes, so they don't have time to loiter, to gossip, to get in trouble. And then there's the cafeteria. Oh boy, especially in middle schools, cafeterias can be a problem. They like to throw food in middle school. But you have to have rules in the cafeteria. You need to make sure that kids have roles and responsibilities. Maybe someone is dumping the trays. Maybe someone is washing the tables. Maybe you can give them some of the school bucks to buy school supplies. But also have rules in the cafeteria. The other thing you need to do is make sure that your teachers communicate with their families. If a student is acting up, or if the student is absent, or if the student is having a problem with someone and you know who that person is, have a conversation with both sides of the parents. And administrators, I recommend that you have a ROSE Day, Repeat Offender Support Efforts. What a nice term, ROSE Day, Repeat Offenders Support Efforts. And during this ROSE Day, number one, you can pull up their attendance. You can see how well they're doing with coming to school. You can pull up their grades. You can see if they have missing assignments. You can see if they have poor test scores. You see if they're participating in the classwork. And then you can look at their academic record and their record for suspensions. How many times have they been suspended? And what were they suspended for? And talk about A, what happened? B, how did it make you feel? C, what did you do? And D, what could you have done differently? And you need to work with them as individuals first. And then if there's another party involved, something happened with somebody else, you have peer mediation. But you want to make sure there's some treatment. You just don't want to suspend kids from school for fighting or whatever and not giving them something to think about when they come back. So my students always knew she's going to come back and say, how are we doing? So let's just work this out, right? So it's so important that you have peace within the school, in the classroom, in the hallway, in the cafeteria, and transitioning between classes. And then there's on the way home on the bus. You have to have school rules for the bus too, because the bus drivers will write students up and say, oh, he or she can't ride my bus anymore because they misbehave. So what I really suggest is that your vision and mission for your school, you share that with your students at the beginning of the school year and have the students write the rules for the classrooms and have them hold themselves accountable for their behavior. It's so important that kids understand that you have a choice to do right or wrong. And also, this is also very important. Every student in your classroom has a gift. Find out what it is. And then when they come in, hey, did you draw any art this week? Maybe they're an artist. How was that football game? When you talk about what's going on in their lives, personally, they feel like, oh, she really cares about me, or he really cares about me, or he cares about my family. Especially if you know there's somebody in their family that's not doing very well. Support your students. I think it's so important that you address the affective domain as well as the cognitive domain of all students. I want to read to you my call to action in this book. Peace within. You got to cultivate self-awareness and emotional resilience. Peace within the home. You need to foster healthy communication and conflict resolution. Peace in schools. You have to create environments where students feel seen, heard, and valued. Peace in the workplace. Build cultures of respect and collaboration. Peace in the community. Building bridges of respect and collaboration. Building divides through dialogue and action is actually peace in the community. Peace in the world. Understanding our interconnectedness and global responsibilities. In peace within, the stories, the strategies, and solutions, all are shared from real experiences. This is not a theoretical discussion. It's a practical guide for anyone ready to be a peacemaker in their own sphere of influence. My call to action, if my two students had lived, what would they have contributed to the world? We'll never know. But their memories fuel my work. It reminds me that peace is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Every child deserves to grow up without fear. Every person deserves to live in safety. Every community deserves a chance to thrive. I invite you to join this mission. Whether you're reading these words as a parent, educator, leader, or simply someone who longs for a kinder world, know that your choices matter. Peace begins with you. You can get Peace Within on my website, creatingambassadorsofpeace.com, or on Amazon. Peace Within, the home, the school, the community, the world. I am Her Excellency, Dr. Theresa Ann Moseley. I wish you peace and blessings.
Peace. When you think about the word peace, a lot of times people have this connotation that peace is all perfect and everything is calm. But I remember hearing someone say that peace is not the absence of chaos, it's not the absence of challenge, but it's the presence of God in the midst of it. As a woman of faith, I cling to that. Peace is often portrayed as something soft, still, and passive. But my story is proof that peace is anything but fragile. For me, peace has been forged in fire, change, triumph, disfigurement. It's been tested through trials, defined in diagnoses, and transformed into a torch that I now carry into the lives of others. As a two-time breast cancer conqueror, I know what it means to have your world shattered and still be called to rise. This journey taught me that transformation isn't born in comfort. It's born in chaos and shaped by purpose. My name is B. Jacqueline Jeter. I'm a transformational growth strategist and mindset strategist, and I want to share my story with you and how I found peace in the midst of a diagnosis, not once, but twice within 2 years, and the things that I learned over that. So I'm going to share 3 keys. And the first key is clarity over chaos. Thomas Leonard said that clarity affords focus. When I first heard those words, invasive ductal carcinoma with metastasis to lymph node, my life was anything but clear. I had built a full life, my career, doing service and ministry, my family, everything, my relationships. My hair was the longest and strong and supple that it's ever been. And I was in great shape because I was working out every day. But then that faithful phone call came. That diagnosis forced everything into sharp perspective. I began asking, not just what am I doing, but who am I becoming? Why am I even here? And those questions changed everything. You see, clarity is the birthplace of transformation. It's a cousin and really a tag team of awareness. Once you're aware, you get clarity and you can then transform. It shifts us from just surviving by default to living by design and on purpose. So what are some transformation practices that I want to share with you? Are one, define a one-sentence statement of who you are becoming. Who are you? Why have you been here? My mom used to say, you're not just breath and britches. Go ask God why he put you here. And I'll say the same thing to you. Number two, let go of commitments that no longer serve your present or future self. Remember, you're becoming what you are now, and who you have around you now may not be who you carry with you in the future. Number three, recommit to what gives your life meaning, energy, and purpose. What truth about yourself have you been avoiding in the chaos? Okay, key number two, collaboration over isolation. Helen Keller wrote, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. After that second cancer diagnosis, I didn't go to battle alone. Actually, I didn't go to battle alone in the first one. I learned the power of sacred community, of having just not my doctors, not just the nurses, not just those caretakers and those persons that were there, but my sisters, faith leaders, colleagues and friends, and sometimes, and a lot of times, strangers who just happen to see me on Facebook or see me on something and sent me something through the mail, through Amazon, or saw me in the grocery store, or saw me at an appointment, and they came to get some encouragement. This time, I wasn't just a patient. I was a woman walking deeper and more solidly and clearly in purpose and peace, surrounded by others to call to support my transformation. And that true transformation didn't just happen in isolation. It unfolded in connection, connected with other women who were going through the same thing or similar that I was. Connected with someone who had already gone through it and strengthened me. Connected with someone who was just diagnosed to encourage them. I needed a safe place to be seen, heard, and held, and I found that. So this second key, what are the transformation practices I want to share with you? Identify who supports your soul, not just your role. That was good, wasn't it? And identify who supports your soul and not just your role. Build a transformational circle, people who challenge and cheer you, and release the lie that asking for help makes you weak. It makes you wise, and that gives you strength. So here's your reflection for this key. Who in your life reflects your purpose back to you with clarity? Look at that circle and identify them. Key number three, consistency over perfection. I'm telling you. Robert Collier says, success is the sum of small efforts repeated day in and day out. In a world that we celebrate this so much, hustle and highlights and the grind and all of that, I've learned to honor the power of showing up. Even when it's messy, even when it's hard, even when I don't want to. Transformation is not just one big leap. You don't plant a seed in the ground and boom, there's a tree tomorrow. Or boom, there's apples and peaches and everything hanging on the tree in another week. It takes time. Growth takes time. It's the result of daily choices rooted in who you are and who you want to become. Consistency, not perfection, is what creates lasting change. And your transformation practices for peace in this key is choose one daily action that aligns with your purpose and your peace. Celebrate your progress, not just your outcomes. A lot of times we wait to celebrate when those baby steps give us the strength to get to that big step, right? Give yourself grace for the days you need to pause and just breathe. So here's your reflection. What small act of alignment can you commit to today? It's a baby step. When I returned to work after cancer, I didn't come back the same woman. I came back transformed. I came back even more peaceful, softer in my spirit, stronger in my boundaries, but deeply anchored in my purpose and what mattered. I brought peace to places that I led, not just the absence of problems, but the presence of perspective, a fit perspective, a growth factor perspective. I began leading with compassion more calm, more clarity. And what was the impact? My colleagues noticed a difference and caught on. They leaned in and asked, how is this different? My teams just flourished more, and lives were changed just by those simple steps. When I went from that pain to purpose, beyond the boardroom, my greatest transformation happened in the quiet moments. Listening to other survivors and conquerors, comforting caregivers, mentoring women on their own journey to wholeness. Peace in the community doesn't mean pretending everything is okay. It means creating spaces where real transformation and collaboration can take root. It's where stories are shared, tears are welcome, and healing is sacred and necessary. So I'm going to leave you a few lessons from this fire that I went through. You are stronger than you know, but you don't have to be strong alone. Community is important. Peace is not a place you find, it's a presence that you carry. Resilience isn't about bouncing back, it's about growing deeper and stronger. You weren't meant to simply survive, you were created to transform. And your story isn't over. It's still unfolding, and it holds the power to heal others. So I'll leave you with this quote. You are not alone, you are stronger than you think, and you have a purpose still waiting to unfold. I'm B. Jacqueline Jeter. I'm a woman transformed not just by adversity, but by divine assignment. See, that cancer diagnosis didn't define me, it refined me. I'm a conqueror, not just of cancer, but of comparison, burnout, fear, and the list goes on. I now lead, speak, write, and coach from a place of embodied peace, serving women who are ready to trade those capes, those superwoman capes, get rid of those, to trade those for clarity, to help them understand that they're striving for soul alignment, their pain for purpose is real and needed. I invite you to rise with me. Let's stop overthinking. Let's stop overdoing. Let's stop underliving. Let's start transforming with intention, with love, and with peace.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and our company is Sales Team Guru. And I want to welcome you to this conversation we're going to have, which is how to build a 7-figure sales team. And we have one mission. Yes, one mission. And that mission is to make sure that we're able to give you all of the revenue. The revenue. If you're out there right now and you're an entrepreneur, say revenue. No, seriously, say revenue right now. Our number one mission right now is to make sure you get all of the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions that you have. This is what how to build a 7-figure sales team is all about. It's not about the money. It really isn't. But it's about making sure that you have the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions. First, the vision for yourself. I know there's a certain way that you want to live. I know there's a certain home that you want to be in. I know right now there's certain clothes that you want to wear. There's even a certain food. I know it's organic, and it's going to take some resources, which means you need some revenue, and that's what the 7-figure sales team is going to help you do. Yes, I know. For others of you, you have a vision for your loved ones. You want to send your kids to a school of your choice. I get it. You want to write a check for someone's health care insurance or write a check for a cause that you believe in. I have the benefit of taking care of Mother Dear. She's still here. She's 74 years old at the time of this recording. And it's a blessing to be able to make sure that I can help her get what she needs and what she wants. And some of you are like me. It takes resources. That means it takes revenue. And let me tell you the third. I'm going to get into some good stuff. Don't worry. But I believe there's a third vision you have. You have a vision for the people you were called to serve right now. And the only way you can execute that vision is to have the resources. And I always start with the story of Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer. You don't. Don't worry. I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team. But if you're out there right now, I want you to know it's much bigger than that. So imagine you're Noah, whether you're a believer or not. I'm not going to pose my faith on you. And you tell yourself, you know what? I'm ready to get going. And before you get going, there's a knock at the door. And someone says, hey, Noah, I'm sorry to be poured over here, but there's no hammers in the house. You say, no worries, no big deal. I got all the experience. I got all the expertise. God's given me everything I need. And then there's another knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? No, I might say, report. There are no nails either. No hammer, no nails. I'm okay. Rule number 1, don't panic. Gosh, there's that third knock at the door. The third knock at the door, you know what that means. That means that ain't good news. Hey, Noah, I might as well let you know there are no people. And by the way, there are no wood. Good luck on this mission. And that's you. You're tired of that. You're like, oh my gosh, Shay, if I just had the resources, I could execute the vision I have for the people I was called to serve. Well, your prayers have been answered, not because of me. It's not about Shay Brown. I promise you. It's not about Shay Brown at all, but it's all about you and how to build a 7-figure sales team. So for some of you who are tuning in for the very first time and you just meet me, don't worry, by the way. My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. I'm super excited, but it's not about me. Although I'm here, it's not about me. It's all about you. And I do want to lay something on you that selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will help you solve any business problem. So we're going to talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team, because right now you're like, Shay, I need a new website. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to hire a personal assistant. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to make sure I can hire a tech team. It takes revenue. Shay, I need someone to do all of my marketing. I need a coach. I need a firm. It takes revenue. Selling will solve any business problem. You need a new computer right now, or you need you need a new webcam or a new camera? Selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will solve any business problem. And here's what I want you to know as we get started. All roads in business, everything you're doing right now, everything you're doing leads to professional sales conversations. So when we talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team, yeah, it's going to help you generate revenue. I get that. And yeah, it's going to help you get the resources you need. I get that. And yeah, your family, your family's going to live the way you always wanted them to live. But all of your marketing leads to a professional sales presentation. All your Facebook ads lead to a professional sales conversation. All of your webinars and masterclasses lead to a professional sales presentation. All of your technology leads to a professional sales presentation. Everyone jot this down in your notes. All roads in business lead to one place and one place only. And where does that one place lead? They all lead to professional sales conversation. So this conversation that we're having right now, this conversation is for you right now. If you're out there, you're like, you know what, Shay? I want to make sure I'm at the right place. If you hate sales, this conversation's for you. Although you got to do all the sales right now, you hate it. You pay attention. If you don't sell right now because you're a full-time entrepreneur, you don't eat. This conversation is for you. If you're just tired of talking to unqualified leads, like Shay, if I got to talk to one more person that don't have the money, that don't have the time, that not sure if they don't want to do it, I'm so frustrated. I could be doing something else with my time, then this conversation is for you. Or maybe, as you're listening right now, you just have a vision for the people you were called to serve. If that's you right now, then I'm going to introduce you to the 4S formula, and then we're going to get started. Don't worry, I'm going to share everything that you need. I'm going to help you out. But jot this in your notes. Write this down right now. Take a picture of this. If you don't do anything else, put this in your notes. This is my philosophy. It's what drives our company, and that is systems beat goals every single time. Put that in your notes. I don't want you to miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. Shay, why is that? Because systems are duplicatable. Systems are repeatable. Systems are something you can hand off to someone else to do the work. And you think about it. If you're lacking revenue right now, it's because of your lead generation systems. There's not enough qualified folks coming in. Someone say hello. Someone say, Shay, I hear you. If right now there's not enough revenue, it's because you have a system to have the right team in place to get it done. Someone say, Shay, that's me. Or maybe right now as you're listening, you've gone to all the seminars, you watched all of the webinars, you've been to all the masterclass. In fact, you're tuning in, but yet there's no system to bring in predictable, reliable, consistent revenue because you got to do all the work and you're tired of that. If that's you, I want you to jot down your notes right now with every fiber in my body. I want you to hear me. I want you to hear me. Listen very carefully that systems beat goals every single time. So let me give you the 4S formula. Then we're going to get going. The 4S formula. Take a picture of this right now. S plus S plus S equals S. I want you to get this. I want you to get this. Let me give you a system. So it's systems plus strategy plus sales equals a successful CEO. Shay, break that thing down for me real quick if you can. I only got so much time, but I'm going to help you build a 7-figure sales team. But first, I want to make sure you have revenue. What is a system? It's a set of detailed methods or procedures of what you're doing on a continuous basis in order to generate revenue. Sales team is a system. Now, if you didn't come to this call, you didn't show up at this webinar, you didn't show up at this masterclass, you didn't show up at this summit, if you didn't show up with just that one idea that I need a sales team, then I want you to know that a sales team is a system to generate the revenue you need. What is a strategy? We'll talk about that later. That's the evergreen revenue model. The evergreen revenue model is how do you do something one time and your labor's no longer involved. And that's what a sales team allows you to do. Yeah, there's an evergreen prospecting sequence. I get it. There's an evergreen engagement sequence. You got to engage your clients. I get it. There's an evergreen sales system. I get that. But at the end of the day, that's the model that drives everything. That's the strategy that you put into the system. We'll get into that. I don't have time right now. Then what is sales? So you're talking about I need a sales team. Can you break down your definition of sales so we all have the same philosophy? Sales is a source that provides the revenue to purchase the resources that are necessary to execute the vision for yourself. Did I start off that way? The vision for your loved ones. Did I start off that way? And the vision for the people you were called to serve. So Shay, if you're talking about that and you're going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team, I'm feeling you. I'm smelling what you're cooking in the kitchen over here. I'm with you all the way. But Shay, what is a successful CEO? Can you break that thing down for me? Sure. A successful CEO, this is you, has more cash flow, has more profits, and has more freedom to spend time with the loved ones to do the things they really want to do. So right now, if you don't have any freedom because you're working all these hours, then I want you to pay attention. If you're someone that don't have the revenue, because if you don't be there, you can't stop to go to your daughter's recital. You can't go to your son's football game. You can't even right now go to the doctor without having your phone like this. Then you need a system. You need a sales team. You need someone to help generate revenue. See, a successful CEO has more cash flow. That's money coming in, more profits than money going out, and they got the freedom. If that's you, I want you to use a daily affirmation I share with one of my clients and create the greatest breakthrough for them. I only got so much time, but I'm going to teach you how to build a 7-figure sales team. But jot this down in your notes. I am a successful CEO. Don't worry about being an entrepreneur. Don't worry about being a faithpreneur. Don't worry about being a happypreneur. Don't worry about being a mompreneur. You be a successful CEO. When you signed those papers down there at the courthouse or you went online and you came a business, a successful CEO is who you are. Put down, I am a successful CEO because systems beat goals every single time. Jot that down in your notes. Please don't miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. I'm going to say that one more time and say that one more time. And please, if you're out there right now, I want you to jot this down in your notes. I don't want you to miss this. I want you to put this in your notes right now. Systems beat goals every single time. I am a successful CEO. Say it loud. I am a successful CEO. Say it one more time for me. I am a successful CEO. Here's what I'm going to do for all of you out there. I'm going to give you a free gift. It's my gift to you. And I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team right now. But I'm sensing some of you just want the playbook on how to put together the right system so you can not have to take any notes. Because I'm about to go rapid fire, okay? You don't want to worry about taking notes. Text the word team right now. Text the word, get your mobile number. I'm only doing this, get your mobile number out right now. Text the word team. I'm going to give you the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series I did because I only got so much time on how to build a 7-figure sales team. I'm going to give you the how to build a 7-figure sales team challenge. So I'm going to work with you for 5 days and help you build your team And then for some of you, I'm going to do a one-on-one customized session with me or one of my certified representatives. So here's what you're doing. Let me give you the instructions, and then we got to go rapid fire. Number one, text the word team right now. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Let me give it again. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Now, when you text, do it right now. Do it now. When now? When now? Now is the time. When you do it now. Include your first name so I know who you are. Include your last name so I know who you are. Include your best contact number. Now, you only texting team because you're ready to have a sales team. And put your best contact number and email. For some of you, we're going to just text it right to you. You can click a link. Some of you love to do it right on your phone. Others of you, you still want an email coming to you. I get it. So we'll send an email as well because you might not be able to save it to your phone. Been there, done that. But here's my promise to you. It'll create a breakthrough. Now, I'm going to give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team right now. And I'm going to go rapid fire. I only got so much time. But if you're out there right now, you haven't done it, text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. I know for some of you listening, now is your time. Now is your time. And one of the things my mentor has taught me, he says it over and over again, it's really landed with me. He says, Shay, now is the time to get the team going. When's the best time to plant a tree? When was the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. When's the best time to plant a tree? Right now. So now is the time. Let's prepare now. So let's do it. So let me go and go over the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Because when I ask the question to folks, what are the components of a 7-figure sales team? How do you even build a 7-figure sales team? Most folks don't even know. They have no clue. They're like, I don't know, Shay, hire a representative. And then I hire more sales reps. And I hire more people. I'm like, no, you'll never get there at that pace. So let me unleash the formula that's taken me 15, almost 20 years to learn. It's not about the 20 years, but you don't have to go through that. You want predictable. You want reliable. You want consistent revenue without your labor. Then let me go ahead and drop it on you right now. Let's go ahead and show it to them. And for those folks that texted in, you'll get all the details. Hope you did that. The components of a 7-figure sales team. There are 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Component number 1 is a sales rep. The first thing I want you to do is make a commitment that you're going to hire a sales rep. Now, here's what a sales rep does. A sales rep works on 100% commission. That means that they go out, they understand all your products and services, they make a sale, and when they bring in the money, you get a percentage of it. So let's imagine for a moment that they go out and sell $20,000 of revenue for you that you didn't spend any time with. And yet, as a result, you paid them a 20% commission. For some of you, it's higher, some of you, it's lower. 20% of $20,000 is $4,000. So you got $20,000 of revenue without your labor. Minus $4,000, just for the example, that means there's $16,000 left in. How many of you out there right now are doing all the sales? And if you just had a sales rep bringing in half the revenue you're bringing in right now, or double the revenue you're bringing in right now, your business would double right now. Your problems would be solved. Put 2 hands up if that's you. Sales rep. Go ahead and make a commitment. Write down in your notes right now. I will have a sales rep. So number 1 is a sales rep. For those that texted in earlier, and I'll give you that number again, we'll help you recruit. We'll help you train. We'll do that for you. Don't worry. But you make a commitment that you're going to have a sales rep. Number 2 is you need a sales affiliate. Now, Shay, can you break down what's the difference between a sales affiliate and a sales rep? A sales affiliate understands 1 or 2 of your products. And they're a mercenary. They're only in it for the money. The sales rep understood all of your products and services. They're in it for the commission, but they like you. The sales affiliate, you got to think of Amazon. You walk into Amazon, they own maybe 30% of the products in there. The other 70%, they're affiliates of. When you get your charger, that's not Amazon. When you get the glass screen, that's not Amazon. When you buy headsets that use the Bose headsets, that's not Amazon. And so I want you to think right now, if you're a coach, what type of affiliates do you have right now to sell your products and services? A sales affiliates are mercenaries. They're in it for the money. They're in spaces you're not in. They're in places you're not at. They bring traffic to your website you can't generate. They bring people to your masterclasses and your webinars when you're not there. They fill your virtual summits and some of you your live summits. That's what a sales affiliate is. So it makes sense. For some of you, if you're a life coach, it makes sense that you have an affiliate with someone that maybe does health and wellness. Here's the question. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days from just a sales rep? For many, 0 or not enough. How much revenue did you generate just from your sales affiliates team? For many, not enough. And if that's you and you're saying, Shay, it's not enough, I understand. Let me go over the last two if I can. The next one is a sales ambassador. Now, we're going to teach you how to do a sales affiliate. I'm going to give you all of the software you need so it's none of your labor, okay? Some of you texted it earlier. I'm going to give you that number in a minute. You'll get that. The sales ambassador, they understand that they're not in it for the money. They're only in it for rewards and recognition. Rewards and recognition. They're already in your circle. And they believe in your mission. They believe in the company's goals. They believe in the company's objectives. They're not in it for the money. You cannot motivate them with money. You can motivate them with a free iPad. You can motivate them with an Apple Watch. You can give them gifts and recognize them for just believing in the mission, goals, and objectives. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days just in that one area? For many of you, not enough. Just not enough. So I want you to have sales ambassadors. We're going to teach you how to do that. Digital sales solution. You know, this is hot right now and it's popular. A number of folks are talking about it. Yeah, you got to have a digital sales solution. You need a sales funnel. You got to bring them to a sales page. They got to buy. Folks aren't buying on their sales pages. And the number one reason they aren't buying on their sales pages is because the purpose of a sales page is just to get the information. So you need to take the pricing off sometime a sales page, and you need to take them to the checkout page. So they opt in, they give you all their information. Then they go to a checkout page where they can see the value. Now that's important because price only matters in the absence of value. So if you can get the value to be there, and then you take them to checkout, now you have all their information. If they don't buy, you can follow up. I was working with a client recently. They said, Shay, I don't even know who went to my page. I had 3,000 people that went to my page. No one bought. We couldn't follow up with anybody. Because none of them opted in. They saw the price, didn't buy right there. For some of you, this is a breakthrough. Look, to build a seven-figure sales team is going to take a sales rep. It's going to take a sales and affiliate team. It's going to take a sales ambassador team. It's going to take a digital sales solution team. And I know it's going to take your sales cheerleader, which I don't have time to get into that, but the sales cheerleader, their number one focus at the end of the day is making sure that we tell the story of all your successful clients. Here's what I want to share with you. You can build a seven-figure sales team. Do you have to do all five at one time? No. But I want you to make a commitment right now that you're going to take your labor out of it. You will not be the number one salesperson. You will not be the number one marketing person. You will not be the number one project manager. You will not be the number one tech person. You will not be the number one Facebook ad person. You will not be the number one collaborator. You will not be the number one marketer. You will not be the number one recruiter. You're going to take those hats off. You're going to continue to do that. I want you to focus on just being you. Let your sales team do the work. Let the sales team bring in the revenue without your labor. If that's you and that really resonates with you and you're like, Shay, that resonates loud and clear, then I want you to do me a favor. In the time we have left, I want you to text the word team right now. I'm going to help you, give you free access to the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series. And I'm going to give you the challenge. And I'm going to work with some of you one-on-one. You've got to take action. The university rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. Text the word team right now to 202-270-1662. Include your first name. Include your last name. Include your best contact number. I'm requiring that. Now, I'm going to share this with you, and I'm going to help you on this journey. But at the end of the day, success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. I love the quote. As many of you are texting in right now, I love the quote. You can build a ship by yourself, but it takes a team to sail that sucker. And that's what's going on right now. We're all out in the same ocean. Now, the question is, who's on your team? Build your sales team. Text the word text the word team to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number and your email. I'm going to send you the playbook. I'm going to send you the masterclass series. I'm going to make sure you join the challenge. And more importantly, we're going to have a one-on-one session. With that being said, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Remember, time is long. Life is short. You got to live in the moment and you got to make it count. God bless. I'm out of here. Peace.
Welcome. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Linda R. Taylor, and I am a certified relationship and business strategist coach. I am the founder and CEO of Divorce Think Tank. I specialize in working with professionals who are either contemplating divorce or in the midst of a divorce, create strategic roadmaps so that they can divorce with dignity to preserve their financial assets, protect their emotional well-being, and rebuild their life on purpose. I want to thank Dr. Moseley for hosting the Passion and Purpose Virtual Summit. It is truly an honor to participate and share a difficult message that impacts so many lives. How to navigate divorce with grace when reconciliation is no longer a consideration. You see, I don't believe most individuals get married just to get divorced. But sometimes divorce is inevitable. Nothing in life is permanent. Sometimes there's in life, there are events and situations that we can control, and there are situations and events that's outside of our control. Divorce is one of life's most challenging transitions. It is downright painful. It not only impacts the spouses, but it has a ripple effect that impacts kids, businesses, whole communities, and your colleagues. But here's the truth. Divorce doesn't have to destroy you. It doesn't have to rob you of your peace. It can be navigated with clarity, confidence, and yes, even dignity, if you have a strategic roadmap and the right divorce professional to assist you through that process. The hard truth about divorce that an attorney will never tell you is that too often people think divorce is about winning in court. But the reality is, when you begin to take your matter to court, everyone loses except the divorce attorneys. Here's why. That wealth that you've been building up for years to save and pass on to your families as a legacy will be swiftly eaten up by attorney fees. In the state of Maryland, just to retain an attorney will cost you $5,000 each. That's $10,000 of your sweat equity within minutes, just evaporated. So, over the past 15 years, I have witnessed a lot of tragedy from bad and toxic relationships and bad marriages. What I realize is that bad relationships not only break hearts, but they also break down your health, your immune system. It creates chronic illness, inflammation, just long-term illnesses. And the more toxic a relationship is, it just drains you of your energy and it shatters your confidence and it prevents you from moving forward to create the life that you were destined to create. The strategic decision that you would have to make, whether to stay or to leave, is going to be contingent upon how you make that decision, whether you make it on emotions or you make it on logic. Strategic thinking is the key as you navigate through the divorce process. So what I want you to do is ask yourself, what is it going to cost you if you continue to stay in a relationship or marriage that has run its course, or a loveless marriage? And are you staying out of fear or because you're overwhelmed and you don't know how to begin the process? Or are you ready to find a process that will give you the clarity that will help you realign with your core values? When you begin to shift from reacting emotionally to thinking strategically, not only will you gain confidence, you will gain direction. No longer will you be asking yourself, oh God, why me? How do I get out of this? Instead, you'll be asking yourself, how do I move forward so I can begin the healing and preserve the relationship? Now, if you have a joint business or some marital joint ventures, one of the most overlooked truths is that when you divorce, you got to burn it all down. That is absolutely not true. You can divorce your partner, your spouse, without divorcing the business. You don't have to litigate your divorce in court. And you don't have to rack up unnecessary fees that will burn through your savings and force your business that you built with your sweat equity to go bankrupt. That doesn't serve you. It doesn't serve your family. And certainly it does not serve your financial future, especially in this economy with so many layoffs and unaffordable housing. Because when you divorce, you're going to have to find two separate residents. And I can tell you that is one of the most challenging areas that I see divorcing couples struggle with, trying to find affordable housing post-divorce. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, I invite you to watch a divorce documentary called Divorce Court by Drew Pinsky. It will reveal the truth about the broken court system in family law and how the courts and attorneys profit off of adversarial divorces. The divorce business is a multi-billion-dollar business. So it's not their mission to save and preserve families. It's a business. And you'll see that in the documentary. In fact, one of the gentlemen in the documentary tell you it's a business, because it's a business. That's why I'm here. And that's exactly why I created Divorce Prep Academy. A solution that equips you with a strategic roadmap before you ever have to step your foot into court. Because once you enter the courtroom, you relinquish your power and your authority. You are at the mercy of how the judge feel that day, or whether or not the judge, him or herself, are going through divorce. So you don't want someone making such a critical decision that's going to impact you and your family for the rest of your lives. Here's an opportunity for you to keep that control and navigate this process with my assistance. Now I'm going to shift, because I talked about why a divorce doesn't have to destroy you and how an adversarial divorce could cost you more than you anticipated. This is where my divorce coaching programs come in, and they were designed specifically for professionals. Some of my clients may come to me already that's ready to take action. They're ready to be unmarried, but they just don't know where to start. And if that's you, then you are in the right place today, right? Not knowing or choosing the wrong path could be detrimental, but I can tell you it's also very costly. So I created three coaching programs that will allow couples or an individual who is contemplating or couples who have mutually decided to divorce in a dignified way. My first coaching program is considered an uncontested divorce, meaning that within 90 days or less, for less than $5,000, you could be divorced. Yes, exactly what I said. You could be divorced within 90 days. It has 10 hours worth of divorce coaching, custody coaching, as well as 6 hours of divorce divorce coaching and mediation. 10 hours of mediation and 6 hours of divorce coaching. It also comes with 2 online full courses. One is emotional intelligence. Why is that so important? Well, over the past 15 years, I realized that at least one of the spouses going through divorce sometimes look for emotional justice rather than legal justice. Not knowing how to manage your emotions going through divorce is one of the worst mistakes an individual can make, because the judges are assessing your behavior. And so understanding how to regulate your emotions going through divorce is going to be very challenging. And so that's why a divorce coach should be your number one step. But also taking that course will give you the resources and the tools to help you regulate your emotions. You will also get a course on conflict resolution. I am also a certified employment law mediator. And I can tell you, majority of the cases that does not settle is simply because of conflict. Conflict is inevitable. It's not if, but when. And going through a divorce, if there's such a time, it is during divorce. So my job is to help you understand what your actual conflict style is. It's an assessment to help you understand what are your triggers and how to identify those triggers and then how to regulate them. Because going through divorce is going to trigger a whole lot of stuff. So this is a program, again, for couples that are married and have assets and children. My second coaching program is uncontested divorce as well, but for couples that do not have children or minor children under 18, and generally has been married under 5 years and don't have a lot of assets. The investment is only $2,750, but you get everything, including the workbook, resources, worksheets. But in this program, you get 6 hours of mediation, divorce and custody mediation, 3 hours of coaching, and the online course. You also get unlimited support via email and Voxer, which is like a walkie-talkie where you can get direct access to me in cases of an emergency. So this is a real quick process. The judges do love when couples come to them already prepared with settlement agreements, and that's part of what I do. I help you draft the marital property settlement agreement. It's called an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, as well as, in the first case, the co-parenting agreement regarding legal custody, physical custody, child access for the holidays and school breaks. So those are the elements that are needed for the first option to get a divorce. And in this case, where there's no minor children, the parties must mutually agree on the marital assets. And my last coaching program is for an individual who has made a conscious decision that their marriage has run its course and divorce will be imminent, but they want to strategically prepare for it. There's 3 aspects of a divorce. There's the emotional, there's the financial, and then there's the legal. And so this is a 3-month coaching program that walks you through each one of those. Each month we focus on one of those key aspects because it's a lot of information, and it will allow you the confidence to then have that conversation, because we also do a role play on how to tell your spouse you want a divorce. This is a 3-month program where there's 3 90-minute coaching sessions, unlimited email support, as well as a cohort. It's up to 20 individuals like yourself, professionals who are going through divorce. And what's great about that is they can offer additional support, but also you can lean on each other and have some shared experiences. This particular program will certainly give you the clarity on how to realign with your core values and your emotional needs, such as alimony, child support. How much is it going to cost you to live in your new place? You need to know what your numbers are. What's your credit score? All those things are essential before you decide to file that divorce. You want to be proactive. The more proactive you are, the more prepared you will be, and the more confident you will be, and the less mistakes and less costly it will be. So even if you want a unprotected divorce, say hypothetically, and your spouse is, say, a narcissist or someone who is not ready to walk away, in that situation, you have no choice but to file, and then the court will force their hand. But at least you will be prepared, because at that point, most likely than not, you're going to need an attorney to navigate that process if your spouse wants to litigate rather than mediate. Mediation is a well needed process, and right now the courts, whenever someone filed, the courts automatically send you to myself or other court-appointed mediators before they even go to trial. So certainly mediation and coaching, divorce coaching, are two of the best alternative dispute resolution processes for someone who's going through divorce that want to preserve their assets, especially if you have kids, because you still are going to be to death do you part, but it will not be in a wholly matrimonial aspect. It'll be in a co-parenting relationship. So understanding that although you divorce, you still to death do you part, and it's essential when you have children. So those are the 3 programs. You do not have to decide tonight, but let me give you the next steps, right? As I indicated, divorce does not have to be a battlefield. You are in control, and it's even better if your spouse are mutually on the same page. Again, within 30 days, max 90 days, you can have a mutual consent, uncontested divorce in the state of Maryland. And most states do now have uncontested divorce. There are a lot of courts that no longer look at, infidelity as a standing. That's not a defense. So if you are ready to make a decision, I'm here to support the 2 of you or you individually. So you can download my complimentary divorce prep book at www.coachdrtaylor.com. You can register for my upcoming 3-day divorce boot camp. Next camp is in October. Or if you're ready to move, if you and your spouse is ready to move forward, you can go to my calendar and schedule a discovery call, a 30-minute complimentary call, and we can begin the process. I'm looking forward to working with you, and have a great day. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful souls. My name is Mary Ann Rivera Dannert, and today I am going to be speaking to you about shifting from limitation to liberation, stepping into your unapologetic power. There was a time in my life when I was the strong one. I was the strong one for everyone else, the fixer, the dependable one, the one who had it all together. On the outside, people saw confidence and strength, but on the inside, I was shrinking. I carried many roles and responsibilities that looked admirable, but secretly, they were draining me. I was the one holding it all together while slowly falling apart inside. And I told myself the same lie over and over again. I'll get back to me later. But here's the truth. I learned the hard way that later is not coming. If we keep postponing our joy, our own healing, our own power, there comes a day when we don't even recognize who we are anymore. Maybe you've been there too, pouring from an empty cup, negotiating your truth to keep the peace, saying yes when your body is screaming no. Today, I want to help you to stop postponing your power. There's a journey every one of us must take. I call it the path from limitation to liberation. It's the shift from living by the rules, beliefs, and expectations that were never yours to begin with, to living fully, boldly, unapologetically as the woman or man that you were created to be. And I want to share 3 truths with you that changed everything for me. And my hope is that they will also help you change everything. Truth number 1, you are not your roles. Yes, you might be a mother, a father, a leader, a caretaker, a business owner, but those are just roles. They are not your identity. If tomorrow, every role that you have played disappeared, who would you be? Would you still know who you are? Would you still love who you are? For me, even when I asked that question years ago, I realized my answer was no. And that's when I knew things had to change. Truth number 2, permission is an inside job. We wait for someone to say, it's okay, you can do it now, you're ready, you're allowed. But liberation does not work that way. No one is coming to hand you a permission slip. You must write your own. What you have been waiting for someone else to tell you that you're allowed to do, that deep down, you already know you're meant to do, you have the power within you. Truth number 3, your voice is your liberation tool. Your voice is your boundary, your self-respect, and your power wrapped in one. When you speak your truth without diluting it, without watering it down, without making it smaller, without making it softer, so it's more palatable for others, you step into your liberation. So I want to pause for a second and I want you to ask yourself, where have I been silent when I should have spoken up? Write that down and either take a moment right now to answer it or save it for later during your reflection and journaling time. Ask yourself, where have I been silent when I should have spoken up? These 3 truths are simple, but they will turn your entire life around if you live by them and you take action. So let's not just talk about it. Let's experience it. Let's experience a shift right now together. Grab something to write on or open your notes app. Step number 1, identify the weight. I want you to write down one role, expectation, or responsibility that you've been carrying that no longer aligns with your truth. Again, identify the weight. Write down one role, expectation, or responsibility that you've been carrying that no longer aligns with your truth. Step number 2, name the cost. What is this role costing you? Emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually, or even financially? Be honest with yourself. What is the true cost of this role? What is it costing you emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually, and even financially? And step number 3, I want you to declare the shift. Write down one bold statement about what you're reclaiming today. Not tomorrow, not next week, not when everything seems to be perfect and in a line. Write one bold statement about what you are reclaiming today. For example, I release the role of the fixer for everyone else. I reclaim my time, my energy, and my voice. I want you to breathe that in. Feel that in your body. This moment right here is your first step into liberation. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be yours. I want to share three actionable tips for you to continue taking action and moving forward. Now I want to give you 3 practical steps that you can take this week to move from limitation to liberation. Tip number 1, set a boundary you've been avoiding. Maybe it's telling someone, I'm not available for that right now, or that doesn't work for me. Remember, boundaries are not walls. They are doors. You get to decide who comes through those doors. Tip number 2, claim your calendar. Block out at least 2 hours a week that are non-negotiable for you time. Non-negotiable for you. Not for errands, not for obligations. These are 2 hours a week for you to rest, for you to reflect, or to just enjoy pure joy, to do something that speaks life into you. Tip number 3, speak one unfiltered truth this week. Choose one conversation where you've been holding back and share your truth without apology, without softening in it. The thing is that when we make excuses, we kind of like make our boundaries negotiable. Like we can talk about it, like we can negotiate. And no, we're not softening it. We're not holding back. We are going to share our truth without apology. So today, you have identified what's been holding you back. You've reclaimed a piece of your voice, and you've got 3 steps to put into action. But here's the thing, your liberation is not a future event. It's a decision you must make today. So my challenge to you is that before you leave this event, having already taken 1 step towards your unapologetic power. And if you're ready to go deeper, I'd love to walk alongside you in that journey. Let's create your bold, unapologetic life together. Because the world doesn't need just you. It needs the real you, the liberated you, all of you unapologetically unfiltered. Thank you. My name is Mary Ann Rivera Dannert, and I want you to shift from limitation to liberation.
Passion, purpose, and peace. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was November of 2016 when my purpose found me. This purpose came at a time when my peace had been disrupted, and I felt as if I was just going through the motions. My purpose was revealed because it was tied to a passion that was ignited as a result of that day in November. Greetings. I am Dr. Robin McNair, educator, social justice advocate, and restorative coach. It is an honor to be with you today to share how I found peace that came through my passion, which now drives my purpose. Passion is the spark that makes us feel alive. Education had been my passion for over 20 years. There was great joy in seeing students show a love of learning. I was creative. I was unconventional in the classroom. And I got up every day wanting to go to work. Yeah, I was passionate about being an educator. However, when testing became a priority in education, that passion soon began to lose its light. The schools became dimmer, my classrooms seemed to become dimmer, and the light in students' eyes began to fade. We were slowly losing our youth to the streets and to the juvenile justice system. As this era began to hover over the schools, I slowly moved into a time in my life where my peace was disrupted. I was in an unhealthy relationship. My son had his own challenges, and my work no longer brought me joy. Needless to say, the passion had been doused, my purpose was lost, and my peace was replaced with chaos. Now back to November of 2016. I participated in a peacemaking circle training. And while this training was for educators, it wasn't like your typical educational professional development. When I thought I was going into a training that was going to teach me strategies on what to do and how to do it, it was far from that. This was a training in which you had to sit with yourself. You had to dig deep down inside to really think about who you are as you interacted with your children, your coworkers, your family, your friends. Basically, I had to find out who I was. Before this training, chaos lived in my head and my heart, and this poured over into the classroom. While I maintained a great rapport with my students, with my coworkers, if conflict happened or the students didn't do what I felt like they should be doing, then of course, it came up in how I responded to them. Chaos led the way I responded to them. And this was not beneficial nor healthy for the children, for myself, or my work environment. I realized through this peacemaking circle training that there was a need for me to be in control. And when you have this need for control, it seems to be very evident that you have lost your peace. A lack of peace causes us to try to control situations and others. And that's what I was doing. Letting go of that control, letting go of that need for control is what restored my peace. Restorative justice in education shows how peace can transform broken situations into a healing one. Making relationships the focus of how we educate students creates the backdrop of trust, growth, and healing. After learning the indigenous philosophy and applying it to my personal life, the chaos had no more room to remain. I began to be very mindful in how I interacted with my students. I began to hold them with high regard and dignity. It was not until I became a restorative educator that I was able to leave work at peace instead of being frustrated. It was not until I became a restorative mom that I was able to see and hear my son for the amazing person that he is. It was not until I became restorative with myself that I learned to give myself grace for the mistakes that I had made and to understand that each day is a new day to improve. If you have not guessed it by now, restorative justice is my passion. Peace is my passion. Harmony within is my passion. And my purpose is to bring harmony and healing to my community through creating a container that holds their pain, their grief, and their joy. My purpose is to coach others who are experiencing chaos in their lives to create harmony within and restore the peace that they are seeking and that they deserve. So as I wrap up, I want you to think about how passion, peace, and purpose show up in your life. Aligning our purpose to our passion creates a ripple effect, because as we move through the world with peace within, it impacts the world around us to create peace without. I invite you to reflect on what sparks you. Are you allowing the spark to drive your purpose? If the answer is yes, then I want to encourage you to continue experiencing this peace. However, if the answer is no or you're unsure, be patient and listen. Your purpose will find you, because there is something or someone that will ignite your passion through an experience. When you center your passion, your purpose becomes clear, and that clarity is what will bring you peace. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the Passion, Peace, Purpose Summit. My name is Karen Walther. I am the introvert coach. I help introvert leaders overcome their self-beliefs, embrace their introversion as a strength, and live and lead authentically. I want to welcome you to today's virtual summit. I want to share a quote with you, and if you can relate to this quote, I would love for you to put a 1 in the chat. Peace is not the absence of noise, but the presence of clarity. How many of you today have a strong will and desire to live, to work, to thrive in peace? I know I do. And today I am going to share with you 3 pillars where you can actually stay rooted in peace in the workplace. But not only can these pillars be applied in the workplace, they can be applied in your life. So if you will get your notebooks out, take notes, engage with me, I would greatly appreciate it. I want to share a story with you. How many of you know or knew or was around in the workplace during Y2K? That was the big push for all IT professionals, computer scientists, major corporations to make sure that their systems will be able to continue to work during that time, because we were no longer in the 99s, we were now in the 2000, right? We was entering in the 2000s, year 2000. That's where the Y2K came from. For all of those who may not be familiar with the Y2K phenomenon, at that time I was working with Verizon Communications, and it was very stressful, very high pace, very high pressure environment. And if you're anything like me, I started to feel invisible in the meetings. I was overwhelmed with all of the things that had to be done. The constant notifications that was going off for specific meetings and trainings and just all the things. It was literally causing my anxiety and my overwhelm to be at an all-time high. And you had all this small talk going around that, no one will be able to work. It was almost as if the world was going to be coming to an end, because a lot of things were dependent on this new technology. You think about your banks, your medical, your education, a lot of industries were dependent on finding a viable solution to ensure that everything would not stop. And as you can see here, we're now in 2025 and everything is still moving around, right? Everything is still happening. We probably have more technology now than we could ever imagine back then. I know for me, that's how I felt. So what I learned during that time with Verizon is that if I continue to surround myself with all the noise, right? And if I was not able to stop trying to fix what I thought or what I perceived to be wrong with me, right? I was trying to conform, if you will. And how many of you here are conformers in the workplace? And how many of you feel that your peace is in jeopardy because you're conforming? Raise your hand. I know that is me. That was me. And sometimes I still find myself ensuring that I am not allowing the peace to control me, but I control it. And that's when I discovered that peace just wasn't a luxury, right? Specifically in the workplace, it's not a luxury. You can use peace as your strategy, right? It's a superpower. It is, and it became the soil in which I could use to finally grow in the workplace authentically. Okay. Let's be honest for a moment. Regardless of your industry, regardless of your workplace, everything is based off of what has been accomplished. How are you performing? And when you think about the accomplishments and the performance that is needed in order to be and feel validated in the workplace, it can cause some internal stress. And when you're at work and when you're rooted in peace, how can you find that? How can you find that? You're expected to speak up in the meetings, right? You are expected to smile and network when all you want to do is go somewhere so you can regain your energy so that you can accomplish the things that you need to accomplish. But everything sometimes it's dependent on the others. And you have to kind of sometimes feel like you have to match their energy. And what if their energy is draining? How many of you have a coworker where their energy is always on 10 and you're like at a 3? That's your mellow point. Can you relate to that? You know, I know that when I was at Verizon, the fast pace of getting all the systems updated to convert to 2000, right? It was draining me to the point where I was just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. I wasn't speaking up in meetings. Although I had some great ideas, I had some innovative ways in which we could look at things. I had some valuable input that I would only share with my manager. And it was that one day where he said to me, Karen, are you speaking up in those meetings? Because in his office, I could be still. I could be still and I can express to him all the ideas that was blooming inside of me. As introverts, and as an introvert, I know that I think very deeply. We oftentimes we think before we speak. And most times that is deemed as being quiet. But too often, I have been told that our calm is a weakness, when in fact, it is my greatest strength. And when we are not able to protect our peace, we face burnout, we face anxiety, we experience overthinking. We also experience being and feeling unseen, not validated in the workplace, undervalued. But here's the truth. Peace is not passive. It is powerful. And peace is the one thing that is sustainable for success. But here's the thing. You have to determine your peace on your own terms, not on the terms of the organization or any of that, on your terms. How do you find peace to sustain your success? Think about that for a moment. When you think about that, I also want you to think about a tree. A tree. It can sway in the wind, it bends under pressure, and it even loses a few leaves every now and then. But does it fall? And if it falls, why? If your tree falls, why does it fall? It falls because something happened to the root of the tree. But if it doesn't fall, that means that the tree is deeply rooted. And when we are rooted in peace, we do not chase every single demand, because we all know that if everything is a priority, what's really going to get done? Think about that for a moment. If everything is a priority, what is actually getting done? We do not have to chase
every single demand. We do not have to sometimes have the answers right away. You don't have to shrink in meetings. Do you have a strategic way of when you speak up in your meetings? Do your leadership allow you to speak because they know you have something of value to add, a different perspective? And given our current climate in both federal, state, local, and private sectors, we do not have to lose ourselves in the politics of the industries in which we are being represented. When you have peace, you become anchored. You're clear. You're unshakable. Do you all have peace? You are able to respond instead of reacting. Because I want to tell you that one of the things that I learned, a no response is a reaction. Okay? So even if you are sitting back as an introverted leader, and leaders, if you have an introvert that is sitting at the table with you and they're not saying anything, how are you getting it out of them? Introverts, are you responding when need be? You are leading from the inside out, not from the outside in. That's what being rooted in peace actually looks like. And it's something that you can cultivate, even in the busiest, hectic, chaotic workspace, workplace, and work environments. And today, this is what I want to share with you. The 3 pillars of workplace peace. And again, you can use these pillars not only in the workplace, but also in your personal lives. It's universal. Okay? So, do you have your pen and paper? Are you ready to write down these 3 pillars that I'm going to share with you today? And this is how I help my clients as well as organizations anchor peace in their environments. Number 1, protect your energy. You do not have to say yes to everything. Build in what I call micro moments of calm. If you are a high leader, a high achieving professional, one of the things that you probably do is have days where you're just running from meeting to meeting to meeting. If that's you, I get it. I understand. That is me also. But this is one of the things that I do. After every meeting, if I know I have back-to-back meetings, I grant myself 5 to 7 minutes to recenter myself. If I'm late for a meeting, I apologize when I get there, let them know that I had something that I needed to do, and I carry on with the meeting. We all need space in our workplaces to allow us to digress from one meeting to another. And leaders, I hope that you're hearing me. Whether you have an introvert leader or an extroverted leader, they all need that space. They all need that time. Block out on your calendar mental breaks. This is a time where you can just take a break from work, whatever that may look like for you. Sometimes, for me, I listen to some worship music. I may listen to a podcast. I may journal about my feelings or thoughts in that moment. Whatever that may look like for you, make sure that you're taking some mental breaks. Say, and I know this is hard, especially for our yes people, our yes leaders, everyone that knows, that they can get it done. Let me get back with you. Let me check my calendar. Because when you say yes to everything, you're saying no to some things as well. So do not let the pressure of saying yes prevent you from getting back with them. 2, practice intentional presence. As an introvert leader, introverts thrive in depth, not noise. This is one of the important reasons why blocking out time is so important. But also, if you know your culture of your company and your organization, I want to encourage you to ground yourself before you get to those meetings. That will help you because you're preparing yourself before the storm, if you will. Listen fully, then speak powerfully. As I stated before, not speaking up, not boy, I lost my train of thought there. Not speaking up, not saying anything is also a reaction, okay? It's also your response. So be sure to listen fully and then speak powerfully. There are specific things that I know in my workspace that I am very, very good at, right? No one can take that skill set away from me. And when it comes to me being able to speak on that particular skill set, I'm very strategic as to how I go about doing that communication, how I speak to them, who I speak with, right? So do you have a strategy for yourself when you know you need to speak up in a powerful way? I know that having that skill set has changed everything in my career. Replace urgency with intentionality. And that may sometimes, for myself, and maybe for other introverts, let me know if you can relate. Because everything is urgent for some people, but it may not necessarily be urgent for you. So before you say yes or no, go back to let me get back with you. And then you're able to follow up with some intentional questions to really and truly determine if it's urgent enough for you to move forward with whatever action they're asking you to do. Intentionality is not something that most people understand. They want it and they want it now, right? So be intentional in your presence, right? Be intentionally present. Number 3, and this is one of my favorites, plant seeds of self-affirmation. Plant seeds of self-affirmation. Your inner dialogue shapes what we think and what we experience in the outer. So if you're always having a bad experience with someone in a meeting, and you're always saying, oh, I gotta have this meeting. Oh, nothing's going to change. Right. I'm going to challenge you to change that mindset. I want you to say to yourself, I get to go in this meeting and listen, learn, and provide them a new perspective. And I know people say affirmations are just really, really fluffy type of things that make us feel good. But affirmations can also be the fuel that can ignite not only peace within you, but peace within your workspace. And every now and then, I share some of my favorite affirmations with people that I work with. Right? And I would encourage you to do the same. What if every single week you spoke life over your work? What would that look like for you? For me, I say, I am calm, I am capable, and I am enough. I am doing the very best that I can with what I have. Okay? I don't need to match everyone's energy. I don't need to agree with everyone's perspective. I know that I set the tone for not only myself, but also for some of my colleagues. And know that when they see me, they see someone that's coming in, walking powerfully to set the tone for the meeting. And I also tell myself that being quiet is not my weakness. That's actually where I gain my wisdom from. Hear me say that again. And I want you to say it to yourself. Your quietness is not a weakness. It is actually wisdom. And with that, when you're able to do those three things, you're able to do one thing that is very, very important when we think about peace. And that is we are training or retraining our nervous systems to remain calm and to reclaim our peace. And I know some of these things are easier said than done. That's why I want to, one, work with you individually. If you are an introvert leader and you really want to rise up and go beyond where you are today, I would love to work with you. But I'm also speaking to those top level executives, those middle managers who have someone on their team and within their organization that has a quiet spirit, but yet you are trying to pull out of them the vision that you have. But guess what? You're not speaking their introvert language. So let me help you with that. I would love to work and partner with any organization out here that is looking to have their introvert leaders, their introvert employees to go beyond where they are today. And if you enjoyed the 3 pillars that I shared with you, I have a freebie for you. It is called the 52-week affirmation guide. I designed it specifically for introverts. However, anyone can benefit from this. If you are ready to go deeper and rise fully, this 52 affirmation guide will help you. This guide gives you a powerful affirmation every single week. And these are affirmations that I actually use for myself, and I created them myself for the introvert. And not just the introvert, but anyone can use these. And this is not a guide. This is not just a guide. It is a gentle companion for you to use on your journey to show up, to speak up, to rise up in your career and in your life without compromising your peace. So if you're ready to nurture peace as a practice and not just a concept, this guide, these affirmations are for you. So where can you get these affirmations? You can go to my website, and I will share it now on the screen. This is how you can get the affirmation guide by going to the website www.kgoalswithkaren.com. And there will be a link there where you can download the guide, okay? In closing, I want us to end with a collective breath. I want you to inhale peace. Exhale pressure. Inhale peace. Exhale pressure. And now that you've done that, I now would love for you to repeat silently after me, or you can whisper it to yourself. I am rooted in peace. I rise with clarity. I lead from calm. You don't have to change who you are to succeed. You simply have to be rooted in the truth of who you are. And when you're rooted in the truth of who you are, you can live and lead peacefully. Thank you so much. I am Karen, the Introvert Life and Leadership Coach. You have my contact information, and I extend my appreciation for you attending this virtual summit. I pray that it fuels your continuous growth in life and leadership, but most importantly, I want you to do those things in peace. Thank you so much, and have a peaceful rest of your day. Bye-bye now.
What about freedom? The city has said the secret to happiness is freedom. The secret to freedom is courage. Do you have courage to move forward in what you believe freedom is? I want to tell you about an individual that that I met and that I've had as a client. This executive has a thriving business. They were making great impacts in the community. They had volunteers who would come alongside and help them. They were reaching over 50,000 individuals in a year. And they were going. They had a young family, they had kids, and they were just going all the time. And being an executive, they had to be there for practically everything that was happening in the organization. And they had learned how to make the money stretch, like when grants came in for funding for their different programs, they really made everything stretched and just did a really good job of being able to just have a little and make it last and make it work, to be able to impact more people. And then one day they went to the doctor, and the doctor gave them pretty bad diagnosis. They were told that they had a stage 2 breast cancer. They were triple positive, meaning that they were estrogen positive, progesterone positive, and HER2 positive. So that meant that their hormones were just all out of whack, because they had been going. And when I met them, they were probably a year out of remission, and they had still been going. Even though they got this diagnosis, they didn't stop what they were doing. They continued to, they had surgery, they did the treatments, but they kept going and pushing themselves. So by the time I met them, like I said, it was probably about a year after they had finished their cancer treatments and rang the bell and everything, but they were tired. And I don't know that they realized that they were tired and they were on the edge of burnout, but they had just been going. And I remember this client saying that that the kids, because some of their programs involved kids, that really helped them to get through it, really gave them life. So like I remember them sharing about going to have their chemo treatments, that morning, and then in the afternoon they were doing an event because the kids were there, and they were that just really helped them to be able to move forward and help with part of their healing process. But in the midst of this and them just going, they don't realize that they are getting burnt out. Now, yes, they had people that were helping them on the front end, but on the back end, the business side of things, they were doing it all alone. And they had been doing this for about 12 years at the time when I met them. Thankfully, that person is still here. I am happy to report they are still here, and they're in a much better space. But one of the things that we really had to focus on in the beginning was peace. It's like, what do you do to find peace? How do you find peace in the midst of all of these things that are going on in your family and your with young children, and then, with their health, and then their business, just like, how do you find peace? And we just really had to unpack that and talk about peace and rest, really allowing our bodies to rest so that our bodies can heal when we rest. But if we're not resting, we're not getting proper nutrition and the proper amount of sleep, we are really not living our best lives. And then after some time, then we began to talk about passion. It's like, What are you passionate about? And I think they had lost that spark for a little bit. But we just continue to talk about things that fueled them and begin to explore what are their passions. You know, T.D. Jakes said, if you can't figure out your purpose, figure out your passion, for your passion will lead right into your purpose. So I offer that to you as well. If you have forgotten maybe what your purpose is, what is your passion? And really lean into that and discover or rediscover what your purpose is. This particular client also had a code of conduct, and we began to talk about that code of conduct and what that meant to them, and really explore what can that look like now, you know, after having some time off and some much needed rest. What does it look like to fulfill your purpose? What does it look like to actually live out your personal code of conduct? And then we began to talk about goals. And so all of these things were helping to empower her to really break free from that burnout, in addition to some therapy and some other things. But these are just practical things, you know, or this is the Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit. So realizing that if we're not operating from a place of peace and rest, it's going to be really hard to do some of the other things, to really live out our passion and our purpose if we don't have any peace. And so I just have a couple of questions for you. I'm just curious about the things that you're doing, because we want to empower you and inspire you to start living your best life. What have you learned in the last 6 months? What are you doing right now that's helping you move towards your passion and or your purpose? These are questions that we really need to take time with. And just, you know, maybe just journal. If you don't journal, I would encourage you to start journaling, even if you don't do it every day, maybe do it once a week or every other day, but just get in the habit of writing down your thoughts. It helps to think through things and to just reflect and see, okay, of the things that I'm doing, are these things that I'm passionate about? Are these things that I'm doing, are they in line with what my purpose is? And are these things giving me peace? And if they're not, then we need to do something different because we want to be doing things that are helping us to move forward, that we don't have, you know, a lot of anxiety about. We want to have peace within ourselves so that we can have peace within our home. And then it trickles out, you know, to the school, to our community, and to the world. But if we don't have peace within us, that's where we need to start. We have to look inside and see what is going on. Is there anything that's causing me to be a little off balance and not have that peace? And so what about freedom? So once we've we know what our passion is, we know the things that bring us peace and rest, and we know what our purpose is, what does freedom look like? Freedom to me is watching a sunset. It's walking on a beach. It's being very childlike. But freedom to each person is different. And so I want to encourage you to really think about what does freedom look like for you? And maybe you want to just pick a particular area of your life to think about freedom. What does freedom look like in your home? What does freedom look like in your work? Thucydides said the secret to happiness is freedom. The secret to freedom is courage. I want to encourage you to be very courageous when you're thinking about what freedom looks like to you. And it doesn't have to, no one else has to agree with you, because it's about what freedom looks like to you. Freedom, having the sense of freedom is such a wonderful thing. And when we have freedom, we're just able to soar. We're able to soar and live in our purpose and fulfill our passion. And then ultimately, as a result of that, we're going to have peace as well. And so these are just a few ways, when we're thinking about what is freedom, that ways to empower us to break out of the box. Sometimes we put ourselves in a box. Sometimes other people put us in a box, but break out of the box. And especially if we're feeling a little burnt out, we want to break free from that. And we want to move forward and live out our best life. And if we are taking care of ourselves, getting good rest, eating nutritious food, we're going to have more peace. If we have identified our passion and know what that means for us, and we're walking forward in our purpose, we know what our values are, we have goals, maybe you even have a personal code of conduct, and you know what freedom looks like for you, and you keep your goals in front of you to help keep you on track and your purpose. If you're like me, I need to write things out, put sticky notes around different places, just as reminders. Like, are the things that I'm doing lining up with my purpose? Are they giving me peace? And is that helping me to just be able to contribute better to my family, the world around me, my community, because I have peace, because I'm moving forward in my purpose. So I want to encourage you to explore what you've been doing. Take a look at what you've been doing in the last 6 months. Is it helping you to move towards your passion and your purpose? Do these things, are they helping you to have a sense of freedom? And if they're not, I want you to be courageous to make some changes and to take a step in the direction that's going to bring you freedom and peace as you live in your passion and walk out your purpose. And I just want to leave this with you, that every day is a good day to make a positive change. It's been great being with you. Have a good one. We'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon Parker, and I'm known as the Leading Within strategist. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Theresa and Moseley for giving me an opportunity to share my legacy story on her Passion, Purpose, and Peace third annual summit. I'm going to be sharing a PowerPoint presentation with you all, and I hope you enjoy it, so I'm going to bring it up now. So hopefully you can see this. So again, my name is Sharon Parker. I was honored to be a Passion, Purpose, and Peace honoree for 2024. So thank you, Dr. Moseley, again for that opportunity. For those who don't know me, I love what I do in the community through an organization that I call ROSA. And ROSA means Remembering Our Ancestors Synergistic Association. All of these images at the bottom are just organizations that I have been blessed to work with, either volunteering my time on their national platform, on their local platform, and just speaking and sharing my story, which you will learn about today. So what I'm going to do now is move on to what we're going to talk about today. Again, thank you, Dr. Theresa Ann Moseley, Dr. Theresa Ann Moseley, for just connecting with me. You may not remember, but back in 2015, our late Sandra Kraft connected us together, and we were able to go to New York to take some young children there to see the Christmas play. Well, I just want to thank Sandra Kraft for all that she's done. She passed away a few years ago, and I consider her my ancestor, but I just want her to know that she will never, ever be forgotten. I also want to talk a little bit about, my why. My why is synergy, making connection with people, adding value, giving back, connecting with the right ones who knows how to make life a little better for others. I'll talk a little bit about my mom, my grandmom, and also, my community where I'm from in Calvert County. I'll talk about some of the legacy platforms leadership platforms that I've walked in over the years. I'll also talk about some tips and connections and resources that I think will benefit the audience as I share my story, and then some of the projects I worked on as well. But one of the most important projects that I think is very passionate to me is my book, which you all will learn a little bit about that as well. It's called True Synergy Work, Leading Within, the 7 Defining Principles of Knowing Self to Birth Greatness. And then, we're just connecting. I'll give you some information for you all to connect with me. So let me just jump right on in it. Okay. Again, Dr. Theresa, thank you very, very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on the platform today. And as you can see, we met at Clarkson High School, and again through Sandra Kraft, who was the Clarkson High School career counselor, where she sent a lot of young people to college. It was just amazing. I shared with you all that I'm known as a leading within strategist. Not only that, I consider myself a civil rights baby. And guess what, guys? I'm doing this because I want to honor my mom. My mom was born in 1929 during the Great Depression. She passed away in 2010, but she believed in me. And even when I didn't believe in myself, my mom believed in me. And I just want to say, Mom, continue to rest in heavenly peace, and just know that I hope I'm making you proud based on what I'm doing in the community. So today you're going to hear a few stories about my mom. You're going to hear about why I do what I do in the community. And there's a couple of words I want you to remember: auspicious occurrences, and I want you to remember synergy. Yes, the word synergy. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. So, guys, this is what it's all about right here. I consider myself a public servant. I'm an author. I'm a speaker. I'm a senior project manager. And most importantly, I am a community leader. Synergy means just what you're seeing. And I'm just going to go back. It means that we can't do this alone. We can't do it alone. The true definition of synergy is the interaction of elements that's, when combined, produce a total effort that is greater than the individual elements, contributions, etc. What does that mean, guys? I just said it. It means we are great together when we work together. So on the screen, you'll see a few organizations: the Blacks in Government, the Maryland Commission on African American History and Culture, which I used to be a commissioner, some of the American Mothers Organization, where I served on and still do serve on the national board. You'll also see some pictures on the screen about me being interviewed with Great Day Washington, sharing my story. Again, the first picture
picture to the left is with Dr. Theresa and Moseley, where she recognized me last year at her, Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit. So I was excited about that. You'll see some pictures of me at the United Nations in New York, the Rotary Club, where they're honoring me last year. And I guess I'm getting a tree in my name too. But just wanted to share a few pictures because sometimes pictures are worth 1,000 words, right? So again, I'm a public servant, I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I'm a senior project manager, and I am a community leader. So let's keep on going. So with this being said, I like to say, what is my passion? My passion is being a mom. My passion is being a grandmom. My passion is becoming a servant leader, right? Because I know that in order to really gain the essence of what the community need, you need to tap into something that will help others. So that's why I do what I do in the community. My purpose is to share the American history that includes the African American journey here in America and abroad. I'm hoping to inspire the next generation to lead in excellence in all of their endeavors. And I'm not just talking about the next generation, I'm talking about the professionals, the elders. I want us all to come together and lead in excellence, but you have to go back in the past to remember those who came before us so that they can add value and make things a little better in today's extremely confusing times, right? So back in 2008, 18 years ago almost, I started an organization called ROSA, which is Remembering Our Ancestors Synergistic Association. And we lead and led professionals, community leaders, inspiring entrepreneurs, the general public, students in college, in high school. We led them by bringing them in and they shared their story at our conferences. We worked with them with the project management workshop. We had retreats and we just really poured into the community. And I hope you've heard about us on social media or on either Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all of that, because we've been really working ever since 2008 to add value about how important it is that you never ever forget your history. So, all right. So let me just give you a little content. I mentioned already we started in 2008. We're still going at it, guys. We had 10 conferences. We're still going at it. I started with the National Board of American Mothers, but I've been associated with them since 2012, but been on the board now for about 2 to 3 years and got another couple of years to go. I am a former commissioner for the Maryland Commission on African American History and Culture, which I was appointed by the governor of Maryland in 2013 and to 2015. And I really enjoyed being the president for the Robert C. Weaver Blacks in Government chapter at HUD from 2016 and 2018. It was really a good cause. And now that we have a lot to do to keep our history going, I just wanted to share with you that I am working on that. So my book is called True Synergy Work, as I mentioned before, Leading Within, the 7 Defining Principles of Knowing Yourself to Birth Greatness. All right. What does that mean, guys? It means that if I can tell my story, you can tell your story as well. I am a civil rights baby, as I mentioned earlier, born during a time when, unfortunately, I was 5 years old when Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated. And I asked God this powerful question, and I wanted to get the answer, but I didn't get it at the time. I got it 40 years later, and I'm going to explain to you what that question was and what the answer is. But this is a picture of my mom's house and my grandmom's house. We were the first to have electricity in Calvert County, Maryland, and my family were able to get their 40 acres and a mule, and yes, they kept it. So now we're building homes and uplifting our next generation. So this is one of the reasons why I like to uplift and empower all to remember your history, because you got to share it, and share it again with the next generation. So let's go on. Before I go any further, I wanted to start out with some tips, guys, because it's nothing like giving away resources before you jump into just telling your story. For those who feel like you may not have a voice, for those who feel like, okay, what can I offer society? What can I give back to society? Start with giving to yourself first.
If you are lacking in any type of areas, here are a few tips on communicating, speaking, presenting, technology, whatever that is that may hold you back from telling your story. Start with developing a team. Get a Power 5 team. And I'll talk about the Power 5 for me. Some of you all may already know my Power 5 story, but start with getting 5 people that you can work with that can help you grow your platform, grow your business, and find your voice. Lead with your legacy story. Just like I found my story, you have a story as well. Find your story and just talk about it, talk about it, and talk about it. Walk in excellence, guys, 24/7. As you're learning to become whatever professional industry you're getting into, walk in excellence 24/7. Make it about the youth. My targeted audience is the youth. Why? Because our ancestors told us in the past that if we don't prepare our youth, we're going to be in trouble, right? So as we're seeing in society, there's a lot of things going wrong and there's a lot of attacks on our next generation. And we got to protect them at any means necessary. So just remember that. Remember to remember your story. Inspire others with your story. And most importantly, keep yourself educated about your family, your community, those who are giving back, those who have messages to share so that our next generation can benefit from it. And start by learning about all the notable leaders in the community that can help you achieve what you can achieve. So those are my quick tips for you. The connections are, yes, connect with Rosa. Rosa has definitely been hosting conferences, like I said, workshops, and putting on all kinds of, activities to bring people together. Go to our website at www.rosaliz.org. Connect with American Mothers. Nominate a mom. There's a mother all over the country getting nominated every year. The deadline is always September the 15th. So you got between now and September the 15th to nominate a mom in your prospective states. So go to www.americanmothers.org. If you want to learn about leading within project management initiatives, connect with me at www.leadingwithin.org and definitely get ready to tell your story. Come and share your story on the makingofyou.com. I'm excited about that. The resources speaks for itself. Conferences, retreats, workshops, events, coaching programs, project management coaching programs, youth programs, which is the Rosa's Youth Empowerment Series, pronounced RISE program. Of course, my book is a resource, and you will definitely see a lot of great information on how I got started and how I sharing my family's legacy with my family in the world. And last but not least, my podcast show, Sharon Lee Briefing Podcast Show, is here to help you tell your story. So thank you for that. Here's some projects that I've worked on. Now, you all may have gone on the website at in the White House back in 2013, where they were doing a 1864 emancipation statewide quilt. This project was so significant for me because, again, I was able to tell my grandparents' story. So I had the house that I showed you earlier on this quilt, which traveled all over Maryland, talking about the 150 years of the Emancipation Proclamation that was happening here in America. Now, let me go back to that question. Remember when I said that I had a question that I asked God? That question was, God, why was it in 1968 when I asked that question? I was 5 years old. Why is it at the time people of color were not liked by others? That is the question I asked. A baby, don't have a clue why I asked it, but I did. But the answer I got 40 years later was simply this: people of color are great people. And sometimes when you're really great, you're made in the image of God, people may be intimidated. They may, come against you because they don't understand you. Well, Sharon, it's up to you and others who've been doing it for years to basically go out there and share your legacy. Talk about your ancestors. Talk about those who gave back to society. Talk about those who made America and others abroad, successful for the benefit of the next generation and also for us as a community. So I want to go now to why it's important to lead from within. I always talk about the 7 defining principles of knowing yourself to lead from within. You got to know who's leading you. You have to be leadable, guys. You got to open up your heart, open up your mind, and just listen and embrace all of the great stuff that people share with you. Social media, AI, technology has just put it all out there. So the only thing you have to do is just quiet yourself so that you can feel better, so you can tap into this peaceful platform, this passion platform, this purpose platform, and serve others. Know where you come from, guys. You gotta know who you are and whose you are, right? That's the only way that your family is going to be able to stay connected to you, because you got to share your story and your history. Position yourself for greatness. Dr. Theresa, she opened up this platform. She said, come in, tell your story, share what you want people to know about how you are passionate, how you're tapping into your purpose, how you find your peace. Okay, share your story. So position yourself for greatness by getting on platforms like this. Study your past to change the future, right? Because you know the past is something that always tends to repeat itself if we don't remember our history. Assure success for the next generation and map a path of success. So I just want to share that last one. Map a path of success to yield greatness. You are made in the image of God. You got this. Go out there and make it happen. So guys, this is a screen I want to show you about my family's legacy. So the Parker Legacy, Reclaiming and Rebuilding. If you read my book, you know I talked about the fact that we almost lost our property. But because my mom, believed in me and she said I would reclaim her property, God allowed us to do that. She was able to reclaim her property, and now we're preparing to build on it. So I just want to show this picture about, if you don't know your history, you can lose valuable property, right? We weren't able to, we did not lose it. And I'm just glad that we're back. So again, being a civil rights baby, I understood the pain that my ancestors went through to get their property. Again, they had 44 acres and they had that mule and they kept most of it. But at the end of the day, we almost lost some for my mom's legacy and we were able to claim it back. So I wanted to share that. Guys, Marcus Garvey said, a people without knowledge of their past, origin, or culture is like a tree without roots. Read that in my book on page 31. And as you look at these pictures, just look at some of the things that people fought for to keep their knowledge, to keep their history. Just look at that when you get a chance. I just want to share that really quick. And then I just wanted to say, guys, this is really what it's all about. Let's stay connected. I'm coming from the desk of Sharon Parker. I call myself the Sharon Lee, aka Sharon Lee. And this is all that I want to do. I want to be able to give back to you through history. You can connect with me on several platforms, on my Facebook platform, on my Instagram platform. I shared the image earlier. You can connect with me via calling me directly. You see my number. You can email me as well, and just stay connected, because 2025 and 2026, I am going to be doing a lot to recapture the essence of this book and share it with the country. In 2026, we're going to be celebrating our 10th annual of our Rise Youth Program. Can't wait to share that with you. We're going to have a lot of definitely good events and everything for you to attend. Dr. Theresa Ann Moseley, I just want to again thank you for allowing me to come on and share a couple of words about myself and my family's story. Y'all have a great one.
Hello, everyone. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure to come before you today to talk about a topic that is deeply personal, yet universally relevant, and that's finding peace amidst chaos. Life is unpredictable. It throws storms our way, storms of conflict, loss, stress, and even trauma. But within those storms, peace is not only possible, it's essential for our survival and our growth. You see, I grew up in a home where chaos was the norm. My father's battle with alcoholism turned our house into a battlefield. Fear, instability, dysfunctionality were my constant companions. Yet amid that turmoil, I discovered something very profound, and that is peace isn't the absence of chaos. It's the ability to stand firm within it. Today, I want to share with you how we can cultivate that peace in our homes, in our workplaces, and most importantly, within ourselves. You see, the first lesson in peace came from my mother, Florence Lee. Despite the weight of my father's addiction, she was an anchor. She worked tirelessly. She loved us fearlessly and showed me that even during the darkest times, we have a choice, either to let the chaos define us or to rise above it. Her strength taught me that resilience isn't about avoiding the pain. It's about moving through it, working through it. And like a tree bending in a storm, we too can learn to sway without breaking. For me, resilience began with small acts, such as setting boundaries, choosing forgiveness, and refusing to let my past dictate my future. How many of you have faced a situation where you felt powerless? What helped you keep going? Peace is a practice, not a privilege. So here are 4 tools that help me, and maybe they can help you navigate the chaos. First and foremost, forgiveness as liberation. For years, I blamed my father for our suffering, but holding on to anger only chained me to the past. Forgiveness wasn't about excusing his actions. It was about freeing myself. And as Nelson Mandela said, resentment is like drinking poison and hoping it will kill your enemies. Next, boundaries. They are your personal peace treaty. Chaos often thrives where boundaries are weak. In my career and in my relationships, I learned to say no to toxic influences and yes to what nourished my spirit. Whether it's limiting negative conversations or unplugging from work, boundaries are non-negotiable. Third, mindfulness, anchoring in the present. When stress overwhelms us, our breath is a lifeline back to calm. Just 1 minute of deep breathing can reset your nervous system. Try it now. In and release. How does that make you feel? Lastly, clutter, physical or emotional, fuels chaos. Declutter your space, declutter your mind, schedule, and relationships. Surround yourself with people who will help build you up and not tear you down. Friends, peace isn't personal, it's collective. As leaders, parents, colleagues, we set the tone for those around us. And here's how. Model calmness. Your composure in crisis gives others permission to breathe. Listen deeply. Most conflicts can be resolved when people feel hurt. Celebrate the small wins. Joy is a peace multiplier. So think of someone who embodies peace for you. How do they make you feel? And that's the ripple effect that we can create. Friends, peace isn't a distant shore. It's that boat we build daily. My mother's faith taught me Philippians chapter 4, verse 7. The peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds. That peace is available to every one of us right now. And I challenge you to take one step toward peace. Forgive an old wound, set a boundary, breathe deeply. The chaos around us may never fully fade, but the peace within us can grow louder. So read my chapter, Peace Amidst the Chaos, and the newly released Peace Within, the home, the school, the community, the world. Thank you. I am His Excellency, Dr. Freddie A. Lee. Peace, love, and many blessings.
Hi, my name is Dr. Rita Carter, and I am the CEO and founder of Breakthrough. I am passionate about guiding women on a journey to help them break through the barriers that are holding them back from becoming who God created them to be. I want to talk to you a little bit today about the power of alignment, living with peace, purpose, and passion. This is where we want to be. A lot of times we are living, but we're not living with peace from within. We're not living, walking in our purpose. We're not living with the true passion that fuels us. So I want to talk a little bit about that to help you get you on your way to living with peace, purpose, and passion. So I do want to start this out with asking a simple question. When was the last time you felt complete peace? I'm not talking about the peace from a noisy neighbor, the distractions from your children running through the house, the deadlines that are at work, the loud music that's playing down the street. I'm not talking about that kind of peace. I'm talking about peace from within. I'm talking about despite what's happening, you are at peace. So I really want you to think and reflect on this question. When was the last time you felt complete peace? Peace is not the absence of problems. It's the peace of God in the middle of them. Now, we've had job loss. We've had loss of loved ones. We've had relationship concerns or issues. There has been divorce and death and financial woes. I can continue on naming the things that keep us up at night. But despite those things, there is a place where you can be at complete peace. Despite your surroundings, despite what's happening in your life, you can still, believe it or not, be in complete peace. And it's coming from the inside because despite what's going on around you, despite your environment, God gives you a peace that surpasses all understanding. So some people may look at you and say, now how could she be walking and being in such peace, knowing that she just lost her job, knowing that she just finished going through a divorce, knowing that she just having trouble with her children? How could she sit there and be in peace? Because it's not about what you are in the midst of. It's about what's on the inside, trusting and believing that God is with you and He is going to take care of you. And despite what you may be going through, He is still with you. And He will give you the peace that you need. Peace begins with surrender. Now, that is a tough word. Some people don't like that term, surrender. But surrender is not striving. And when you anchor yourself there, storms may shake you, but they won't break you. Again, we've talked about losing a job, losing a loved one, the distractions that may come about day after day after day. But despite everything that's happening, you can still have peace. Now, one of the things that keeps us from peace is control. Control is rooted in fear. I know a little bit about that. That's one of the strongholds that I have had to continue to fight over the years. Because I always felt that if I was in control and I can control the beginning and the end, I can dot the I's, I can cross the T's, that I can control the outcome. But truly, I was in fear of the unknown. And that fear prevented me from having true peace. So let's jump to the next topic. Purpose. Do you know your purpose? We talked a little bit about peace, digging within. But the next question, it seems so simple. But the next question is, do you know your purpose? Purpose is not your job title. I love a good credential. Don't get me wrong, I have credentials. But it's not your role. It's the reason behind your reason. So without purpose, we tend to wander. But with it, we walk with clarity. So let me tell you a little bit of what that may look like in case you're not sure. When you're wondering and you're not sure of your purpose, you will get a degree in several different industries because you want to try this and there's nothing wrong with changing lanes. Maybe you've tried that and you've worked so many years and you've grown interest in a particular area. There's nothing wrong with shifting. However, usually when people have several job titles and several degrees and they're just keep reaching, it's because they're searching for something. They're searching for something to fill a void. They're searching for something to complete them. But if you was just to pause a little bit to really identify what your purpose is, that can help eliminate some of those steps that we take. I know for me, I have taken some roles and some roles I truly enjoyed. But then sometimes I get a little bored with it, I would say. But truly, your purpose, you never get bored with it. It's almost as if you're eating and sleeping and breathing with it because it's on the inside of you. It's like a fire that never goes out. And so without purpose, you wonder because you're in search of something. But when you identify your purpose, you can walk with clarity. So as we think about our purpose and having that clarity, how do we shift? How do we shift from not knowing our purpose to walking in our purpose? So let's take a look at your reflection. This in the top right-hand corner of the screen here is a reflection of me. It was a time when I looked in the mirror and I didn't realize that everything I needed was on the inside of me. I didn't need another credential. I didn't need another role. I didn't need another title. Everything I needed was already on the inside of me. So when I looked in the mirror, I asked myself, who am I? And despite all of the credentials, despite the job opportunities that I was able to obtain, despite the roles and the titles, I couldn't answer the question. I could, but it was tied to that title. It was tied to that role. It was tied to that position, that company. But after 19 years of losing my role at a Fortune 100 company, I didn't know who I was. So I was forced to look in the mirror and ask myself, who am I? And everything that I could think of, it was tied to a role. It was tied to a position. So I truly didn't know who I was. At the core, going back to that core, what's on the inside? Who was I on the inside? So you have to ask yourself the question, who you are. Who am I? So if I was to lose this job, if I didn't get this degree, if I didn't get this certification, who am I? Who was I created to be? The word says that we were created before we entered our mother's womb. God had a plan for us way back then. So who were we in His eyes before we were born? That is who I needed to find. And that may be who you need to find. And so instead of it asking, what do I want to do after you ask, who am I? We should ask ourselves, who am I called to serve? Remember that question, how do we shift? That question changes everything. It's not really what do I want to do, because today I may want to go shopping. I may want to be a content creator, but tomorrow maybe I want to be an artist. Maybe I want to be a lawyer and get into law, corporate law. It could change. What I want to do can change. My interests can change. So instead of asking yourself, what do I want to do? Ask yourself, who am I called to serve? We are here to serve. The journey that you're walking is not just for you. It's for the individuals coming behind you that's looking at you as an example. Your journey is somebody else's blessing. So it's not always what about what I want to do. It's about who I'm called to serve, who I'm called to be a blessing to, who I'm called to help transform a life. So ask yourself, yes, who am I? Strip away the layers, the titles, the roles, the positions, and truly ask yourself, who am I at the core? Once you do that, don't ask yourself, what do I want to do? Ask yourself, who am I called to serve? You're here for a reason. So, passion. We had 3 things we were going to talk about today. We talked about peace from within, despite what's going on. We talked about your purpose, how your purpose is not tied to a title, a role, a position. It is who you are at the core, who you were created to be. And then we want to talk about passion. The passion is what fuels you. It is what keeps that spark going, moving on the inside when sometimes you just want to give up. Sometimes the money gets funny and it runs low, and you don't have the funds to keep your passion up, your purpose up. It's when you don't have the support that you desire. It's when you're not sure what's next, how to get from point A to point B, how you have a plan, but you don't know how to achieve it. You don't know how to make it come to fruition. That passion keeps you going. It keeps you up at night wondering. It keeps that sticky note on the side of your bed, on that nightstand, because your wheels keep running. Your wheels just keep rolling, trying to identify what's next. Those ideas, that creativity that's flowing. That's passion. And sometimes it's like long nights. It's the tears, it's the sacrifices, it's the long nights in the office when your children go to bed, when your spouse is in the bed and you're still up at night, when you don't get much sleep. That is your passion that keeps you going. When you are not sure how you're going to walk this purpose out, but you don't give up. You keep going. That is your passion. So I want to ask a question. What's one area of your life right now where you're trying to control everything? I talked about that a little bit in the beginning. How me personally, I couldn't get true internal peace because I wanted to be in control. I wanted to control the outcome. I wanted to dot every I and cross every T. But when I wanted to be in control, I moved God out of the way. I moved his purpose and plan for my life out of the way. Because the word says that your thoughts are not my thoughts. Your ways are not my ways. And so sometimes we are out of alignment. So we have to surrender our will and allow God to come in and take control. He has to take control for you to have true peace. So I want to ask the question, what's one area of your life right now at this very moment where you just try to control everything? What would it look like if you released it? What would it look like to hand it over to God? What would it look like to say, God, I surrender all to thee and I trust you. I don't know the outcome. I'm afraid of the unknown, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to be at peace on the inside because I trust you. What are you controlling? The next question, remove the titles, remove the roles, and ask yourself, who am I? Who am I called to serve? Remember, your journey is somebody else's blessing. You are called to serve, whether if it was to help someone build a business, if it was to help someone get closer to Christ, if it was to help someone mend a relationship, if it was to help someone find their own purpose, you have a purpose, and your purpose is to serve. Not serve yourself, but serve. And as you serve others, God replenishes you. He fills your cup so you can keep pouring it out and you can keep serving others, and He keeps pouring. And I'm telling you, the things that you continue to pray for as you take this journey, God will answer your prayers, and He will expand your territory, and He will allow your cup to overflow, because what you're doing is surrendering, and you are serving. You are serving who you're supposed to serve. So your cup will never run empty. So here are some takeaways. Peace is not found in control, but in surrender. There is nothing wrong. I know you may hear people, I hate that word. I don't like to surrender. I don't want to be walked over. I don't want to be taken advantage of. We're not talking about surrendering to people. We're not talking about surrendering to man. We're talking about surrendering to the one who created you, who knows everything about you, who knows the very hair on your head. We're talking about surrendering to Him. Peace is not in control. Little do you know, you've never been in control. I tend to make God laugh when I try to be in control. But I have to remind myself and be self-aware enough to know, Rita, pull back. You're not in control. Did you seek God? Is this God what you want? Is this what God wants you to do? You have to surrender. And then purpose is not discovered in service. Well, it's discovered in service, but not in status. So despite your role, your certifications, your degrees, your positions, which is great. I don't want to take that away, because you have worked hard. I have worked hard, but my purpose is not in that role. My purpose is not in that position, that title, because what would happen if it was stripped away from me? I still have a purpose. God still has a plan. And my passion is fuel, not the finish line. It keeps me going. It keeps me pushing. Peace, purpose, and passion. I'm telling you, you will come into alignment with those three things. Alignment with God's will for your life. So remember, peace steadies you. Purpose directs you. And passion fuels you. And together, they will lead you to the life God designed just for you. Not no one else. Not your mother's plan for you. Not your father's plan for you. But what God planned for you. Just for you. So I want to thank you for coming to meet with me today to talk about peace, purpose, and passion. I hope that helps you to reflect on where you are and where you're called to be, and to nudge you to go a little bit more. Let's stay connected. Scan the QR code. And if you need a little bit of guidance, I'm here to help. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoyed it, and have a great day.
Before we begin, I want you to think of one area of your life, whether it be in your personal life or your professional life, where, really deep down, know that you are playing it safe. Did you get it? Is it in your head? Okay. Now imagine, what if for the next 20 minutes, you gave yourself permission to think bigger, to dream bigger, and to allow yourself to dream that big and to dream of all the things that you thought you couldn't before, just for the next 20 minutes. Think about that one place where you have played it safe, you wanted to make a change, you wanted to do something differently or move differently, but you just played it safe and stayed there. Hi, I'm Dharmi Shah. I am a global entrepreneur, a speaker, an author, and a life coach. I am the founder of The Corporate Experience, a relationship marketing firm, and I'm the creator of Refresh and Revitalize, which is a life coaching and business coaching brand. Years ago, I thought I had everything I wanted, everything that I was meant for, everything I had dreamed of. I had everything planned out. The dream, the vision, the future, it was all in my head. It was all planned out. I knew everything about what my dreams were, what my goals were, both personally and professionally. I spent a lot of time figuring out what I really wanted life to look like for me, right? Now, it wasn't some amazing, I sit around and lay in bed thinking about my life and what I have to do to get there. But it was just naturally progressing in exactly the way that I would have liked. The decisions that I was making were helping those ideas all become achievable. I felt like all of it was going exactly as I would have wanted it to go. Well, until it wasn't. And there it was. Boom. Just like that. I watched things crumble slowly, piece by piece. And it became disorienting. It became painful. And honestly, I didn't really know what moving forward would even look like at that point. After you've had it all planned out and then the cookie crumbles, it becomes very challenging to put ourselves back into a position where we can dream those things again, or want to put ourselves in a position where we can redream all those things. So after I took time to really evaluate everything, something amazing and magical happened. I began to see possibilities that I had never even considered before. I realized that what was really happening and what was really ending was also this beautiful invitation for things to change and for things to be new and for a whole different journey that I had never considered before. An invitation to stop playing small and to really start leading loud. And that's why I'm here today, to help you see what's possible when you choose courage over comfort. When things fell apart for me, I had a choice. I can stay in that safe, small space of fear and uncertainty, or I could take the risk and see what else is possible. And of course, it's not as easy as I make it sound right now. But the truth is, for a while, I did play small. I hesitated. I told myself I wasn't ready. I wasn't able to do anything differently. And then I learned something, that playing small doesn't just keep you safe, but it also keeps you stuck. So when we play small, we don't just miss out on these amazing opportunities that come our way, but we also completely rob the world and those around us of the impact that we could make. You know, it doesn't always have to be some large scale impact, but on a daily, we're making impacts. We're making an impact on our friends, on our family, maybe on work related acquaintances, friends, etc., etc. So think about it. What's one thing that you've put off because you just felt like you weren't ready? And unfortunately, we're not in a room together. Had we been in a room together, I would ask you to shout those things out. So instead, I'm going to ask you to just place that on a piece of paper. So that way, as you continue your journey, as I did, it's something you can look back on. Because playing small is not humility. It's hesitation dressed up as safety. And it costs us so much more than we even realize. So how do we stop playing small? How do we start to lead loud? Like screaming from the rooftops loud. It's not about suddenly becoming fearless. It's not about choosing, it's not about just choosing to overcome these things. We all know it doesn't happen that easily. But it does come with choosing courage over comfort. Even though comfort is easy, we all like comfort, but courage will take us to the next level. So there are 3 bold move principles that I want to go over with you. The first bold move, permission before perfection. Waiting until it's perfect means, well, quite frankly, it's just never going to happen. Bold leaders give themselves permission to start before they're ready. When my life reset, I had to move forward without all of the answers. Actually, with no answers. I just had to keep moving. And that momentum built my next chapter. I had to make sure that I continued to move forward. I had to be bold enough to move forward, because otherwise all I was doing was staying in the comfortable. And the truth is, as we continue life and our own individual journeys, nothing waits for us. Time just keeps going, right? Life just keeps continuing on. And sometimes we're just hanging on, hoping that we get the permission to kind of move forward. So let's give ourselves that permission. Permission before perfection. The number 2 bold move principle, decisions over delays. It's kind of like the 48-hour rule, if you've ever heard of that. You know, if there's a big decision that ends up on your desk, you should give it 48 hours before you make a decision. Unfortunately for me, I am not that patient. So 48 hours is quite a long time for me. So I probably make decisions a little bit quicker than 48 hours. But I make them. I do make the decisions eventually, but usually before those 48 hours. But if you need 48 hours, take your 48 hours, but you don't get to have any more than 48 hours. Within those 48 hours, it's time to make a decision. Because leading loud, moving with intention, means decision making. So we got to make a decision. We just can't live in this indefinite hesitation of not making decisions. Our third bold move principle is impact over image. Playing small often comes from worrying about how we'll look, but bold moves come from focusing on the difference we can make, whether that difference be on ourselves or the impact that we make on others. But when you lead for impact, the fear of judgment starts to shrink. We just don't pay attention to it as much anymore. So let's stop worrying about our image and start worrying about the impact. You know, it's so easy for us to think about what others are judging us as. As I speak in front of you, I could have that thought as well. What are you going to say about me? What are you going to judge about me? But the truth is, it doesn't matter. I'm not here to be judged. I'm here to make an impact. And each and every one of us has the ability to make that impact on ourselves or on others, however that may be. So again, the 3 bold move principles: 1, permission before perfection. 2, decisions over delays. And 3, impact over image. Got it? Those are your 3. Now imagine if you use those 3 bold principles, what things could look like in a year. The season of my life that I had gone through taught me this: leading loud, it isn't about shouting the loudest. It's not about having a ton of abundance. It's about living with such clarity, courage, and conviction that people can't help but notice. I began saying yes to opportunities that scared me, sharing my story openly, and stepping into spaces I had never even thought about being in. And that's what it means to lead loud. You become the example of what is possible and not the impossible. It taught me that leading loud gives me so many more opportunities and opens so many doors and so many avenues that I never even considered. So when you start to live your life leading and impacting yourself or others, you start to live big instead of being the small, shrunken in person that we've put ourselves in, right? So what does leading loud really mean? Speaking up when it matters, making decisions for ourselves that matter, standing firm on our values, and using our influence to create opportunities for others, but also using the influence of our past and our own stories to impact our futures. So picture this, okay? It's 1 year from now. Maybe I'll see you in a year. You've made the bold moves you've been avoiding. You've led with intention. And when people describe you, what do they say? They say, they made things happen. What would that version of you feel like? What would that version of you look like? Unlocking what's possible isn't a one-time decision. It's a daily choice. It's the decision to show up, to speak up, to make decisions, and to lead like your voice matters, because it surely does. The world doesn't benefit from your watered down versions of your life or your impact. It benefits from your bold ones. It benefits from the bold version of yourself, the courageous version of who you are. So instead of thinking about the impossible, if we started to focus on what is possible and start to create that impact, It's amazing the opportunities that come our way. So today, I'm going to ask you to pick one area where you've been playing small and to commit to one bold move. Not tomorrow, not in a week, not one day or someday, but today. Because when we stop playing small and start leading loud, you unlock what's truly possible. And I cannot wait to see all the bold moves that all of y'all make. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brandy Tooks, and it is truly an honor to be with you today. Growing up in Trinidad, I always heard a saying that training begins at home and ends abroad. I modify that to say that peace begins at home and ends abroad. I believe that because it truly begins within us, how we live, how we lead, and how we treat each other. Peace spreads to our homes, our communities, our workplaces, and eventually to the world. Let me tell you about a little bit where I'm from and how did I arrive here. I grew up in a Trinidadian home that was full of energy, full of noise, full of life and nonstop action because I had 6 brothers who solved most of our problems with a competition. Witnessing that and even into adulthood, I call that my unofficial conflict resolution training because at home I learned how to compromise, how to be considerate, how to be empathetic of others, and most importantly, how to keep the peace in my mom's home. That home training shaped me, and even today, I am known for being calm, cooperative, considerate, and always someone who helps others resolve conflict and find a common ground. But as I moved into my adulthood, and especially into my career over the past 5 years, I started to feel like something was shifting in me that didn't give me peace. That's when life took me to what I call a battle. Now, some of you may know that I am a military officer, excuse me, but this is not the type of battle that I'm referring to, where I'm trained, I'm geared up, I'm ready to go, I'm wearing my helmet, I'm carrying my weapon. No, this was more personal to me. My therapist suggested I go to a program not once, but twice. And at first, I normalized the symptoms and brushed off the reason why she wanted me to go, because I thought I didn't need it. It's just stress. But deep down in me, I knew I needed a shift. And so eventually I conceded and I thought, maybe, just maybe, I can learn something to help someone else. What my therapist recommended was a 30-day outpatient mental health program at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. Once I was in the program, I was surprised because I was diagnosed with chronic stress, anxiety, and cognitive dissonance. The way I interpreted that, it meant to me that my mind, my body, and my soul were a bit out of sync, and I was not okay with that. My sleep was poor, and I was ignoring the unexplained body aches and pains in my body, and emotionally, I felt stuck. I couldn't understand why this was going on because when I thought about it, I knew that I was happy with myself. I'm a happy wife, a proud mom. I have strong, long-lasting friendships. But when I looked at another domain in my world, my work, the place where I poured 18 years of service to the warfighting mission, I felt an internal battle and a bit unbalanced. Now, don't get me wrong, I was proud of the mission that I supported, but I couldn't continue this way. You see, cognitive dissonance is the mental discomfort that comes when there's two conflicting beliefs between your values, your attitudes, and your beliefs. And that was the nexus of my issue. I'm pretty much a peaceful person, but like Bob Marley's 1976 song, Everywhere is War, that was my world. By nature of my work, a military member, I was surrounded by war. On the news, they report nightly crimes, school shootings, political unrest, community unrest. There was some form of war and disagreement in the way we speak to each other, the way we hold grudges, the way people dismiss each other, and the level of inconsideration that I saw happening around me was overwhelming, and it created an imbalance that began to take a toll on my well-being. Jessica Long said that sometimes the hardest battles we face are the ones within, and that was a battle that I was determined to win. So during that 30-day program, my daily homework was based on 3 strategies that helped me move from war to peace. The first thing I spent my time doing was I spent a lot of time in self-reflection. I started to self-reflect and sit still and do what Bishop T.D. Jakes said we need to do more of. We need to do more intimacy with ourselves, with our thoughts, our patterns, our emotions. And so that's what I did. I got curious about how I really felt and why. The next thing I did was I prayed, because prayer has always kept me grounded. I leaned on a lot of scriptures, but one scripture in particular, Isaiah 26:3, that says, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds stay on you because they trust in you." The scriptures reminded me that where focus goes, energy flows. So my focus and my energy shifted towards the peacemaker. Coaching myself and journaling was the next thing I did over this 30-day period. I asked myself hard questions like, what values matter to me most right now? What legacy do I want to leave behind? And what can I do to begin working on that legacy? These 3 principles, these 3 practices gave me clarity, peace, and most importantly, the harmony that I needed in my mind, my body, and my soul. This was also my pivotal moment where I stepped into my divine purpose, where I have the awareness to spread the message of peace through etiquette. Now, when I say that, that may sound a bit prophetic to you, but when I think about my home training, my default character being cooperative, calm, helping others find the common ground, I realized that is etiquette. I just didn't have the words for it yet. Renowned etiquette expert Elaine Swan defines etiquette as the principles that govern our behavior to help us interact respectfully and positively with others. If you searched for the word etiquette in a word cloud, you would see it surrounded by synonyms like peace, diplomacy, kindness, protocol, civility, support, respect, politeness. These words are what I call a blueprint for peace. Peace and etiquette to me are synonymous. I want to invite you to do an exercise with me right now, wherever you are, unless you're driving, of course. I'd like you to pause and close your eyes for a moment. I'd like you to take a deep breath and imagine this with me. Imagine a world where harsh words are silenced by kindness, where people are considerate of one another wherever you are, where strangers hold the doors open and drivers In the middle of rush hour, they wave at you and they welcome you in the lanes before them instead of honking aggressively at you. Where differences are met with curiosity, not criticism. Where peace isn't just an idea, it's a practice way of life. The world that you just visualized is possible, and it starts with us. Leading with etiquette is now my, excuse me, divine mission. And I'll be honest, I don't get it right every day. I don't. I'm human and I'm not perfect. I what I have done is I have become more intentional about practicing it in my home and in my relationships as a leader, as a mom, as a friend, as a sister. Because in a world where chaos is often louder than the calm, we as leaders, we are required to model something different. So as I'm about to close, I would like to leave you with 5 powerful ways that you can lead with etiquette and promote peace in your world. The first thing we can do is we can model etiquette during our interactions with others, giving a warm greeting, maintaining eye contact, and using body language that communicates attentiveness and openness, rather than being closed, using closed body language with our arms folded, and being distracted on our phones. Showing up on time, dressing appropriately for the occasion, and if there is a disagreement or conflict, showing consideration and treating everyone with dignity for the sake of their humanity. This builds respect and peace becomes the byproduct. The next thing we can do is we can speak peace into the room with courtesy and civility. As a leader, I have learned that my tone sets the temperature, not my title or my rank. Choose to be polite, kind, and courteous. We can show civility by having calm, respectful conversations, by being intentional with our words that bring grace and healing. Avoid sarcasm, insensitive language, and aggressive tones. Saying please and thank you are fundamental words, and they should apply to everyone because they're words that show respect and humility. Especially in our homes and our circle of close friends or friends in general, allow forgiveness and restoration to be the goal in our conversations if they become tense. The next thing we can do is we can stay calm under pressure. Deadlines, strong opinions, and life, those difficult moments, sometimes they're inevitable. These things can place us in the middle of a difficult situation, but being aware of the situation as it unfolds helps you to remain a professional. It helps you to keep anger, frustration, and sarcasm in check. So when emotions run high, taking a moment of silence has always worked for me. Then trying to highlight the common grounds between us and pursuing win-win outcomes to de-escalate the situation and turn conflict into connections. Next, listening to understand, listening with intention and without interruption. Giving your full attention and resisting the urge to mentally prepare your response while the other person is still speaking. Asking thoughtful questions shows genuine interest and curiosity in others and their perspectives. Creating safe places for dialogue is the last way that we can lead with etiquette and promote peace. Invite honest conversations without fear of judgment. Whether you're at home, whether you're at work, whether you're in the store, in the community, really allow people to feel heard. Peace thrives in environments where voices are valued, even when perspectives differ. As a leader, practicing these tips becomes contagious to those around us. They reinforce stability, respect, trust. It shows consideration, empathy, kindness, and love to people. And that is the power of leading with etiquette. In closing, I'm going to leave you with a quote from Wonder Woman, Diana Prince. She said, "When we fight for what's right, we never fight alone." Fighting for peace begins with the peace that is at home within us. Then it can be spread all around the world. I choose to fight for peace by leading with etiquette, and I hope that you will join me.
Well, hello and welcome, courageous women. I am Dr. Carolyn Brooks Collins, and I am so honored to be able to participate in this year's Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit. I am honored that you are here. You know, you have spent your entire life showing up for others, for your families, for your communities, for your jobs. But today it's all about you. It's about the voice that you were born with, the one that you may have been told to quiet, to shrink, or to soften. I want you to know that that voice is still in there, waiting for you. I want you to know that it's not too late. It's not too late to speak boldly, not too late to ask for more. It is not too late for you to be fearlessly confident. Today, we will uncover some truths. We'll share stories. We'll just take a few bold steps together. So this isn't just a talk. It's a turning point. So let's begin. You know, Oprah Winfrey has said we get in life what we have the courage to ask for. But what if we never learned how to ask or believed that we could? Or when we did, we were met with such a negative result or a reminder that women and girls need to stay quiet, need to be respectful. Oh, be ladylike. What if we've learned that asking is dangerous and that silence is safer? Because from my experience and from what I've seen, often from a very young age, women are groomed to care for others and to mute their needs. Do you know, when I was in second grade, it was 1962, and my beloved Mrs. Richardson was at the board going over a math problem. And for some reason, she started erasing. Well, when she erased, I erased. She erased, I erased. And erased to the point that I wore a hole in my paper. And I was just so frustrated that I raised my hand and I said, "Mrs. Richardson, you're trying to teach us something that you don't even know." Ooh, why did I do that? When Mrs. Richardson got over her shock, she said, "Maddie Carolyn Brooks." Yeah, she called me by my whole name, and I knew I was in trouble. She said, "You get down here right now." And I made my way to the front of the room. And when I did, Mrs. Richardson grabbed a yardstick and she wore my behind out. In fact, she broke the yardstick in half with one of her many swings. You can imagine the rest. Went to the principal's office. Parents were called. My mother came to get me. And I was punished again when I got home. And when my dad got home, I was punished even more. Yeah, we didn't have gentle parenting then. But the question or the message that I received, and probably the first of many that little girls receive, and especially little Black girls, is that speaking the truth invites punishment, that you stay quiet, you stay in your box, you do not question authority. And again, that was my first lesson in shrinking, silence, and obedience. Do you know, when I think about all of the lessons I learned, I'm reminded also when I started my first job. Oh, that was 1976. I started my first job as a CPA. I was the only woman and only person of color on the accounting management team. But I quickly learned that men are prioritized, that unequal pay is justified by gender, because I was listening to the guys talk and they were talking about their salaries and maybe some upcoming promotions. And I learned they were paid much more than I was. And I was like, that's not right. I went in to ask my manager. So I went into the assistant controller and I asked them, why are Bob and Bill being paid more than I am? And he gave me this incredulous look. And he said, Carolyn, you are paid well for a woman. You can't possibly expect to make the same amount as Bob and Bill because they have families to take care of. Now, mind you, they were married. Neither of them had children, but we all had bills to pay. And so that was the first lesson I learned, that it wasn't really a gender gap per se. It was a value gap. And you can say that, oh, that was then, that was 1976 and 62. But in 2025, women are still silenced. We are silenced by the medical system that ignore our pain because they diminish it. Because, oh, yes, Black women can tolerate more pain. We are silenced by the legal community because we're interrupted. We are silenced by our churches because we're told women need to submit. And that, oh, no, women can't lead. We are silenced by our families who still tell us it's not that bad. Oh, don't say anything. Don't talk about things outside of your family or your household. But how many of you know what I'm talking about? How many of you have experienced that? Yeah, it still happens to today. I mean, I think about women's salaries, and women are still paid 84 cents. White women are paid 84 cents to every dollar a white male earns. But Black women still earn 66 cents on average, 66 cents to every dollar a white male earns. So that's not a gender gap. That's a value gap. And we have to learn to start valuing ourselves more. We need to raise the expectations we have on our lives. We need to be bolder and learn to use our voices. Yeah. You know, there are times when I even think about sometimes we can be seen, but we're still seen as invisible, still seen as just maybe that it doesn't matter. We don't matter. You know, I think about when it was probably 1992. I was on an audit team that went to Australia. We spent a month working on an audit in Australia. We were in Melbourne. Again, I was the only woman and the only person of color. And every night when we went out to eat, we went to various restaurants, people lined the sidewalks, staring at me, looking into the window, staring and pointing. You know, I tried to ignore it, but after a while, I was just so tired of it. And finally, by the end of the third week, I said, I can't wait until we get back home because I am so tired of people staring at me and pointing at me. And the guy said, what are you talking about? What people? And I said, turn around, look. And they turned, and for the first time in 3 weeks, they noticed there were people on the sidewalk. But they said, don't worry about it. You know, maybe they were trying to make me feel better. I don't know. But I felt dismissed. I felt my concerns weren't important. And I felt that once again, I was invisible. Because that says even when you speak, you may not be heard unless you demand it. So, you know, when I think about What went on with the rest of my life? What happens? We continue to put everyone else first. I know I did that with my marriage, with moves, that we moved based on my husband's career because I felt someone's career needs to be the priority. So all of our moves, whether we moved from city to city and I had to get a new job, I was in the middle of school, but oh no, that didn't take precedent. And so I stayed in the back. I did not voice my goals, my opinion, my desires. And so I just kind of stayed in survival mode, particularly when I became a widow at 52. My husband lost his battle with cancer. And I was on survival mode. I was downsizing. I felt I had to be financially responsible. There was no time to ask. I only had time to do. So again, I didn't focus on my voice, my needs, my concerns. But at the age of 68, I started thinking, what's next? I had prepared for retirement. I had saved. I had been diligent. But then I said, if I am blessed to live another 15, 20, maybe 25 years, what do I want to do? I had this awakening and I asked myself, what was important? What was important to me? And that was the start of my journey into rediscovering my voice, rediscovering my needs, rediscovering me. So I learned that my voice was important. I started taking classes. I started joining communities. I took acting classes. I started writing. So I stand before you now, an actor, a model. I say an actor with an agent, a model, a speaker, a coach, and an author. And I know I wanted to use my voice to show other women that it is not too late for them to find and use theirs. So I want you to think about this. I started the Fearlessly Confident Women's Coaching Program, primarily for women over 50, but it's for all women. And I want you to think about how do you reclaim your voice? And I want you to think about these 4 steps. I want you to uncover your voice. I want you to speak through the shaking. I want you to ask without apology. And I want you to stand with power circles. So when we think about uncovering your voice, I ask you, whose voice have you been speaking with? Was it your own, or was it the voice you were taught to use? I want you to revisit those early messages, like don't speak unless you're spoken to, or be nice, don't be bold, or stay in your box. And when you think about someone who's asked you, who do you think you are? You're like, I am the person with a powerful voice. So I want you to uncover all those layers, those childhood memories, that workplace bias that you withstood, the cultural silence, and the roles that you were asked to mute your desires, because you can't claim what you don't recognize. Your voice is in there underneath all of the survival. And that second point, speak through the shaking. Yes, confidence doesn't mean that fear is gone. It means speaking anyway, no matter how hard it is, how difficult it is, you still speak. You can start small. Say what you think. Disagree. Claim your needs. Set your boundaries. Speaking up is a muscle, and it gets stronger with every use. You don't have to wait for perfection. It's okay to speak even if your voice trembles, but let it out. Each time you speak, that fear will shrink and your presence will expand. The third point, ask without apology. I mean, sometimes this is hard for women, especially those who are over 50. No more prefacing with, I'm sorry, or I just think, whether it's for a raise, respect, or just rest, you might ask for it with clarity and with certainty because you need to know this. You deserve not just equality, but equity, not just space, but you deserve to be on center stage because when you speak boldly, you teach others how to treat you and more importantly, how to value you. And lastly, stand with power circles because we rise stronger when we rise together. Find women who see you, who affirm you, who challenge you to be all that you can be. Kind of eliminate those energy drains, those who continue to silence you, those who dismiss you, and those who diminish you. Build a circle that feeds your voice, not your doubts. Your voice may begin alone. And I'll say that again. Your voice may begin alone, but it will rise when you surround yourself with the right women. So, ladies, I invite you to join my Fearlessly Confident Women's Coaching Program. And if this message spoke to you, if it touched something deep inside of you, I invite you to take that next step for you. I invite you to join my coaching program. That's for women who are ready to reclaim their voice, to rewrite their internal narrative, and I ask you to speak and live without apology. Oh, it's an 8-week coaching program and it's designed for women who are ready to take control of their voice and their life. You'll get support and tools. You'll get a career of courageous women who are on the same journey. I just want you to know that your voice isn't gone. It's just been waiting for you to claim it. And because you have been such an exceptional audience, I want you to text the word success, SUCCESS, to 770-525-8931. That is text the word success, SUCCESS. I feel like a cheerleader now, but text the word success to 770-525-8931. And I invite you to reach out to me. You can reach out to me on my website at carolynbrookscollins.com. You can find me on social media at Carolyn Brooks Collins. That's Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. But I want you to know you are not alone. And I am waiting for you to reclaim your voice. Thank you.
Hello, I am Ritu Chopra, author of Mindfulness, Choices, Circumstances, and Essence. The mind is a strange thing, a storm and the symphony all at once, the cohesive chaos, 1,000 voices weaving stories and not all of them true. To see it, you don't silence it. You step back. Watch. Notice the replay, the rehearsal, what if parade. That's awareness. The shift from actor to audience. Sometimes you lean in. Follow a thought to its roots. Let it teach you. Other times, you let it drift, like a cloud with no rain. The wisdom is knowing the difference. But what does silence really mean? Is it just not speaking to the people around you? Holding your tongue when anger boils? Or when sadness knots your throat? That's not silence. That's withdrawal. A voice is still loud, only now trapped inside your chest. True silence is not the absence of word. It's the absence of noise in the heart. A stillness untouched by anger, unshaken by resentment, unburdened by disappointment. It's not biting back, a sharp reply. It's having nothing sharp to say. A quiet that feels full, not empty. A quiet where you are not at war with yourself. I learned this not by armoring up, but by opening. Vulnerability cracked the shell and light came through. The chaos wasn't my enemy, it was my teacher. When I met it with curiosity, it stopped owning me. So when your mind starts its chatter, listen, learn, and when it's done, walk away smiling. There's a strange beauty in the way our mind works, like an orchestra with no conductor. 1,000 instruments playing at once, some notes clash, some harmonize. That's the mind cohesive chaos. To notice it, you don't have to silence it. You simply step back and watch. Watch the words your mind whispers, the screens it replays, the argument it rehearses. You'll see how it weaves stories, some true, some not. The awareness in this moment that you stopped being a character in the drama and become a quiet audience. Difficult to play this role, being an audience. But there's so much power in it. There are times to engage, to lean into a thought, to trace it, to understand it, and let it guide you. And there are times to disengage, to breathe, to unlock yourself, to unhook yourself, and let the thoughts drift past like a cloud refusing to rain. The art is in knowing which is which. As I experienced that I couldn't master this art by closing in or armoring up, I had to strip down the defenses. Vulnerability is not the weakness, it's the skylight where the truth comes in. When I stopped pretending to be unshakable, unbreakable, my inner radiance stopped hiding. The lesson? My mind's chaos isn't the enemy, it's the raw material, the raw canvas to draw what I needed to. If I can meet it with curiosity, give it space when it needs it, and step back when it storms, I live lighter. My thoughts still come and go, but they no longer own me. The inner peace is often associated with being rooted in the moment. No rushing forward, no looking back, just being. It's a feeling of wholeness, not fragmented or pulled in different directions. This is big. Inner peace comes when people stop resisting reality and choose to accept themselves, others, and life circumstances without judgment. Inner peace is a numbness, is being in control without suppression. You can cry, laugh, grieve, and still be centered. A powerful definition, inner peace often feels like emotional safety. A place where you trust yourself fully and nothing outside can shake you. The inner peace is not just absence of noise, it's the presence of meaning, safety, and surrender. You know, people find it in prayers, in nature, in art, in breath, in love. And once they taste it, they seek it not in outside world, but within. So next time your mind starts to chatter, don't rush to shut it down. Greet it, welcome it, learn from it. And when it's done speaking, walk away smiling and cherish the peace within. Thank you for listening.
Welcome to the Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit. I'm excited to be here. Have you ever felt that you were not walking in your confidence, if you were not embracing your purpose, and if you did not understand your power? I am Dr. Moseley Driver, and I am here to share with you that we have to walk in confidence and we have to understand our purpose. We have to embrace our power and know that we are built for this. I am a business branding strategist where I support women who are looking for entrepreneurship but just don't know how to get started. I'm also a speaker where I speak to the masses about building confidence, building resilience, and also walking into their purpose. I'm a podcaster. My podcast is Tea with the Queens, where we talk about transformation, empowerment, and achievement. I share my platform with those who are willing to come in and to share with the audience and myself as well, empowering tools to help us get across the barrier of whatever's holding us back, and also give us the testimony of how they overcame, and also give tips on how to enhance what you're already doing. And I'm also an author, so I have many books that I am working on, and I will share something with you at the end of the presentation as well about a book that you may be interested in. But getting into what we're here to do today is to talk about that you're built for this, walking in your confidence, walking in your purpose, and understanding the power that bestows you. I would like to share a story with you. When I started this journey, it was very difficult for me because I didn't understand that I was built for this. I had recently lost my son to a car accident. I had experienced some medical issues that was holding me back, not even from starting my entrepreneurship journey, but also in my personal business life. I wasn't able to return back to work after I worked so hard in school, getting my degrees and just establishing myself. I just knew that I was going to retire in my career after doing everything that I thought that I could do. But when tragedy struck and it knocked me off my course, I was just overtaken. At that point, there was no purpose, and definitely there was no power for me. I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't know whether I was coming to or fro. I was so just downtrodden. It was so painful and yet confusing. But over the years, I had to understand that I was built for this. I had to find out first what this was. I knew I wasn't going back to my career because I was already so far gone from being off work because I had the accident happen in 2011, then got ill in 2012. Well, it's 2025. So many things have happened in the world since that particular time. So going back to work just didn't seem like it was relevant for me. But what was I to do? Because now I understand that I was built for this. So I would like to share with you a quote. It said, "You are created with intention, equipped for the assignment, and built for the journey." So I'm not exactly sure where you are in your journey, what you're feeling, what you've been through, and what you desire. But you have to understand that you were created with intention. The things that we go through are not meant to destroy us and to break us down, but their intentions is to build us up, to give us power. Now, let me say this, because a lot of times when we hear words like this, we often think, do I have to go through such suffering? Do I have to go through such disappointment? Do I have to go through the heartache? No, not necessarily, not at all. The thing is that whatever you're going through, that you feel that is the max of what you're feeling, that place that pushes you kind of like over the edge just a little bit, then that's what we're talking about. You were built for this. Everybody's testimony, everybody's journey, everybody's walk is not the same. So wherever you are in this journey, you are built for this. Again, you're created with intention, equipped for the assignment, and built for the journey. So we're going to be talking about three things, and I would like to bring to you today as I share with you that you are built for this, walking in your confidence, purpose, and power. The confidence, again, the purpose, and the power. So what does walking in your confidence mean? First, let's define confidence. It's not arrogance, but it's reassurance. A lot of times people, when they become confident, you can tell the difference in them. They start to move in different ways and they start to act differently. But that is not arrogance. That is not being haughty. But that is confidence. There's a thin line, but I think that because no one wants to be considered arrogant, they don't want to be considered haughty, they stay away from acknowledging that they do have confidence. Confidence is not an ugly word, but it's something that you need on this journey. You have to be confident. Your mindset has to be ready to accept the fact that you can be confident and yet be humble. Okay? Confident, but yet humble goes hand in hand. Confidence and haughtiness and arrogance, that's a whole nother story. But if you're humble, that confidence will shine through and you'll come forth as gold. So trust me, do not hide your confidence. Also, there's a formula for the confidence. It's called clarity, consistency, and courage. Okay. So when you understand where you are in your confidence, that's that clarity. You understand who you are, whose you are, and where you are going. Now, doesn't mean that along the way there may be some things that may change on the journey, but that's okay. That's living life. And it's no fun in the journey if you don't have some hills and valleys to climb, or hills to climb, valleys to get out of. Is that right? Okay. Well, anyway, you get what I'm saying. There's the clarity, understanding what you're doing, understanding where you're going, and understanding who you are. That's one component of the equation of confidence. The next is consistency. You have to continually in your mind, you have to speak those things to yourself. You have to speak those things out to yourself. That's the clarity. That's the confidence. That's the consistency. You have to know within yourself that you can be swayed back and forth. You got to be consistent. And then it's not something that happens overnight. I think it's something that comes on us as time goes along. But when you have clarity about who you are, that consistency becomes a little easier because no one can come and then knock you off your course, tell you that you're not equipped, that you're not good enough. You can't do that. Now that consistency is building. No one can come and they can deter you. Some people may come and say, hey, you know what? I see that you want to do this as far as an entrepreneur. I see that you want to write a book. I see that you want to build your speaking skills. I see that you want to go into leadership on your job. Whatever it is that you want to do, some people will come with the goal to discourage you. That clarity and consistency, when it comes together, you know deep down inside who you are, what you're trying to do, and that shines through. So you're able to stand on the platform and stand 10 toes down, that you know what you want to do and you're going to continue to move in a direction that's going to give you the results that you desire. The courage. So now we have the clarity. We're consistent. Now you have the courage to stand. So again, those who come against you and say, hey, I don't think you can do it, or you don't quite have the skills to do it. You don't have the experience. Now you have the courage to stand and be firm on who you are and what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. I've been telling myself that I can do this for a while, and I have the courage to continue to do it. Then the confidence shines through. And I love this equation because we think of confidence sometimes just in a generic way. Oh, you got confidence. But when you break it down into a formula, then you start to realize, wow, these components make me even stronger in my confidence. So remember, those part of the equation, clarity, consistency, and courage. Make sure that in that equation, as you're getting used to that equation, replace self-doubt. It will sneak in on you. It will creep in on you, and it will take you off your course. Replace self-doubt with affirmations. Tell yourself you can do it. Tell yourself that you are strong. Tell yourself that you are smart and you are built for this journey. You have to tell yourself that. So stop doubting yourself. Stop with the negative talk, because negative talk can kill confidence, and it happens unconsciously. We don't even sometimes realize that we are self-doubting ourselves. Negative talk. Limit that negative talk until it's erased totally. Be consistent with the affirmations and speaking life into you in your journey. So now we're going to go. Well, I want to share a scripture to those that will receive it. It says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. That's out of Philippians 4:13. Philippians 4:13. So those who believe know that not only are you walking on this journey and you're built for this, but you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. Walking in your purpose as your compass. Now, we understand our clarity. We understand being consistent, and we understand the courage. But when you begin to now understand your purpose is your compass. Your purpose is your guide to where you're trying to go. So now you have a mission. You have purpose. You have a point of where you're trying to get to. You understand the journey. There's a difference between being busy and being purposeful. So when we're busy, we're just all over the place. Paper everywhere, things everywhere. Your calendar is all over the place. Whatever it is, it could be, going to the gym. I'm going to the gym. An example of that is going to the gym and hitting every machine you possibly can hit. There is no purpose in it. You're just going and you're busy. But that's not going to help you to start and jumpstart and maintain your healthy journey. You got to have a plan. You got to have a purpose. And like I say, being busy is not justifiable. Everything you do needs to be purposeful, because that's the only thing that's going to stick when you're building that confidence and you're on your way and on your journey to what's important to you. We can be busy all day long. I can just walk, and sometimes I'm busy doing nothing, sitting at my kitchen table, and I'm drinking a cup of coffee. And before you know it, 30 minutes then passed, and I can't tell you what I did with those 30 minutes. I was busy doing nothing. And that is so true. We cannot be busy just doing nothing. We have to have purpose. So identify your gifts and your passions in that. And our passions and our gifts mean something. They are so important. We are not on a journey where everything just got to be 1, 2, and 3. We are on a journey for creativity, for our heart's desire, for goals, accomplishments. We are on that journey. So find out what your gifts are, what your talents are, what your desires are, what your passions are. That helps shape your purpose. So it's no good going somewhere and it's not a part of your gifts, your purpose, your passions. Just like then becomes busy work. It's just like me going and say, okay, I went to school to work with individuals, helping them in their journeys as a counselor. That was my passion. That's what I love to do. But I'm just going to go over here and get a job. Nothing wrong with getting a job at Family Dollar, but that is not what I want to do. What I'm doing in my purpose on my job as a counselor is building me, my confidence, and I got clarity and I got courage to go forth and do the job. But the busy work over here has nothing to do with my passions, my gifts, or my goals. I'm just over here to make some money and do my job and go home. So understand that busy work and passion and purpose are two different things. Look at your life experiences, and the pain often points to purpose. Like I just said, the pain of just going and just doing, it draws you away from your purpose. You begin to not be able to see or reach out towards your purpose. So look at the pain points of that. A lot of times we feel that, okay, well, this comes first, then I can get to what I really want to do. At times it can coexist. You may be able to do what you really want to do while you maintain your life. But find out where the pain points are in that. Find out what's holding you back. Where's the limitations? Because then we realize that those are daggers in what we're trying to do. And I hope this makes sense, and I hope that it smooths out a little bit on your journey, that it's not perfect, but if you take these steps, the progress you'll begin to see for real, and you'll take control. You'll take control of all of this. Ask, who am I called to serve? If you're called to work somewhere in a public place like Family Dollar to serve, do that with all your might. That is some people's passion, for real, to really involve themselves in the public, to be a service to others in the public, to cater to those in the public. You got some that stay away from that is not what they want to do, but that is not what they're called to do. Find out who you're called to serve. Like me, I was counseling, and I loved what I did. And I knew that was my time to go and to encourage others, to pour into others, to give a kind word to others. That's my passion, and it still is. I know who I am called to serve. I am called to support women who want to go into entrepreneurship, who don't have the confidence, maybe the mindset or the knowledge to really get going. But I cap all of that so that I am pouring into them so they are successful and they have that light at the end of the tunnel and they can see over the rainbow. That's the passion that I have. So find out who you're here to serve. What does your desire say? What is your desire as far? It may not be able to serve, might not be there to serve any human being. It could be a veterinarian, it could be whatever. But find out what is that desire. Sometimes you have to sit down, you may have to journal it out, you may have to write it out, you may have to even talk it out. But whatever you do, find out who you are called to serve. If it doesn't come immediately to you, give yourself some time. It'll come. Encourage yourself. Know your purpose and your destination. Okay? Along the way, we have to encourage ourselves. We have to pat ourselves on the back along the way in this journey. Your purpose is not the destination. Your purpose is part of the journey. And it's a daily walk. It's a gradual walk. So encourage yourself along the way. Pat yourself on the back and know that I'm making moves. I'm making strides. This is not the end of the journey. This is not where I put my exclamation point, my zero, or even the question mark. But this is moving forward towards what I'm trying to achieve. And I think that sometimes we circle right back to where we started from. Sometimes we go right back and we start over again. Now, walking in power. I love this one because now we're walking in power, which means that we're aligned, we have authority, and we're taking action. Being in alignment. So now you have your confidence, you know your purpose, and now you're walking in that power. So you're aligned. Doesn't mean that it's perfect, but you know what you know what you know. in that moment. Authority. Authority to me is like confidence and that's like courage, because now you're stepping out with that courage. With authority, you're stepping in, you're like, okay, I own this now. I own my walk. I own my journey. So you had the courage not to allow anyone to come in and to take you off your course, but now you have authority. So you have taken your authority in this and you are walking in it. It may sound like something very simple, but I promise you, if you look at yourself being aligned and you take authority, that's that power. It is going to feel real good once you realize it. And then when you realize that, you're taking action. Now you are out. You're serving those who you were called to. Now you're making those strides in your goals, and you're realizing what your heart's desires are, your passions, and the things you really want to do, your gifts. All of those things start to, manifest, because now you're taking action and you're making those things happen. So it is a fine line between that courage and authority. Authority sometimes can be intimidating because we think of it as maybe our boss, our CEO, if you're in the military, our upper ranking officers and NCOs, non-commissioned officers. I was in the military. So, yeah. So you started to look at authority in that manner. But authority is ownership, taking ownership and being in leadership of that. Okay? So if you have a goal, take authority in making that happen. Take the ownership, lead. Doesn't have to be over anybody but your own agenda. Okay? So authority and courage can go together. So never be afraid to show your authority. When you use your voice and your gifts, you create change. So understand that everything that you're doing is to get to the other side where you desire to be. So that means that you are walking in all of those things that we talked about. You are walking in that confidence. You are walking in that purpose, and you are walking in that power. Okay? And then you will realize, man, I was built for this. I didn't have to go in the trenches. I didn't have to go here and just suffer. But I was built for this because I realized that I have that clarity to understand my walk. I have that confidence. I'm courageous in that. And I understand my purpose. I understand my gifts. I understand my passions. And I also understand now my power, that I am aligned. I have the authority to make action and to change some things for myself. So practice these tools. Give yourself daily declarations. Those that are affirmations, declarations, however you want to put it, or do both. But do something every day in this journey. Set boundaries to protect your energy. Do not allow others to come and tell you what you can and cannot do. It's not practical, it's not feasible, and it gives them the power that belongs to you. And get you a strategic plan. Map out what you want to do. We can have purpose and we can have all these things in place. But if you're just busy work, like I said, busy, find out what it is that you want to do. Have yourself aligned and have a plan strategically. Please make sure that you understand that, because you do not want to do something and you didn't spent 30 days on something and you go back to talk about it, you have no idea what it was. So just remember, strategic action planning. If you don't know what that is really just a to-do list. But a to-do list often leads to a specific goal, okay? So to go back over what I was saying, our purpose is the movement. It is our compass, okay? The power is our action. And the confidence is our mindset. So you have to know that you are built for this. You are built for this journey. So your declaration, and I will give you this declaration that I say to myself. I am built for this. I walk in confidence. I live on purpose and I move in my power. So I hope that my declaration has really opened up all of the steps that I have given you, and that you begin to see that you are built for this. You are walking in your confidence. You must live on purpose, and you have power to move. No one can stop you. So whatever those goals are, whatever those desires are, however you see yourself in the next 30 days, 10 days, the next day, the next 5 years, just know that you have the map to be able to move forward and to take control and have authority over what it is that you're trying to do. And I would like to thank you for this opportunity to listen to me and to allow me to share with you. And I look forward to even knowing, hearing, maybe even a testimony about how you took this and you have taken ownership over your journey. You can reach me at www.millicentthebusinessstrategist.com. That's MILICENT, thebusinessstrategist.com. There we can talk. You can set up a time that we can talk, and we can kind of go over some things. And I have some great things on the horizon that we can talk about. Definitely, if you can reach out to me, you can follow me on social media and Millicent the Business Strategist on Facebook, Dr. Millicent on Instagram, and Dr. Millicent and LinkedIn. And you begin to see some of the things that I'm doing that I would like to share with you. But again, I just want to thank you for this time, and I'd like to thank Her Excellency, Dr. Theresa Moseley, for this opportunity to share and to be able to pour out into you these things. So remember, you are built for this. Walk in that confidence, understand your purpose, and embrace your power. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. My name is Katanya Trent. I am an author, a social impact speaker, a premature birth advocate, and the founder of Connected Through 22, an organization dedicated to supporting families impacted by premature birth. But the most important role and title that I carry in life is being a mom to a former 22-weeker who I unexpectedly delivered at home alone. He is now 7 and thriving. That experience, although was traumatic, gave birth to more than just a child. It gave birth to purpose, passion, and a life mission rooted in resilience, awareness, and connection. Before I share what grew from that pain, let me take you back to where it all began. Like many first-time mothers, when I found out I was pregnant, I was overjoyed. My child's father and I were thrilled. When we shared the news with our families, they were just excited, if not even more. I vividly remember seeing my aunts running around the room, dancing in joy. That moment left me filled with warmth, love, and so much gratitude. I followed all my prenatal guidance. I never missed an appointment. I experienced some morning sickness and lost a little bit of weight during my first trimester. But the doctor always reassured me that everything was normal and I had nothing to worry about. On the morning I gave birth, I woke up around 4 a.m. feeling what I thought were mild cramps. I even joked with my child's father, saying to him, "I think I'm having contractions." Unknowingly, I was. We laughed it off, and I told him it was fine, and I encouraged him to go to work. but something in my body felt off. A few hours later, I couldn't get comfortable, physically nor mentally. So I called my doctor's office. I explained my symptoms, but I was met with what felt like textbook response, standardized questions. It sounds like Braxton Hicks, she said. Make sure to rest, stay hydrated, and I'll call you back to check in. She never called back, and within 2 hours, the unthinkable happened. My water broke. In a matter of moments, my body went into labor. There I was, at home, alone, and confused why this was happening. I dialed 911, and the operator talked me through what to do. I couldn't feel my hands. I was in shock. But somehow I found the strength to deliver my son. I pulled Kareem all the way out on the couch. He wasn't moving, still connected by the umbilical cord. I gently wiped his eyes, his nose, and his mouth, praying he would breathe. The emergency team arrived fairly quickly. They rushed us to the nearest hospital. But that hospital wasn't equipped to care for premature babies. There was no neonatal intensive care unit. The scene was chaotic. Some of the staff members were visibly panicked. One even walked up to me to say, "This doesn't look good." My son had to be intubated and transferred to another facility. I was told I couldn't go with him. I was left behind, alone, scared, wondering if my baby was going to survive. The care I received at this particular facility felt cold. I wasn't treated like a mother in crisis. I was treated like a case. I was dismissed, judged, as if I had done something wrong. My family and I were in a state of panic, emotionally drained, and trying to make sense of what was happening. And yet, we were met with indifference. The next day I was discharged. No infection, no complications, they said. No reason for me to stay. No concern for my mental or emotional state. No acknowledgement of the trauma I had just endured. This separation, being forced to leave my son behind, triggered a level of anxiety and grief I never knew existed. I blamed myself. I questioned everything. I just seen my doctor 4 days prior. I had done everything I was supposed to. Why was this happening? But today, I can truly say, why not? That day I was discharged, my child's father and I rushed to see Kareem at the hospital he was in. What awaited us was overwhelming. Machines, wires, medical terms we didn't understand. A wall of uncertainty stood in front of us. Kareem spent 180 days in the NICU. He received an extensive amount of care, such as a PDA ligation. He had a grade 4 and 3 bilateral brain bleed, chronic lung disease, G-tube placement, and a host of other critical interventions. We lived through what felt like an emotional roller coaster. Hopeful one moment, terrified the next. For the first 3 months of his life, we didn't know if Kareem would survive or not. It was a challenge just to breathe, a challenge just to stay positive. I started to subconsciously hold my breath, waiting for the bad news to drop in our laps. The first time I held my son was when he was being transported to have his PDA ligation heart surgery in another facility. The first time I heard my son cry was months after his birth, and he didn't open his eyes for weeks. But every little moment was a milestone. Every breath, every blink, every beat was a true miracle of life. Throughout our NICU stay, I immersed myself in my son's care. Visiting my son every day made me feel more like a visitor than a parent. I would change his diaper. I learned how to take his temperature. I asked the nurses and doctors every question I could think of. Those were the type of things that made me feel like a parent. I found strength and connection, connecting with other NICU families, connecting with myself in the most darkest moments, and most importantly, connecting with our son. The journey taught me power of presence. It taught me patience. It taught me the importance of the smallest things in life. It taught me how strong love can be when you have nothing else to hold on to. It taught me that no matter what, God has the last say. But it also exposed a deep truth. Too many mothers are experiencing traumatic birth. My story is just one of survival, but it's also a call of action. It's time that we pay more attention to our mothers who are carrying life inside of them. We need to ensure that all expecting mothers and moms who have babies are supported physically, mentally, and emotionally. Today, my son is 7 and thriving. He is doing everything that the doctors say he may never be able to do. He can walk, he can talk, he can see, he can hear, and he is learning. He's teaching me something new every single day. That's the power of faith. That is the power of resilience. That is the power of a fighting spirit. And because of Kareem, I founded Connected Through 22. Connected Through 22 is a safe space for families who have had premature babies to come to support one another, to be there to uplift one another. Over at Connected Through 22, we provide resources to families. We provide quarterly donations that families would receive at a baby shower, essential items such as diapers, wipes, onesies, socks, and so much more. We also provide Instagram Lives once a month where we bring on another family to share their premature birth story, to raise awareness. And for families who are currently going through this walk, know that they are not alone, that there are other mothers, families, and a plethora of organizations out there willing to help and support them through this journey. If there is anything that you take away from my story today, let it be this. Number one, never to ever underestimate the strength within, especially when life gives you no time for preparation. Number two, compassion in the healthcare system is not an option. It's a necessity. Number three, we must advocate for better outcome in maternal health because disparities are costing lives. Number four, connection is everything. Whether you're a parent, a provider, a policymaker, connection can save lives. And number five, the power of prayer. Put God and or a higher source first. and everything will fall into place. It may not make sense in that very moment, but eventually it will. My name is Katanya Trent. I was once a terrified mom, alone in my bedroom, delivering a baby. I didn't know would survive. Today, I sit before you with a miracle by my side and a mission in my heart to change lives. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. My name is Jermaine Stanley, and I am deeply honored to stand here today among so many extraordinary changemakers at the Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit. Let's give it up. To be recognized alongside over 100 individuals who have dedicated themselves to serving others is both humbling and inspiring. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Theresa Moseley. Thank you for your vision, your leadership, and for creating this summit that reminds us that peace begins within and radiates outward into our families, our communities, and ultimately the world. The theme this year, Peace Within, Uniting Voices for a Harmonious Tomorrow, resonates deeply with me. For me, peace within comes from living a life anchored in service, whether it is through my work with the ISACA Foundation and the ISACA Greater Washington, D.C. Chapter of ISACA, helping provide scholarships to open doors to cybersecurity careers, or serving as a board member of the Bender JCC in Rockville, Maryland. I've witnessed firsthand how small acts can ripple into lifelong impact. My family and I also have the privilege of raising dogs to become guide dogs for the blind with the Guiding Eyes for the Blind organization. It is a daily reminder that peace and purpose often come in the form of quiet, consistent acts of love and commitment. Giving back is not just something I do, it's who I am, and those who know me know me. It is my ethos, my way of honoring the opportunities I've been given by ensuring others have access to hope, dignity, and possibility. Tonight's recognition is not mine alone. It belongs to my family, my colleagues, and to the many communities I have been blessed to serve. And it belongs to every person that's in the physical room as well as the virtual room who believes, as I do, that when we come together with passion, purpose, and peace within, we can create a truly harmonious tomorrow. Thank you again, Dr. Moseley, for this honor. May we continue to serve, to lift others, and to be instruments of peace in our time.
Hello. Thank you for showing up for yourself today. I'm Dr. Talantine Benjamin, life coach, leadership strategist, and two-time international best-selling author. I am the founder of Quintessential You, and above all, I am a woman who's passionate about helping others live with purpose, alignment, and clarity. There was a time when I looked successful on the outside, but I was silently struggling on the inside, carrying wounds I never talked about, doing everything except fully forgiving. It wasn't until I surrendered that pain and aligned my life with God's plan, that everything shifted. That's when I stepped into the kind of peace, power, and purpose that I now call faith-fueled optimization. Let's be honest. Many of us are high-achieving, deeply committed professionals, navigating life, faith, and leadership all at once. But how often do we pause to ask, am I aligned with what God truly called me to do? Is my leadership fueled by faith or just by responsibility? The session isn't about adding more to your plate. It's about refining your focus, renewing your spirit, and learning how to lead with obedience and not just ambition. So take a deep breath and grab your journal, open your heart, and let's lean into this moment together. Forgiveness was my greatest struggle. For nearly 28 years, I carried the weight of trauma I never asked for, and honestly, never thought I'd have to revisit. My early teens were marked by pain, an abusive father, family separation, and a short time in foster care under the judicial system. I grew up with survival. I learned to perform my way through pain. I thought, if I just stay focused, achieve more, hold it all together, eventually the hurt would disappear. But pain doesn't just dissolve just because you pretend it's not there. I had mastered excellence on the outside, but I was emotionally bankrupt on the inside. Then came a moment during my church leadership conference about 10 years ago. A minister I never met looked right at me and said, "You have a tremendous anointing for leadership, but you'll never walk fully in what God has for you unless you learn to forgive." Now, he didn't know me, but God did. Still, I avoided it. I wasn't ready. I'd gotten comfortable carrying the wound. Maybe like some of you here today. Everything changed when my father, the source of my pain, became terminally ill. And in his final days, I was the one advocating for him. In those moments, I realized I wasn't that broken teenage girl anymore. I was a woman of faith, a woman called to lead. And I chose forgiveness, not because he deserved it, but because I deserved freedom. That act of obedience gave me the kind of peace I never thought I'd access. It became the blueprint for something bigger, faith-fueled optimization. Because what we choose to avoid in private can keep us from stepping fully into the opportunities God has prepared for us. When we decide to release what's been buried, we position ourselves for the breakthrough He's ready to bring. Let me confess something. I didn't just wrestle with unforgiveness. I wrestled with control. I'm a designer disc, which means I like my life and my projects and even my forgiveness process neatly organized in color-coded folders. As a designer disc, I thought if I planned, organized, and color-coded my pain, it would heal. Look, I once spent 3 days editing a 5-sentence email. Even Grammarly gave up and said, good luck, sis. And, some of y'all are like me, trying to heal with a checklist and a Google Calendar. But healing doesn't follow a spreadsheet. Forgiveness doesn't fit in a to-do list. And God, well, He has a way of interrupting your plans with divine assignments, like telling you to forgive the one person you worked hard to forget. That's the hard and beautiful part of faith-fueled optimization. God doesn't just want your gifts. He wants your heart. So there are 3 main parts to faith-fueled optimization. The first one is life alignment. Are your daily rhythms helping you grow or slowly pulling you out of alignment? In life alignment, we'll use spiritual process maps to identify what supports your walk and what sabotages it. Because spiritual maturity doesn't just happen by accident. It happens by intention. If it's not feeding your faith, it's draining your purpose. Next, leadership alignment. You're anointed, but exhausted. Gifted, but stretched thin. Jesus never led in chaos. He paused. He prayed. He delegated. With leadership alignment, we'll use tools like a RACI chart to set boundaries and prevent burnout. Boundaries are a spiritual discipline. And last but not least, calling alignment. Just because you're good at it doesn't mean you're graced for it. With calling alignments, we'll use root cause analysis to ask, what's really blocking your purpose? Is it fear, people pleasing, or overfunctioning? The wrong assignment will drain the right gift. Faith-fueled optimization began as a workshop, then became a coaching framework, and soon a workbook. I'll help leaders live aligned, anointed, and effective, not overwhelmed. Faith-fueled optimization turns breakthrough into blueprints. I'm building leaders who are whole, not just high performing. Maybe you've been showing up for everyone, but wondering if you're still aligned with your purpose. Faith-fueled optimization isn't about adding more. It's about coming into alignment with God's intentional design for your life. When I forgave my father, it didn't just set him free. It unlocked me. It gave me access to new dimensions of peace, leadership, and purpose. You're not behind. You are exactly where God intends you to be, positioned to realign. Every painful moment is divine fuel refining your purpose. If today's message touched you, I invite you to go deeper. You can check out my book collaborations, From Trial to Triumph, Women Beating the Odds, in Chapter 4, where I go deeper into my path of learning to forgive. In Leadership, Our Journey and Culture, I go deeper into fully walking into my calling into ministry in my chapter, Anointed to Lead, A Diamond in the Rough. And in Step into Leadership Greatness, Volume 3, Be a Force Multiplier, Elevating Others to New Heights, I discuss the leadership trifecta. Beginning in September, I'll be offering coaching services, one-on-one sessions, workshops, and leadership intensives will be available through Quintessential You. Visit quintessentialyou.com to start your alignment journey. You can scan the QR code for more information or to contact me. Remember, you are called on purpose, with purpose, for purpose. Stay aligned. Stay anointed. Stay optimized.
Hello, beautiful people. How's everyone feeling today? I want to start this right at the beginning because someone in this room needs to hear it clearly. So let me start by saying you are not here by accident. I'm so glad to have you. No matter what your morning looked like, no matter the struggles, you pushed through just to be here, and I appreciate you so much. But know this, you were divinely ordered to be here at this table to hear this message today. Your spirit has been yearning for something more, and guess what? More is purpose, more is peace, more is power, and that's exactly what this moment is about here today. So I want to welcome you to establishing a worry-free mindset, eradicating pain, to building legacies of wealth. My name is Dr. Shonda Stewart, and I am absolutely honored to be here with you at this table today to give you a message. Now, you might be wondering, who is Dr. Shonda Stewart? Let me tell you, I am a woman of deep faith, tested resilience, and unshakable purpose. I am a proud wife, I'm a mother, nationwide broker, coach, and serial entrepreneur, as well as the founder and president of Stewart Insurance Services, a business that doesn't just deal in policies, it builds legacies. And while I wear many titles, let me tell you what I value most is the opportunity to stand before you here today as someone who deeply believes that every single person can design a life that's peaceful, powerful, and purposeful, even if you came from pain. I'm talking to you. It didn't get here by chance. You, yourself. You didn't get it, meaning you didn't get here by chance. I didn't get here by chance. I got here through obedience, discipline, and grit. And most importantly, I got here because I refused to give up. Amen to that. I am committed to showing up with integrity, compassion, and courage. Always. When I show up, I believe in creating spaces where everyone, all people, feel seen, not ignored, yet heard, valued, and empowered to walk in their divine assignment. My motto is very, very simple, but yet it's powerful. Master your mindset, build your wealth, and move in purpose. And that brings me to today's message. You know, we live in a world that glorifies hustle, but fails to honor healing. We all need healing at some point. Let's be real. It's the grind culture. And the grind culture has become the badge of success. We all glorify being booked, busy all the time. How are you doing, man? Booked and busy. Okay. But here's what there were times I smiled in boardrooms while silently battling my own battles. But through it all, I discovered something more powerful. Peace doesn't come when the storm ends. Just because you blew through or pushed through the storm, it doesn't come, peace that is, when the storm ends. Peace comes when you learn to be still in the eye of the storm, paying attention. It's not passive, it's intentional. I had to build a shelter inside of myself, I tell you. That kind of peace is spiritual. It's not found in money. Money doesn't make anybody happy. Ask a billionaire. Did it make you happy? Nope, I still have problems. More money, more problems. Status and applause is not going to give you peace either, looking for people's approval. You need alignment and knowing why we were created and why we're walking and what we're wanting to do, because that is our purpose. The reason you're waking up. You need to stop chasing likes and approvals. And the moment you stop second guessing yourself and listen to your voice and stop guessing and doubting, that's when you find your purpose. Making decisions, not from just naysayers, but from faith. You don't need the world's permission. All ready to go, and you have God there. Follow your path. It was sent to destroy you. It was sent to reveal you. You have made, maybe in the past you've been broken or betrayed. Your bank account is on empty. Maybe you felt unseen, unheard. Well, you're like a lot of people, so congratulations, because guess what? You've encountered your greatest teacher. What is it? Pain. I've had moments in my life where things didn't go as planned, where I struggled, where I questioned everything and everybody. Like, what? Come again? Say it again? I'm not perfect. I'm not human, and I don't expect you to be. And that's why I'm here, to be transparent, to share the truth. When life takes a turn, we don't expect or want. We don't stay down. We get back up. We get clear. We rebuild brick by brick. That's what I said. You rebuild brick by brick until the life we live matches that vision we have up here, that dream. That's what I teach. That's what I live. Wealth is peace. It's power. It's purpose. It's independent. I've been at my lowest space before and built back up with bricks from the experience, because it wasn't failure. I was learning, and I learned to be resilient and get back up brick by brick from experience. The enemy believed, though, that that would be my breaking point. What it did, though, was give birth to my passion. Passion and pain are sisters. You can't live with one without the other. As the saying goes, they go hand in hand. I began building because I didn't want any financial struggles ever. I wanted multiple streams of income. I wanted to be able to do what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. Let's have a real conversation about generational wealth, because when most people hear that phrase, they think about money. They think about property, investments, inheritance. And yes, all of that matters, but wealth is so much more than money. See, we are not just breaking cycles of poverty in dollars. We're breaking poverty in mindset, in our spirit. Many of us come from homes where survival was the only goal. You had to worry about how to put food on the table, how to pay the rent or the mortgage, how to put clothes on your back and shoes on your children's feet. I'm talking survival mode, where we were taught to work hard, keep our head down, and make ends meet. But legacy requires more than just surviving. It demands some kind of vision. It demands for eagle traits that soars over everything with that foresight and seeing what the dream is and what your vision is. Wealth is not just what you deposit in a bank account. No, ma'am. It's what you deposit into your children, into your community, into your lineage. Wealth is wisdom, it's faith. Wealth is mindset that says, I may have come from struggle, but you better believe I am not the struggle. Wealth is taking ownership of your purpose and pushing to the legacy that you were supposed to live, your purpose, not just for property, but of your power. That's why I created the Recession Proof Your Life Masterclass to help individuals go from agent to broker. How about that? You're going to be an agent and then become a nationwide broker, helping people all over the country, helping their families. It's about coming from employee to being an entrepreneur, leaving a 9-to-5, building your own business and being sustaining it. And it's not about staying in the same place, but going from paycheck to paycheck, building an empire. I've worked with countless families who didn't think they could do anything, but through education, my coaching, mentorship, and strategizing with my blueprint, they went from scarcity to sustainability, from debt to destiny, from paycheck to paycheck. But let's be clear, no financial education will ever work if we don't address the internal poverty that holds us back. We got one big problem: the poverty of self-doubt. Can I do it? Yes, you can do it. The poverty of procrastination, thinking, oh, I'm too old, and put it off. No, you can do it. How about the poverty of fear? But I'm scared. Push through the fear. We're not just busting through financial barriers. We're breaking psychological strongholds and spiritual limitations, because rich isn't when your children inherit your fortune. Rich is when your children inherit your strength. It's when they inherit your faith, your resilience, and your blueprint, and they learn from lessons and traditions and breaking generational cycles. So the next time someone asks you, what are you building? Tell them, I'm building more than just money. I'm building legacy, because we know now that resilience is the new money. Let me speak to some of the survivors in the room or at this table. The single parent, the business owner making ends meet, the visionary who dreams that are bigger than their bank account. Don't shy away. This part right here is for you. You don't need a 6-figure income, a perfect background, or 100,000 followers to win. You need one thing: resilience. That's the new currency. Resilience is the new money. I've seen people with Ivy League degrees fall apart at the first no. They couldn't even take it. But they had some hard studies to get their degree, but they couldn't even take one person tell them no without wanting to give up. And I've seen people who didn't finish high school rise to the top because they refused to quit. They were in survival mode and they kept moving, and they moved up past folks that had degrees. Resilience is when you don't just survive, you adapt, you adjust, and you ascend. I know it for a fact because I am her. Okay? I am her. I am not perfect. I am human. And I go through things too. There were seasons when I had to pull myself together and wipe my tears, okay, and lead others, okay, because I'm not perfect. And so I learned to use my faith and my strength to push through, to keep my vision alive. I always stayed in the race, not because I had all the answers, but because I had the audacity to believe that better was on the other side of the test, on the other side of the fence. Sometimes it's not about having the perfect plan. It's about taking the next step in faith. The next step in faith is what you need to do and get started. When you walk in resilience, you understand that your current reality, yes, I said your current reality, let me get it out there, is not your final destination, because that would mean fall down and just stay down. We want you to get back up. You can lose everything and still bounce back if you don't lose what? Yourself. Don't lose yourself when you fall down. Get back up. So the most successful people I know didn't get there because they had resources and willingness to persevere. Every time life said no, I whispered back, watch me. So if you're in a valley right now, don't stop walking. If you're feeling overlooked, because people will overlook you and walk on top and over you and all around you. Know this, God is there. He sees everything, will never forsake you. God has been planted in the secret all along. And in due season, be patient because you're going to harvest every seed you sowed in pain. You are already rich, rich in strength, in story, and vision. You just need to get started and put one foot in front of the other and stay faithful and keep rising. There's a kind of divine equation I live by I want to share with you. Can I do that? Let's go. It's passion plus purpose equals peace. When you're doing what you love, that thing that sets your soul on fire, you're doing it for a cause greater than yourself, your family, your community, your calling. You're not just productive. I'm here to tell you, you are peaceful. But I want you to understand, peace doesn't come from a paycheck. Money never makes us happy. We always think, if I had that, boy, I'd be the happiest man or woman in the world. You know why? Because peace doesn't come from the applause, people clapping, or whether they're clapping or not. Peace is not something you stumble upon. It's something you choose. You have a choice. You choose it when you stop comparing your journey to someone else's. Live your life, lead your own path. Don't worry about other folks. You choose it when you release the pressure to be perfect. You choose it when you say, I may not have it all, but I have what I need for today. And what is that? Divine peace. Okay? And it shows up when passion and purpose locks arms. See, when I began building businesses, and I have several, I didn't do it to become famous. Okay? I did it because I was tired of seeing just the same thing all the time, generation after generation. And I wanted to build a legacy. I wanted businesses. I wanted something left for my children. I did it because I wanted to turn my pain into provision. I did it because I knew deep down that I was called to do more. God had more for me. And even when the checks weren't as big as I wanted them to be, they got bigger because I was patient. I believed in God and my vision. And that gave me peace because I was in alignment with God's purpose for my life. Peace is not the absence of chaos. Peace is your posture within the chaos. Okay? Peace says, I trust what's coming, even if I can't see it yet. And that is faith. Faith in God. Keep going. Peace says, I know who I am. I know whose I am, even when others doubt me. Never forget that. I'm enough. You're enough right now, as you are. So if you are worrying about, how do I find my peace? Don't look around, look within. Because when your passion meets your purpose, that's where peace lives. Let me remind you of something very powerful. You are the answer to your ancestors' prayers. You are the manifestation of their hopes, things they couldn't do. But you can. You carry the strength, you hear me, of your grandmothers, the prayers of your grandfathers, the sacrifices of your parents, and the resilience of every soul who came before you, your ancestors. Make them proud. You have things they didn't have that you can take all the way if you just believe in yourself. You may not have inherited wealth, but you inherited a calling. Find it. And what you do with it, that's called legacy. Legacy doesn't start with money. It starts with decision. A decision to disrupt patterns that don't serve your life and that don't serve your future. A single decision. Okay? Struggle stops with me is what I want you to say to yourself. You don't have to come from legacy to create one. You are the turning point for your family. You are the first millionaire. You are the first homeowner. You are the first emotionally healed, spiritually grounded, financially free leader in your bloodline, in your lineage, in the cloth that you're cut from. And no, it won't be easy. But legacy builders don't wait for easy. Legacy builders show up when it's hard, with grit, determination. Legacy builders walk by faith and not by sight. You must walk by faith. Things don't just pop because you want it. Legacy isn't just built, it's lived. How you show up in quiet moments when no one claps. Because believe me, they won't clap. You still need to show up. Legacy is a discipline you maintain when comfort calls. Just because you're comfortable, maintain. Legacy is the love you teach your children when the world tries to break them. And believe me, they will. Every decision you make today Every sacrifice, every prayer, every investment, it matters. Not just for you, but for your children. Okay? Your children and their children and generations you may never meet. So today, make the choice. Say it out loud. I am the one to break the curse. I am the one to build the kingdom, the empire, because you are. And your legacy, it begins right here at this moment today. And I'm going to be here to coach you all the way. Now, let me shift gears for just a moment and share something with you. Okay? I want to share something beautiful with you if you're ready, okay, for this announcement that's been planted in my spirit for a long time. And it's something that's bloomed, that's beautiful. It's coming International Peace Week in September 2025. I'm publishing a collaborative book that is a heartfelt, soul-stirring celebration of healing, growth, and resilience. It is a book entitled Peace Within. So beautiful. Peace Within. The home, the school, the community, and the world. Okay, people? Covering all parts. This book is more than a collection of stories. Okay? It's a movement. It's a reflection of real women and men who have overcome life's trials and turned their trauma into triumph. How about that? This is some amazing turn-paging reading. I had the honor of contributing my story to this project. I'm so proud. And let me tell you, writing it wasn't easy because when you write and you're telling your story, you have to revisit those valleys. I had to unpack moments that were dark, disappointing, and even devastating. But I wanted to be transparent and share my story and help someone out there like yourselves. But in doing that, I continue to regain my peace. Okay? Because peace is not passive. Peace is not perfect. It is a posture, a practice, a choice. You have a choice. This book brings together voices from across the country and some parts of the world. Each one of the authors echoing the same truth that peace starts from within and then radiates outward. You got to fix what's on the inside. Prepare that, heal it, and then let it flow out. It begins in our homes with how we raise our children, how we speak to ourselves. It flows into our schools, shaping how we educate and empower the next generation. It reaches our communities through service, support, and healing circles. Okay? Giving of yourself, paying it forward, and ultimately peace because of force that can heal the world. Not just the country, but the world. If you're someone who's been going through something, if you've ever wondered whether your story mattered or had any purpose, this book is for you. Yes, I said this book is for you. You can purchase Peace Within at www.drshandaspeaks.com. That's DRSHAWNDA speaks.com or through the link in my Instagram bio, as well as at StewartInsuranceServices.com or Stewart Insurance Services Instagram. Click the link in bio. Either way, website or Instagram will get you to it. I'm giving you a gift today. Use promo code PEACE10 at checkout for $10 off. That's my gift to you. And don't just read it. I want you to live it. Let this book become your reminder that peace is possible. It is not a myth by any means. It is not reserved for the lucky. It's not a myth. It's not reserved for the lucky, but it's a birthright. I'm talking about peace. It's a birthright, and it starts with you. I also have a free masterclass, okay? A free masterclass is, again, if this message has stirred up something in you, if you're done with surviving, you ready to thrive, then I have this one more gift for you. That's right, I got my second gift for you. I'm so excited. I want to invite you to my Recession Proof Your Life masterclass. Okay? It's a transformational training where we dig deep into the strategies that help me. It helped me build businesses, break cycles, and protect my peace and income at the same time. Okay? And I want that same thing to happen for you. That's why I'm giving it to you as a gift, making it possible. This will not be your average webinar, okay? It will be a blueprint, okay? this free masterclass. Expect to learn how to protect your income in unpredictable times. We're always in a recession or something with the economy. So you want to know what to do in these unpredictable times. Build generational wealth using proven systems, my blueprint. Start and scale your own business, become an entrepreneur with mentorship and strategy. And most importantly, find peace in the middle of your financial journey. Because here's the truth. Peace should not be a privilege. Okay? It shouldn't be a privilege. It should be a practice. So if you would like this second free gift I'm giving you, join my masterclass, Recession Proof Your Life, at StewartInsuranceServices.com. Okay? Click the button on the home page that says register for masterclass. Okay? And I will be notified and we will talk. These are bonuses that are waiting for you to take advantages of. When you join the class, I have more gifts for you. Okay? This is my seed into your journey because I believe that when others win, we all win. Let's build together. So I feel this opportunity is so amazing because you get to level up. Okay? And I want to leave you with a few declarations because I encourage you to hear these words, receive these words. You are not just here to exist. I believe you can win, and you are here to elevate. You're not just working for income. You are building impact, okay? You are breaking all of the generational curses. You are establishing a kingdom of empire of legacy and generational wealth, additional multiple streams of income for you yourself. There is still more for you. It's not too late. There is still more peace, more power, more purpose, more legacy, and you have not missed your moment. I'm here to tell you, I'm not a spring chicken. I can do it. You can do it. You're walking in it right now and you don't even know it. And everything you've been through, every late night, every loss, every lesson, it was not in vain. Because as I told you before, there is definitely a way to turn your pain into passion, your passion into purpose, and your purpose into peace. You are not just creating wealth. We're not just creating wealth. Understand me, you're creating a space for healing. Okay, you're not building a business, you're building a blueprint. You're building something for generations. Okay, your children. Okay, you're making your ancestors proud. You're making your parents and your grandparents proud. You are not just alive, you are leading. So now, go out and shine. Okay, I want you to go out and shine. Hold your head up. Walk in your purpose. Build with boldness. Lead with grace. Love with conviction. And always, always live in peace. Okay? Because the world is not waiting on a perfect vision of you. You may fall down. Be resilient and get back up. You don't have to be perfect. You don't need 1 million followers. You don't need approval. The world is waiting on the authentic, purpose-filled, not perfect, purpose-filled, driven version of you that was born to break barriers. Okay? You were born to lead and leave a legacy. I was born to lead you into that peaceful journey. So I thank you so much for your presence, your heart. I love you deeply. Okay? And I'll see you at the next class so we can continue building inside and out. I'm Dr. Shonda Stewart. Have a good day.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I am Dr. Patricia Gonde. I am from Zimbabwe. I'm happy to be here with you today. Have you ever found yourself in the eye of a storm where there is a beautiful chaos of a bustling family home, the demanding pace of a high-stakes workplace, or the complex dynamics of a classroom, and wondered, how do I find peace, not just in the world, but within myself? As a global educator and the head of a school here in Harare, Zimbabwe, this is a question I have grappled with every single day. My work, which has been recognized with prestige awards from different parts of the world for its commitment to community and purpose, is not just about teaching subjects. It's about shaping the very hearts and minds of young people. And in doing so, I have come to a powerful realization. I have discovered that the external world, the harmony in our homes, the calm in our classrooms, the tranquility in our workplaces is nothing more than a reflection of our internal landscape. And it is this internal landscape that we have the power to transform. Today, I would like to share with you what I call the alchemy of mindset, the 3 V's, which are vision, voice, and values. This is a process of turning internal pressure into powerful, lasting peace. It is a framework that has guided me and my work colleagues, my community, in building a culture of purpose and genuine harmony. And by the end of our time together today, I promise you, you have a clear, actionable path to begin your alchemical journey. I would like to start with the first V, which is vision. I know that vision is not a corporate mission statement. It is not just a lofty goal for the future. Vision is the context of peace, is your internal blueprint for what a truly peaceful life looks like, feels like, and sounds like. Wonderful, isn't it? It's the North Star that always guides us. It guides our thought and every action. And for peace to exist in the world, it must first exist in your vision. In my workplace, we had a challenge a few years ago where we were dealing with increased student-to-student conflict and a general sense of unease, with students this day with bullying. We could have simply added more rules or stricter punishments, but we chose a different path. What did you do? We started with a vision. We brought our students together, our parents together as well, as they were part of the equation, and asked them not just, what is your problem, but what is our shared vision for a peaceful learning environment? We encouraged them to close their eyes and picture it. We can close our eyes and picture also a peaceful learning environment. And also, how do students speak to each other? What does the energy in the hallway feel like? And what does a resolved conflict look like? That collective vision became our new curriculum. Suddenly, every discussion about conflict wasn't about who was right or wrong, but about how to guide ourselves back to our shared vision. It transformed our school from a place that managed conflict into a place that cultivated harmony. My first call to action for you is simple. Take a moment today, this week, and write down your vision for peace within. How does it manifest in your home, in your school, church, your workplace? When you have this clear picture, you have a powerful tool to guide your decisions and your actions. The second V is voice. Your voice and my voice, they are powerful instruments of peace. But the voice has 2 crucial parts. There is the voice you use to communicate with others, like I'm doing, and the equally, if not more important, the voice you use to speak to yourself. Do you ever speak to yourself? I know I do. True Peace begins when these two voices are in perfect harmony. I learned this lesson the hard way. Early in my career, I prided myself on being a calm and collected leader, but internally, my voice was one of constant self-criticism and doubt. This internal friction created a disconnect. I was speaking words of encouragement to my teachers while my own mind was telling me I wasn't enough. That misalignment was exhausting, and it was a barrier to true inner peace. A defining moment for me came during a particularly difficult meeting that I had with one of our parents, and I could feel my own stress rising and my internal voice was spiraling. But in that moment, I took a conscious breath and chose a different voice. Yes, we can speak with different voices. I chose empathy. I listened not just to the words, but to the emotion behind them. By deliberately choosing to use a voice of understanding and non-judgment, both externally to the parent and internally to myself, I was able to de-escalate the situation and build a bridge of trust. It was an alchemical moment. My second call to action is this. We need to practice the pause. When you are faced with a difficult conversation, or even when you catch your own mind spiraling, pause. Take a single, intentional breath and ask yourself, what would my voice of peace say right now? And then speak that voice. Now, the third and final V is values. We all have values. Your values are your moral compass. They are non-negotiable principles that serve as the foundation of your mindset. They are the bedrock upon which you build your vision and the ethical guide for your voice. For peace to be authentic and sustainable, it must be deeply rooted in your values. In our workplace, I want to give examples of my workplace, our school. Our core values are respect, integrity, and empathy. And whenever a crisis arises or we have a difficult decision that has to be made, whether it's a budget cut, whether it's a new policy or a disciplinary action, we don't just ask, what is the fastest solution? We ask, does this decision reflect our core values? This simple question ensures that every action that we take, no matter how big, no matter how small, it is an expression of our commitment to peace. I've come to understand that whenever there is a misalignment between your values and your actions, there is a fundamental friction that makes our inner voice impossible, our inner peace impossible. You cannot have peace within you if you are living a life that is out of alignment with what you truly believe. So my final call to action for you today is to do the inner work. You need to identify your core values that are essential to peace. Perhaps we can talk about kindness, we can talk about compassion or justice. You need to write them down, keep them close, and use them as a filter for your actions. And we need to ask yourself, does this choice align with my values? In conclusion, the journey to peace within is an alchemical one. It begins with a clear vision of the peace you want to create. It is articulated through a compassionate and authentic voice, both within and without. And it is grounded in your most sacred values. So when you combine these three ingredients together, voice, vision, and values, you don't just find peace. You become an embodiment of it. You become a source of peace for your home, for your workplace, for your community and your country, and ultimately for our world. The world doesn't need more people who simply wish for peace. It needs more people who embody it. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit of 2025. I am super excited to be here. My name is Dr. Onika Shirley. I am the founder and CEO of Action Speaks Volume Incorporated, where I help individuals to build unshakable confidence, stop procrastinating, and to get their dreams out of their heads into their lives. I am so grateful to be a part of the Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit with none other than Dr. Theresa Moseley. It is always such a blessing to work with her and to be a part of anything that she is doing. So again, welcome. I pray that you have a phenomenal time during the summit. I pray that you are not only able to take notes, but you would make notes, not just of things that you heard, but of things that you will do. So when we're talking about passion and we're talking about purpose and we're talking about making our world a more peaceful place, and our world being a more peaceful place, it starts with ourselves, that we're able to live in peace, that we're able to walk in peace, we're able to operate in peace, but not only that, we're able to be an impact. And we do that in a peaceful way. We also talking about purpose and we're talking about passion. You know, oftentimes we have heard that we can't do the things that we're passionate about because sometimes passion don't pay. But I encourage you to walk in the things that you're passionate about. And if you're not good at what you're passionate about, learn the skills, acquire the skills that are necessary so that you can begin to invoice for the things that you are passionate about. And you're walking in your purpose. We know that we've heard that there are two pivotal moments in our lives, and that is the day that we are born, and that is the day that we discover why we were born. What is our individual purpose? So I'm praying that also during this summit that you, if you don't know what your purpose is, that you will discover your purpose. You don't find it, but you discover it because you were born with it. You were created for it. I don't believe that the Creator created us and then began to look for something for us to do. But I believe that we was created to do what he already had in mind. And we all have a unique purpose in life and the things that God has called each of us to do. There is power in our purpose, as well as there's power in our passion. So when we understand what fuels us, when we understand what get us out of the bed, when we understand what will keep us from being, when we understand what keep us from what keeps us going on a daily basis, when we understand how we are able to make an impact, that thing that get us excited, that get us jumping out of the bed, where we don't have to wait for our alarm clock to do it, or we don't have to wait until, we have permission to do it. Those things that we are passionate about, we will do them even if we had to do them by ourselves. We understand what is our inner fuel that will have us getting up, unlocking doors to the potential that God has given us the purpose for. Our passion, it ignites purposeful living. It motivates us as individuals to pursue our dreams, the things that we want, and we are positively impacting those people around us, those places around us. And so there's power in passion. There is power in our purpose. And so when we discover what our purpose is, aligning our passions with our personal and community goals, we will find that that's essential, that is necessary. And so discover how to identify what our purpose is as it nurtures the peace within ourselves, and it becomes a catalyst for community harmony and making an impact on a level that at one point we couldn't even imagine. But as we begin to see life and things unfold, it is so powerful. It is so powerful when we recognize that peace has an outcome of purposeful action, that we do things intentional, where our intentional efforts, they build bridges and not walls. Through actions rooted in purpose, we can transform communities and cultivate a peaceful environment where collaborations will thrive. That's what Dr. Theresa Moseley does during the Passion, Purpose, and Peaceful Summit. These collaborations, we're thriving in this peaceful environment. We're building communities and individuals on a daily basis. And that's how our action began to speak volume. And it starts with what we do. It starts with our deeds. Our deeds is the leading factor. The importance of measurable, visual actions cannot be an overstatement. It has to be the things in which we do. Taking consistent steps manifests our purpose, and as well as it demonstrates our commitment to creating a positive change in the world around us, in the world that is within us, in the world that seems to be broken, that seems to be unpeaceful, that seems to be falling apart. We can make an impact. So as I continue, we have to remember that we have to sustain the impact that we are making beyond this summit. You know, there are opportunities for ambassadors, and that requires an ongoing dedication. Learn how to leverage our actions and inspire continuous transformation, and fostering lasting relationships within our communities to make a difference. And so I have a quote that I want to share with you, that true peace, it begins with our passion, and that it ignites purposeful action, because action speaks volume. Our action speaks louder than our words. And so when we continue to lead with our deeds, when we continue to cultivate our purpose, when we continue to glean and collaborate, that's how we're able to make a bigger impact. We can do some things individually, but we can do so much more when we do it together. When we make a decision to do it together, we can impact lives across the globe. And I mean, this can be one person at a time. This can be one community at a time. This can be one city at a time. This can be one state at a time. And it can be one country at a time. But our impacts can be manifest through our actions. Our impact can be amplified through the things in which we do. So I have an acronym I want to share with you today, and I want to share an acronym that I have for purpose. Purpose. The P is passion ignites our vision. Passion ignites our vision, the things that we love, the things that we love to do, the things that we know that will make a difference, the things that will make us be unselfish, the things that we see that we love to do that can help those that are around us, those that may not even know why they are here, those that may not even understand how good they are and how impactful they are. It is our passions that will ignite the passions of other people. It reminds me of like a candle. When you have a candle that is lit and you light another candle, it doesn't take away from the light of your candle. And then that candle light another candle, and that candle lights another candle. You just have a room that's lit up that once was dark, and now it is lit. It has light. Now we can see. That's what passion does. You understanding our mission clearly, understanding what it is that we need to do, but not just understanding what it is that we need to do. We need to understand why doing what we're doing is so important. Why is it so important for us to walk in purpose? Why is it so important for us to walk in purpose with a passion? Why is it so important for us to walk in purpose with a passion and do it in peace? Why is that important? We have to understand what the mission is. And when we understand what the mission is, we would know what it is that we need to do, how it is that we need to do it, and when. When will it be more impactful? We got to think about, we can't do things immaturely. We can't do things before it's time. But when we understand the mission, we'll know what we should be doing and how it is that we should be doing it. Or responsibility to act with integrity. We want to do things right. We want to do things with love. We want to do things with compassion. We don't want to just do things to say we're doing it. We don't want to just do things just to be seen and to be heard. But we want to do things with integrity. We want to do things that's going to be pleasing to our Creator. We want to do things that will cause us or give us an opportunity to do something else because we walk with integrity. P, persistent in taking meaningful steps. We don't want to be busy just doing things to be doing things, but we want to do things that's going to take us closer to our goals. We want to do things that's going to make an impact for real change in our world that will be sustained. Not this boomerang stuff that we do it and have to be redone because it's coming back. But I'm talking about we do it and it's sustained and we're able to build on it. So let's make sure that our purpose is persistent in taking meaningful steps. Oh, opportunities created through actions. The more we do, the more we would have to do, and the more opportunities that we would have to do. I like to say that, people only call you good when you're good and you're gifted. People will only call you when you're good in your gifting. What are you talking about, Dr. O? What are you talking about? If you're not good in your gifting, people may call you once, but when they see and discover how you operate in it, they don't call you no more if you're not good. But if you're good, if you're good, you have a plethora or an overwhelming demand for what you're bringing to the table. So there's opportunities created through our actions, through our furtherance and learning for the impact that we're making, the changes that we are a part of. Opportunities come. We're talking purpose. We're talking about passion, and we're talking about doing it peacefully. And then the S is service to others and our communities. It is a blessing to be able to serve others. It is a blessing to be able to be an impact on a larger level when it's bigger than us. And so I ask the question, is there not a cause? Is there not a cause for us to do more? Is there not a cause for us to discover why we're here? Is it not a cause for us to take action so that we would have our name in halls of fame for the impacts that we have made across the globe? Because we have been compassionate, we have been purposeful, we have been intentional on the things in which we do. And then the E is empowerment through consistent volumes of deeds. It's not about one time. It's not about one thing. Every day that we're here, we are here with purpose. Every day that we're here, we have something to do. We are called to do something by a higher power, to make an impact to those across the globe so that we are able to assist others in them discovering their purpose. It is a blessing to be on platforms like this, to be a part of summits, to be a part of live talks, to be a part of your lives, so that we are able to build together. Communities build together. And it starts with one individual getting with another individual, and those individuals getting with other individuals. We're able to make an impact around this world because action does speak volume. It's not about what we talk about, but it's what we are willing to do. But not just what we're willing to do one time. It is what we are willing to do consistently as we build on what we have done, what we have learned, our own failures and experiences and mistakes that we have discovered. We've had some powerful lessons. I like to say we take the lesson and we leave the pain, but we learn from what we did. We learn to go to the next level based on where we came from and the mistakes that we made, because success does not come from success. Success comes from our failures. Success comes from our experiences. Success comes from our desire to do better. So I'm encouraging each of you to do better. And with that acronym of purpose, again, that is passion, ignites our vision, understanding our mission clearly, responsibility to act with integrity, persistent in taking meaningful steps, opportunities created through the actions that we take, service to others and community, and then empowerment through consistent volumes of deed. Let's keep going. Let's keep doing. Let's keep working together to make a difference in this world. There's still hope. There's still a chance for life to be worth the living. Charles Swindoll said that life is 10% of what happens to us and 90% how we respond. So I have a question for you. How are you going to respond to the things that are happening around you? How are you going to respond to the things that are happening within you? How are you going to respond to the things that has happened to you? 90%. We can make a difference in our own lives by the things that we do. But not only will it make a difference in our lives, it will make a difference in the lives around us. It will make a difference in the lives of those people that are around us, those that we have been called to serve, those that we have been called to lead, those that we have been called to guide, to coach, to mentor, to consult, to be a listening ear to. It will make a difference. So I pray that in this summit that you will take those notes, that you will make notes on what is it that you can do. What is one thing that you can begin to do beyond this summit? What is one thing that you have heard that has ignited something in you? So we want to have that amplified impact through our actions. And just think about it. If one and another one and another one, but see, it's not one time one, but see, it'll be 1 time 2 and 2 times 1 and 3 times, you get it. You get it. It's not addition when you're doing it together. It's multiplication where we can make a bigger impact faster because more people are on board. More people are discovering their purpose. More people are walking in purpose. More people are taking consistent action. More people are doing more. Be a part of the more. Be a part of the more. So beyond this summit, you can simply text the word transform to 870-568-8525, 870-568-8525 to transform. Let's connect so that we can make an impactful influence across the globe together. I pray that the Passion, Purpose, and Peace Summit has been a blessing to you. Again, my name is Dr. Onika Shirley. I am the founder and CEO of Action Speaks Volume Incorporated, where I help individuals to build unshakable confidence, stop procrastinating, and to get their dreams out of their head into their life. Let's walk in purpose. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to Success Without Sacrifice, the new blueprint for high-achieving women. I'm Dr. Nakia Smith, and you are the women who get it all done. At work, at home, for everyone else. If there's a problem, you solve it. If there's a need, you fill it. And if there's a fire, you put it out. All while answering emails and making dinner at the same time. You don't just multitask, you hold it all down. You bring peace to all those around you while slowly letting your own peace run on fumes. So today, I'm here to make sure that you keep some of that peace for yourself. I want to tell you about a time when I had passion and purpose, but absolutely no peace. I moved across the country thinking I was stepping into the best chapter of my life. A new city, a dream job, a fresh start. But 6 months later, I'm in my car at 3 a.m., having what can only be described as an Academy Award-winning ugly cry in my garage. Now, here's the thing. I'm a doctor. I went to school for over a decade. I could put people to sleep for surgery and bring them back. All of my training taught me how to save lives, but not how to save my own from burnout. I didn't realize I was sleepwalking through my own life. All this education, and somehow I still ended up here, burnt out, breaking down, and questioning everything. And that's when I realized this isn't just my story. This is what happens to so many hardworking women of color. We sacrifice ourselves and our peace because somewhere along the line we decided that hustle was required for success, and we've accepted exhaustion as our baseline. But exhaustion isn't a badge of honor. And if success cost you your peace, it's too expensive. How many of you have ever come back from vacation, then needed a vacation from your vacation? Yeah, that's not rest. That's just exhaustion with a change of address. Nearly 46% of working women in the US report feeling burned out. And more than half of high-achieving women are looking for new jobs, not because of pay, but because of feeling unfulfilled. And this fatigue, it isn't abstract, it's aging your heart. Black women are 2.4 times more likely than white women to develop heart disease. And nearly half are already living with heart disease or hypertension, the highest rate of any demographic. So yes, this isn't just about feeling tired. It's about what that tiredness is costing you, your health, your joy, your peace. That's when it hit me. You don't prove your excellence with exhaustion. Sustainable success honors your well-being, not just your willingness to sacrifice. And it should never cost you your peace. I realized I needed a new blueprint for success, and that's why I created the Reclaim Framework. The Reclaim Framework is a 6-phase process that starts with recognize, getting brutally honest about where exhaustion has taken root, and ends with rebuild, building a life that brings passion, purpose, and peace. We don't have time today to walk through all 6 phases, but I wanted to give you something that puts phase 1, recognize, into action right now. Because recognize isn't just about knowing you're tired, it's about knowing exactly why. That's why I created the 5 Faces of Exhaustion quiz. In just 2 minutes, it reveals which face is quietly running your life, and it gives you your first micro shift to stop it. It's the first step towards building your own blueprint for success that honors your well-being and not just your willingness to sacrifice. So scan the QR code, take the quiz, uncover your exhaustion's true identity, unlock your personalized entry point into the Reclaim framework. So back to that story that changed my life. It's 3 a.m. I'm sitting in my car in the garage. I'm paralyzed by exhaustion. My scrubs feel heavy. My body is aching from working 20 hours. My brain is completely fried. I'm a doctor. I went to school for years. I moved across the country for this dream job. It checked all the boxes. I was married, had a good career, financial stability. This is exactly what I was told would make me happy. So why did I feel so empty? How did I end up here? And more importantly, how am I supposed to keep going on like this for 30 years? That night, in the quiet of my garage, I realized something that hit me like a freight train. I wasn't living my life. I was executing someone else's blueprint. Success that looks good but feels bad isn't success. It's stress. And let me show you exactly what I mean by that. This is the Sustainable Success Matrix. Here we assess how your life looks versus how your life feels and determine what zone you're in. So let's look more closely at each of these zones. This is the burnout zone. This is where survival mode takes over. You're functioning, but only because your body has forced you. It looks like success because you have worked so hard. You have external measures of success and achievement, but inside you are drained physically, mentally, and emotionally, and it feels like you're in survival mode. We don't want you to be surviving and not thriving. We don't want you to be running on fumes. This is the next zone, the hustle and grind zone. This is where overachievement becomes overexhaustion. You're doing the most, but it's also costing you the most. And it might feel like you're doing the right work, but in the wrong way. The reason why this looks bad and feels bad is because you are hustling and grinding, and everyone around you can tell. On to the next zone. This is what I call the uncomfort zone. This is where you're not burned out, but you're not lit up. You're stuck in the middle, maybe settling for a life that's okay, but doesn't feel good. Life can be easy, but also empty. Life can be low stress, but also low joy. The reason it feels good is because the comfort zone always feels good. It's comfortable. That's why it's called that. But it looks bad because outside, some people might know that you're settling, or you might tell people you're settling. And we don't want to feel settled. We don't want to live an easy life that feels empty and has low joy. That's not a good feeling at all. And on to the final zone, the sustainable success zone, the sweet spot, where alignment meets ambition, the place where you flourish and thrive, where you're building a life that feels as good as it looks. That is why your life feels good and looks good when you're in the sustainable success zone. Your goals, your energy, your joy, they're all aligned, and you can enjoy a life of success without sacrifice. And here's the good news. No matter where you are on this chart right now, you have the ability to shift. You have the power to lean into your passion and purpose and to bring yourself peace. That night in my garage taught me something. You don't have to keep following a blueprint that wasn't built for you. You get to decide what's on your blueprint and what's not. You get to choose what sustains you instead of what drains you. And when you do that, you stop playing by their rules and you start writing your own. So let's recap. You've heard my story. I was in my car having a breakdown at 3 a.m. after building a life that looked externally successful, but internally unfulfilled, low joy, low passion. the tears, the moment I realized I couldn't keep living my life like this. I could not keep living on autopilot. You've seen the framework, how I moved from burnout to reclaiming my life and how I coach and teach others to do the same. And now you've learned the matrix, the difference between burnout from survival mode, the hustle and grind zone, the comfort zone, and the sweet spot of sustainable success. And now you have a choice to pursue success that sustains you instead of draining you. That's the blueprint I had to rebuild for myself, and it's the blueprint I now teach. You may be thinking, okay, what's next? How do I create this blueprint? How do I stop following someone else's rules and finally build a life full of passion, purpose, and peace? And that's why I created my group coaching mastermind, Success Without Sacrifice. It's for high-achieving women who are done with burnout, who want to reclaim their peace, their joy, and their energy, and do it in sisterhood. Because if you are not inspired by your friendships, you don't have a circle, you have a cage. Now listen, this is a serious investment of both time and resources. I don't want to waste your time or mine, because we all know it's not about knowing more, it's about doing more. This mastermind is intimate. There are only 12 spots total. And for the first 5 women who sign up from this room, you will get exclusive one-on-one sessions with me. But you need to move fast. These bonuses expire at the close of the weekend. When I finally said yes to myself and began sharing my story, something very powerful happened. Other women started saying, me too. I'm so glad I'm not alone. I thought it was just me. That moment of connection led me to hosting my very first retreat. And this retreat wasn't just any event. It was the beginning of my calling, the start of my new identity as an entrepreneur, and when my framework came alive, when passion, purpose, and peace came together. And that's when I knew healing doesn't happen in isolation, it happens in community. You are amazing, brilliant, hardworking women. You are a superwoman in your own right, but you are not the superwoman. It is time to remove the cape, to stop wearing exhaustion as a badge of honor, and stop following society's blueprint for your future. You deserve a life full of passion, purpose, and peace, and only you know how to build it. So let's build your blueprint for success without sacrifice together. Scan the QR code to hop on a call with me. You can also email me at hello@sheisfireforge.com. Check out the website, www.sheisfireforge.com, and follow me on Instagram or TikTok at sheisfireforge.com. I really look forward to hearing from you, getting on calls with you, and helping you build your blueprint for success without sacrifice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Michelle Bowden-Hammond. I am welcoming you this time to my segment of Align Within, the Power of Passion, Purpose, and Peace. Right now, we are here for a transformative moment right here at this conference. I am deeply honored to stand before visionaries and change makers, and to celebrate the winners who embody the spirit of this year's gathering. And for the visionary, Dr. Theresa Moseley, outstanding. Today's theme, which is Vital Peace, your passion, your purpose, and your peace, we're going to talk about the 3 elements. Today, I'm going to center to you with aligning yourself with the 3 P's formula. We have passion, we have purpose, and we have peace. When these 3 elements are balanced, the mind is clear, the body is energized, and the soul is at rest. But when they're out of balance, even the most driven among us can feel lost, drained, and disconnected. So why does this matter? Why does this matter? First, let's start with passion. Passion is a spark. Purpose is the compass. Peace is the grounding. Passion is the spark. It's what gets you up in the morning. It's what got you here today. You're excited to create. You're excited to serve. And you're excited to explore. But without passion, and the passion that has no direction, you can burn out. And right today, you have not burnt out. You are here today because you're glowing. Purpose, again, is the compass. It gives your passion a direction, a reason, that is. Purpose transforms your activity to impact. Again, you are here because you have made impact. But if purpose is pursued without the passion, it can feel heavy, like an obligation instead of inspiration. And here we go, lastly, here with your peace. It is the grounding energy. Peace will keep you steady when passion runs high and when purpose demands much. It's the quiet inner knowing that you are enough. Turn to your neighbor in the audience or who's next side you right now and tell them, you are enough. Even when moments when you are still becoming. Passion, energy, purpose, direction, peace, harmony. It all is the flow of balance. So right now, I'm going to ask you to take this virtual little reflection activity with me. Three-minute exercise we're going to have here. I want you to first, if you can, close your eyes and breathe deeply. Take a slow breath in for 4 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Release. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Feel your shoulders drop. Now, as you're here, there's questions that I need you to ask yourself within. Where is my passion burning brightest? What purpose is guiding me? Where can I create more peace? Imagine each answer as a small light. The passion is vibrant, a vibrant red. Purpose is a steady gold. Peace in a calming blue. Now watch those lights blend into a radiant white glow. Again, remember earlier, I said you're here because you're glowing. Something has impacted your glow and your light. Take one more deep breath in, and as you exhale, commit taking one small step this week that is going to honor all three. Passion, purpose, peace. Did that feel good? Yes. Now, there's components. Mind. You did a mind reflection. You asked why, not just the what. Stay curious. When you stay curious and let your learning guide your growth. Next, your body reflection. Did your shoulders rest during that exercise? Rest is as important as action. Move daily, nourish wisely. Recognize when your body signals burnout. Honor your need for rest. I know in the capacity of service, we can find time. We feel like we can't find time, but it's best to find time because we don't want to burn out. We don't want our lights to dim. Lex is the soul reflection. Daily practice gratitude daily. Nurture what replenishes you. Spend time in gratitude daily. Nurture relationships. And like today's experience, this is going to replenish your spirit. So again, to the winners, congratulations. Today, you are getting your Peace Award because your life is the living proof of passion, purpose, and peace in action. Your work is a living example of what it means to be in alignment with your passion, purpose, and peace. You are proof that balance is not just possible, but it is powerful. Thank you for being the light, the example, and the inspiration to us all. May each of us who are here today, not even the ones who are not being celebrated, but the ones, everyone in the room, remain centered, ready to walk in your calling with your energy, clarity, and calm. Again, congratulations to you all, and thank you for allowing me to share this space with you. And again, thank you, Dr. Theresa Moseley, for this Peace Awards that's given. Thank you again, audience. Again, I am Dr. Michelle Bolden Hammond. There's my information if anyone wants to reach out to me. And again, thank you.
Hello, I am Dr. Martha T. Davidson, and I am so excited to share with you one of the most profound experiences that I had, and that is the unfolding of inner peace. We often hear people discuss inner peace, and we always wanted to know, how do I achieve that inner peace? For me, it was a journey. It was a journey that came from me not understanding that inner peace is something that you gain internally, nothing that you gain externally. So for me, I spent most of my life trying to achieve inner peace by external validation. I thought that by doing all the right things, getting the education, getting the good jobs, having those office suites, and being able to be in large organizations globally, managing them. But that's not inner peace. That's just the validation that many of us were taught was important to be successful. But I am here to share with you that discovery, a lot of it was based on me not knowing that how I approached life was what was manifesting, and that a lot of times the inner peace was missing because I didn't understand that it was an internal job, not an external job. And so for me, what I was able to do was begin to actually question and reflect on how do I achieve that goal of inner peace. See, inner peace is something that is what we think about and what we achieve.
And see, what happens is we want inner peace, but we don't know the steps to achieve inner peace. Those steps for me came from me also trying to get over some of the trauma that I experienced as a child. And it also had to do with how I viewed myself, the worthiness of me. And when I began to really ponder about that and reflect on that, something came into me as a whisper. Martha, you're looking in the wrong place. You have to look inside of you and begin to recognize how you approach life is what emotions are driving your thoughts, what emotions are creating the experience of stress, what emotions are creating the why me. And when you understand that the emotions that you create your inner peace. Well, how is that so? I often think of the Bible that says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And I'm always wondering, what does that really, really mean? And what that means is that in our heart is where our emotions lie. And when we have high emotions of love, joy, peace, and happiness, that is the baseline of our inner peace. Because our emotions that I just mentioned are the highest form of gratitude and highest form of thanksgiving that we can honor ourselves with. Because when you have that gratitude, when you have that joy, when you have that happiness, that is the strongest level of emotions. So what does that really mean, Martha? What that means is that in our emotions that we have that's in our heart are also what we call neurons or brain connections. And those brain connections are over 40,000. And in our heart, they are so strong. They're strong enough that it creates our thoughts. But when we allow our thoughts to create our emotions, is what most of us do. Why did this happen? How did this happen? I did everything right. I'm doing all that I need to do. And when you begin to repeat those thoughts of the why and not the why not, it's that because a lot of times what we go through is for us to learn, to gain wisdom, to enhance our gifts, to enhance our purpose. But when we begin to question that, we're not actually focusing on the most powerful part of us, and that's the heart. And the heart brain has the capability and the ability to override those continuous thoughts and patterns of your past, of your present. And then you understand all of that, you are able to create inner peace. Now, that's not all, but it's key. It's the foundation of inner peace. Because when we have inner peace, we don't have that stress. We don't have those challenges that we're questioning. And then when we question them, why not me? Because I know whatever I'm going through is a lesson to be had. What I'm going through is wisdom to gain. And when I understand that, that also solidifies our inner peace. Because when we understand that our inner peace is tied to the gifts of all of the emotions that I talked about earlier, we can begin to rewire how we think and how we feel. Well, why is that important? It is important because when we live a life that is full of distractions, full of people pleasing, full of trying to be the best you could be so that you don't let people down, and you find yourself in a state of, how did this happen? It's when those moments that I say to myself, I will not allow my current situations to impact the gratitude, the understanding of the emotions of who I am. And when I live in that state of kindness, compassion, joy, love, and happiness, Even in those moments, you will be able to achieve inner peace. Well, how do I know that? Because if you begin to look at life as a gift that God has given us, when you look at your gifts, when you look at all of the possibilities that lie within you, when you trust and believe that my emotions, my gratitude are my strengths and my anchors, I can do it. When I believe it and when I see it, envision it, visioning. See, the brain doesn't know whether or not it's the truth or whether it's a vision. But what we do know and what I know is when you begin to see yourself in spaces that you see are why it happened to me this way, and begin to say, thank God for me learning the lessons, learning the wisdom, learning the knowledge and understanding that thank you and gratitude will be the highest forms of emotions that will take us out of that past, take us out of that present state, and put us in a state of understanding that I can do this because I know on the other side there's wisdom. I know on the other side there's grace, there's mercy, and for all other things, peace. And why is that important? For many of us, we live such a stressed life because we have decided that our past is impacting our present. But when we let go and we release all the agony, the distraught, the distress, we are able to see a new side of what's happening. And why is that so key? Is because we are here. Each of us has a mission. Each of us have a plan that has already been designed, but we just have to be still and know what is the plan. And when we understand through stillness, through mindfulness, that's when you're sitting still and you're allowing the past to be behind you and not in your present state or in front of you. You're able to create that inner peace and a joy and love. And it's key to us because so many of us, I know I was taught, get the good job, get the good education, get all the things, externally and not focus on internally. So we haven't built up the resistance, the resilience necessary to overcome the challenges that we experience unexpectedly